We're gonna go ahead and check out where we left off. So for those unfamiliar with Medieval Dynasty, this is a survival crafting game. Generally speaking, kind of the focus on it is you build like a village, a town, whatever you want to call it, where you go like house by house building it up. You move people in, and then you go, okay, you cut wood because I don't wanna. And then, they cut the wood, and then you take the wood to do stuff, and you go, okay, well, I'm building another house. All right, well, you go mine rock because I don't wanna. And then you have person mining the rock, and now you're getting your stone. And you get the idea here, that you kind of expand things. Now, right. So where we left off, I had just run and done with a story quest way back behind me, and we picked up a couple of small quests. Now, there are lose conditions in the game, and I'm gonna... So chat, do you want to murder a snowman? Doesn't have to be a snowman. I don't even need those sticks, but the fact that I could take them from the snowman is why it happened. Alright. And Earth Rush on their 180 stream streak. Catch the last 180 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. Take a little sippy sip of the water. I'll need deeper water to bathe in, as my character is getting a little ripe. I should also check to see what animals are nearby. This is a game where predatory animals are very dangerous. So like you can see I've got some wolves up here. So I don't want to go that way if I can help it. We got boars over here. Boars are also very aggressive. The Story of Season Grand Bazaar remake is surprisingly really good if you like the Bazaar system. That is one that I've seen FG playing a lot of that. And after I played the last Story of Season game for a dare drop, I kind of was like, you know what? There's a certain nostalgia to these games, but also I don't think I want to play more of them. And the reason for that, I know someone's going to be upset because I'm making fun of a game, or not making fun, I'm speaking ill of a game they probably love, is I used to play the old Harvest Moon games back in the day, and I really enjoyed Harvest Moon, which is what ultimately Story of Seasons is, the continuation of Harvest Moon, and Harvest Moon is not the continuation of Harvest Moon. It's very complicated. But the point being, Story of Seasons is the continuation of Harvest Moon. The thing I've run into is it feels like in so many ways, they've kind of got their formula and they've stuck with it, which, fair enough. But it really doesn't feel like they've iterated the games too much. And this is me talking about, I can't remember, what was the one before Bazaar? Because that'd be the one that it was, that I had last played for the dare drop. Because it was not Bazaar. And so it felt like taking that genre, stepping back 10 years in iteration and progress and improvements, and not having those. So like little quality of life things, like inventory management stuff about being able to stack away stuff as a group, or, being able to like pull up the map and be like, okay, let me figure out where this person is. Like those little quality of life things were all just missing. And it made it very hard to enjoy. Because you kind of go back and you're like, oh, I remember dealing with this. This makes me unhappy. Like, I remember doing all the achievements in Stardew Valley and having to memorize every single citizen's, like, path through town. So that's a problem. So we don't want to mess with the boar or the Wyson. Wyson's a type of buffalo that's very territorial. We definitely don't want to mess with that if we don't have to. Well, I guess I'm unintentionally visiting home on the way. But yeah, so it's just one of those things, like, all those quality of life features missing, I just found very frustrating. Because, like, oh, I need to find this person to do this thing. And you're like, where's this person? And, like, you couldn't... There's, like, no asking someone in town being like, oh, hey, where's Tammy? Or having, like, the map be like, oh, where's Tammy? You just had to kind of wander around until you like, memorized where Tammy goes throughout her day. And I don't miss that. I don't miss that at all. But yeah, versus, like, nowadays, things have come a long way with a lot of the quality of life. That's actually one of the reasons why, with the beginning, because that's the same genre, I hold up Coral Island to such, like, appeal, is they've got so much quality of life functionality in there. Stuff that you can get with Stardew Valley and that, with mods. Like, get all that basic stuff about, like, what days are the business open? Oh, I don't have the winter braces on? Alright, hang on. Why don't I have the winter bracers on? There we go. Yeah, or you have to pull up the wiki, which is usually what ultimately happens is after you get frustrated for a while, you just break out the wiki. And I still have the stance that when it comes to a game, if it comes down to min-maxing or strategy that you break out the wiki, that's fine. That's understandable. Makes sense. If to just play the game and be successful at all, you have to break out the wiki, I consider that a failure on the game.
Thank you Corkmas for subscribing for 19 months.
Grab some meat for me. And thank you, Corkmas, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff, because it'd be really weird if you kept subbing and you weren't. But thank you again for tuning in, and all that stuff, and thank you so much for the support. But the main twist is that you only sell once per week of the Bazaar, so that changed the whole cozy farming formula. Yeah, no, that's what I gathered, because I wasn't sure about a lot of it watching FG. But, I noticed when it came to the selling, it was very focused on the Bazaar. I kind of like that idea. I feel like that's a way of mixing up the formula, which is ultimately what I was complaining about the past Story of Season title, is it felt like someone just regurgitated Harvest Moon again, you know, flipped a couple names around, you know, flipped the aesthetic a little bit, but otherwise same game. Which is me being honestly pretty unfair. But you get the idea. Is it felt too the same as what it was previously. Whereas like Bazaar, that was the whole thing, is I had basically toned out of the series because, again, I had been kind of disappointed from what I had seen. And then with that one, it was definitely one of those things that it's like, oh no, that's very different. Alright, so we gotta watch, we got wolves up here. Yeah, so we got wolves on the right there. And all that. We'll definitely want to hunt. I've been running down all these quests. Eventually we'll start getting quests that are going to go out of their way to tell me to be like, hey, go kill a bear. Hey, go kill a moose. Hey, go kill a Wysant. But right now, where I've got this copper spear and I've got an iron spear, I found those. I didn't make those. We're nowhere near ready to do that. Last I checked, and I should check to see where we're at. Yeah, so I'm capped on my buildings until I continue the story. So I need to keep the story going. So I'm going to go ahead and do these missions that I picked up. And then I should be able to, I believe with the farm, I just have to buy those things. I don't think I need to... I don't think with those I have to actually grow them. I believe we will have an objective to grow them, but that'll be a later problem. The big thing I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to get to the point that we can... Oh, can I check where those were? Under technology. I believe it's under farming. Somewhere in here, there is... Okay, it's not here. There was somewhere in here you get a place for processing materials into fertilizer. And I genuinely don't remember where it was. Because I remember it was a whole thing I had to find last time. Thank you for your pictures for the 70 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Let's actually check this wheel. Because I want to say it was under decorations. It's miscellaneous. But there was one where you could take, there we go, compost bin. Right, okay, apparently I can make that now. Compost bin. Yeah, so that's those ones that you can take your extra stuff, like berries or whatever, and you can chuck it in the compost bin, and it'll rot them into compost, which is fertilizer. And once you start getting your own fertilizer, then you can, actually I think it was I can't remember if it was like compost and manure or what the process was, but basically, realistically, to keep the farm going and it not be a headache, you end up wanting to get fertilizer going. And I remember that compost bin was instrumental to that purpose. What time is it in game? Is it considered the next day yet? That's fine, we'll figure it out. Okay, so you want me to get 2 logs. You gotta go up the hill just enough where I could cut down some trees to get you your 2 logs. They don't let you build right at the house. That's higher up than I thought. They won't let you build right at the village. Alright. Okay, so you can drop off those 2 logs with the villager. The Twitch app is being twitchy, so you're gonna go sleep right now. Alright, no problem. You sleep well, Basset. And as a reminder that Twitch has added rewind to it. So if you ever miss anything now, you don't have to hit the clip button and hope you got it within the time. You just like literally just like YouTube, grab the bar, drag it over me like, what did they say? Ah. And then there's a button to like immediately take you back to where it is at live. Alright. So we can go over here, drop off the logs. And we are also working on getting married in the game. I got all you needed. You don't need to cough on me, man. Okay. So, we've got our next story. So we have the missing bucket, which I should have done while I was over there.
Work for food and water and some firewood and a roof over my head, of course. Damn. Am I too demanding?
Okay.
Hello.
Alright, romance. How are you doing, beautiful? Okay. Let's see. I truly admire your honesty. Okay, I have to get her to 100% before we can properly romance her. How are you doing, beautiful?
Maybe
See, some people live their whole life trying to understand love, but love is not
after all.
understood, but felt. I envy the birds and, like, the flying freedom. People being proud of who they are rare these days. I'm glad to have met you. I'm gonna go with that last one. Okay, how are you doing, beautiful? Ah, okay, we'll have to wait one more day before we can actually
Sitting.
get her to marry us.
My favorite activity.
We've maxed out her affection towards us. But, that didn't work the way we want. Alright, so I'm gonna drop into the farm place here. I'm just gonna buy the goods. There you are.
Sorry, I'm in no mood for conversations. Not now. Got a headache.
That's annoying. Yeah, no, when you don't have a torch, it does get really, really dark. Alright, so unfortunately, while I was at my camp down here, I forgot to make a bucket, which I need for the person over here. So I'm going to work on that, because like I said, until we get that objective there, I can't build more buildings. So I'm kind of just letting my townfolk, you know, cut logs, saw planks, do all that kind of stuff, letting it kind of sit the way it is. The Twitch innovating with the very highest tier of 2017's technology. I'm just happy it's finally arrived. I do agree that, very genuinely, the fact that it took this long to get the ability to rewind is pretty terrible that it took that long. I know there's probably a expense that comes with it and yada yada yada, for the way the hosting works and all that, but at the same time, it's like, look, man, people are hitting the clip button to do it anyways, which is even more postbacks and even more data being moved around. You're just going to have to kind of accept that this is functionality that's wanted. It is going to be an additional expense, but you're just going to have to implement it. All right, so we're going to run over here. We're going to make a bucket. Then we're going to run right back over there. How am I doing on money, by the way? We've been pretty spendy. That is a major concern. Okay, so I still have 1,700, which would be more than enough for my taxes. I actually don't remember what the taxes tend to run, so I might end up regretting saying that. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, yes. But at the same time, like, the implications of that phrase. Okay, barely shorted it. You know, I tend to push back on that phrase because it's used for pretty bad purposes where I'm at. Should have hunted those foxes when I needed to during the winter. You think of the entire year to pay taxes with no inflation on them, which is nice. Yeah, no, I remember it was never really that stressful. Like, the only time I got into any kind of trouble is I had, like, made a really, really big area that I kind of explosively expanded and wasn't making money and spending every dime on recipes. And I still was able to pull it off no problem, but it was definitely one of those ones where it was like, oh, like, I pushed this pretty hard. Winter's pretty game? I appreciate in this game, as long as you don't massively increase the season length, that you get the prettiness and niceness of winter without it overstaying its welcome. Because that's kind of the thing I run into with a lot of games that they have the seasons, is there are a lot of games where it's like, you get into winter, and it's like, oh, that's really pretty. But then after 2, 3, 4 months in-game of just staring at nothing but white, you're like, you know what? I'm really over winter. Off Vintage Story Winters. Hey, Kildrix. Can we do a shout out for Kildrix, by the way? Another fantastic content creator. And yeah, no, absolutely. Like, by the time I got through that winter and Vintage Story, I was like, oh, I get to see colors again. It's amazing. Yeah, so definitely check out Kildrix, another fantastic content creator, playing some games and demos recently. What games and demos, if you don't mind me asking? But, definitely good times over there. That's interesting that the buckets of water there. That's fine. Okay, so let's go over here, make myself a bucket. Man, Kildrix is fantastic. A lot of fun over there, a lot of chaos. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. So, definitely check them out and all that good stuff. Alright, so we're making our bucket. We can has bucket now. We're doing 5-6 demos a day of stuff. Normally you play, like, boomer shooters and deck builders and such. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I've had a couple of streams we've gone a little bit heavy on the demos. Alright, so I'll leave the log here. I should have an obnoxious amount of sticks in here. So you want me to bring 39 sticks. Because I don't feel like... Oh, right. I made like 100-something arrows. So I don't actually have a lot of sticks. Okay, that's fine. Now, before we track that quest down, I believe the missing bucket quest is back where we were. We're going to run back to town over there. We're going to go and deal with bringing the logs and the sticks and all that. Get the, oh wait, the logs and stick were the other place. Yeah, so grab the bucket, drop it off here. See if I can't buy that grain and seeds and all that. And get that moving. I believe if I cut directly this way, it'll take me right through wolf territory. No, we'll probably skirt through the middle. Yeah, so as much as I didn't want to do the run back home, make a bucket, run back out, the person wouldn't trade with me for whatever reason. So I figured we'd go ahead and do that. And part of the reason you're noticing I could be hunting these deer, and I probably should be hunting these deer, But the reason I'm not bothering right now is with the weapons I have, I would tag the deer, it would start to bleed out, and it would die. And that's cool, because then I get the stuff. But it can be very time-consuming, because you hit the deer and you gotta be like, alright, come on, get over here and die already so I can finish this. And so it could just be a thing that you can eat up a day real fast doing it. Again, a productive day. You're gonna get a lot of hides and leather and all that good stuff, furs and whatnot. But if I'm trying to run across the map, it's kind of, I can run across the map to turn things in, or hunt, but not both. I do have our season set on the default, which is 3 days per season. It can be a little bit, not chaotic. It can be a little bit, you feel like you got to keep going and going and going on those season things. I know a lot of people make their seasons closer to like 5 days, which can be much. I had one or two people who were like, oh yeah, I make 30-day seasons. I'm like, how do you get through a year? It'll take forever. Sorry, rabbit. You were convenient. It's not my fault. Just outside your comfort zone, lots of fun, really great games. Yeah. That was, we did Shadows of Doubt the other day, which is a game by, published by Fire Shrine that I really like. That's well outside my normal wheelhouse of content on the stream, and that's a fun game. They did their big update that added modifiers, so the two modifiers everyone wants to see is there's one called Rat Detective. So I should preface. So Shadows of Doubt is a detective game. It's got like the really kind of fine voxel art, sort of like Vintage Story does. So, you know, voxel, but like smaller voxel, so it looks good. Or like Town to City has the same kind of voxel art. But like it's dystopian, like hyper-capitalistic society or whatever, complete with like the win condition is to get your citizen score high enough that you're allowed to retire. But with it, you go and you solve murders and all sorts of stuff. How many have you added to your village? I think we've added 4. And I'm kind of locked until I advance the story to build more buildings. A fine bucket, thank you. No problem. Don't lose your bucket again. We've been doing this like every couple of days. Alright, so from here, let's see if they'll actually sell me the seeds now, and you won't complain about having a headache.
How do you do?
Show me your wares.
See my wares?
Alright. So, I've already forgotten what I needed to buy and what content. So I need to buy
Around.
15 fertilizer, carrot, wheat, and cabbage.
Hello.
Show me your wares. So, cabbage seed. Can't use the numpad. This is deeply upsetting. I think if I click down there, I might be allowed to. Grab 15 of you. Grab 15 of you. What am I forgetting? Oh, it was wheat. Wheat seed's the last one.
Goodbye.
Okay, I need to grub the field, fertilize the field, plow the field, sow the field. Alright, and the only one I'm concerned is I'm not sure which of these I'll be allowed to actually sow for this season.
I believe it's not a matter of...
So we are now heading back once more to my town, village, whatever. Have you ever played Chicken Please? No, I'm not familiar with that game. Let's also see, did they increase their population limit? They have not. Well, sorry. It's a building limit, but the building limit indirectly is a population limit. Being that if I want more of my... Like, right now I've got a lot of not housing buildings doing work, but if I want to make another building, I'm required to finish those quests. So the assumption is I would finish the Chapter 5 we're working on for farming, and once I do that, it'll probably give me 5, maybe 10 more buildings that I'll be allowed to do. I do remember they give you a pretty decent number of buildings for the cap. There's something like 50 or 100 buildings or something like that, which doesn't... It's one of those things that's not that big, but it's also not small. I did find personally when we started approaching the cap the last time, I was getting pretty ready for wrapping up. Need to eat something to keep our nutrition up. So just kind of one of those things that you'd also go there. I also worry if they let you keep going more. A lot of these games, the limit is a performance consideration. So like the classic, you play something like Town to City, it's like, okay, you're limited to 100 or 200, 300, whatever number of citizens, and they'll let you turn it off, the limit. But usually, ultimately, all that does is it makes the game run terribly once you start pushing that way, that those limits that they clearly did test and kind of figured out where their engine starts to really chug, and then put the limit in place. It's a hard-boiled detective in a city populated by animals. It's done in a film noir style. Gotcha. I'm pretty hesitant to do the black and white style games. Not even, like, streaming's one thing, but generally I find losing a lot of color can make games kind of... It can make it much harder to differentiate what is in and not in play. Holy crap, your town is way out about here. Yep. I like the lake, though. Honestly, that's kind of the thing. There's a lot of places you can build at. And there's definitely an argument to be made for building along this area where we're kind of central between all the towns and you're right on the water. But then there's also arguments to build way down here. There's a couple of caves with ore that you can get into them down there. I want to say one of these is either this one over here. One of the waterways over here had a cave along it that you could get ore. No matter where you build, there's going to be something that's inconvenient. Where we're set up here, I want to say, if I remember correctly, and this is going by memory, I want to say there is a cave up here somewhere that's relatively convenient. I don't remember, it's been too long. But, you know, you've got all sorts of wildlife, you got room to grow, you've got the places to get stone up the rock path, all that kind of stuff. There's color in it, but it's overwhelming style, different shades of gray and brown. Yeah. And like I said, there's nothing necessarily, it's not like that's a deal breaker to me. But like, for example, Shadows of Doubt added a film noir mode, and I'm like, man, it's already hard enough to see. No. I get the aesthetic, the vibe and all that, and that's cool. But at the same time, I want to not murder my eyeballs by the time I'm done playing. Let's take another dip in the water because we're getting gross. Can't you build a storehouse next to the mine, storage shared between all the buildings? Yes, you can. That was the thing they didn't add till way later. It wasn't a thing originally. But yeah. So I'm not like opposed to it or anything, but it is a thing I haven't done much of. I think the last time we played, we abused that a little bit. But like even like with the buildings here and all that, where you can use, it used to be you had to go into your storage to grab out the logs to go and do stuff. Is how this game used to work. It used to be pretty rough with a bunch of that stuff. So I did notice... Okay, so they are actually removing the meat from here. That's good. Being so dark? Oh yeah, no, and it's... Very genuinely, the game is being extremely dark is a very, very, very common choice in survival crafters that are not, like, kind of silly or whatever. And it is one of those things that I'm kind of in the same thing of, like, you know what? Again, I'd rather not murder my eye holes every time it gets dark. I understand there's a lot of games that is a balanced consideration of the game to have that, but at the same time, I'd also like not to sit there and at the end of the stream session be like, oh man, my eyes are sore. Just looking at all the darkness. Like, there's games I feel like the darkness is extremely relevant. You're like, yes, this is an important game mechanic. And then there's one I'm like, no, you're just doing this so I have another consumable bar to slowly burn down. Alright. So we got an alert that there are some tasks that are not getting done. So our farmer is not farming because you have no bag. That's fine. I also don't have assignments for you. It's fine, because I want to build more buildings and I don't have what I need to do that. Alright, so that's that. So you want me to grub the field. And I'm really hoping when it says grub the field, it's not expecting me to grub the entire field and fertilize the entire field and all that. Because very genuinely, I made the field much bigger than I should have. Because I know eventually I'll want it this size. Alright. I'll go through this, I just don't have enough fertilizer to do the whole field. Because unfortunately, one of the realities is to get your levels in farming, you kind of have to actually take the time to do it. This is like a great game, but you have to leave and do real life stuff. I gotcha. You do your real life stuff and enjoy. Enjoy responsibilities and obligations and all that. Alright. Build a Taco Bell, you have plenty of fertilizer. Hey, I mean, it's just what you do. They won the franchise wars. I also want to say there's clay not far from here either. I remember this is one of those places that on the map people slept on. Because, like, it is kind of out of the way. And while a lot of resources, aren't right on top of it, they're also near-ish, which makes it kind of a pretty good, like, all-arounder location. Alright. The good news, I believe once you plow them, until you do something with it, it just stays plowed and grubbed and all that. You don't have to worry about you dedicate the time, only to realize then you don't have the time, or you don't have what you need. Alright, meanwhile, before I forget, let's take our management. So we got this person assigned to farming. There's nothing for them to do right now. So let's reassign them. The well's already handled. The workshop, I don't really have much I want you to do. I'm going to assign you to hunting. You're not particularly good at it, but at least there you're doing something. Because then I will handle the farming for right now. Because like I said, a lot of the things like your XP for farming and hunting, you have to do it yourself to get the XP for any meaningful capacity. Unless that's changed, which is very possible. So if I want to gain levels in farming, I get down here and do it. And some of the things you get from it are pretty solid. I also want to say when it comes to like the bonuses about like extra chances of getting seeds and extra harvest and all that, I think those also only apply if you do it yourself. It's one of the ways the game rewards you for not just standing back with your citizens doing all the work. Alright, before we get over to that, Let's also take a quick peek at our log person here. How are you doing on your axes, by the way? Okay, so you still got 2 stone axes left. That's good news. And I'm still using that axe I found right away at the very beginning of the game. Just laying on the ground. One nice thing they added, so about like 2 months ago or something like that, they added like a nature/decoration DLC or whatever. At the same time they did that, they finally gave us a way to like plant saplings. So it used to be a big problem in the game that the way trees grow is when you cut down a tree would only grow back where a stump was. So these stumps would grow trees after 2 years. But if I remove the stump, which you'll end up doing to make room for houses and all that, the tree would never, ever, 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 ever come back. Needless to say, it made you really hesitant to remove trees, because it was a permanent alteration of your map. And you could very genuinely lift up all the trees immediately around an area, and then you'd have to have this big hike just to get more lumber and all that. So it could be really obnoxious if you did too much logging like that in an area. But now we've got these saplings, like the birch ones. I can just go, and if I want to, I could take the time to clear out all the birch trees out of here, which don't give me very many logs for the effort. And replace them with maple trees, which are really good for the logs for the effort. I can kind of, in a certain way, terraform the forest from one type of forest to another. Alright, you didn't automatically equip it. That is one thing where I wish it was better about, like, if I put a hoe in a slot, and my hoe broke, and I made a new hoe and that slot hadn't been filled in, it would just be like, oh yeah, you keep putting it here, so sure. Alright. Now, one nice thing about this game versus some of the other ones we played recently, like Vintage Story, we had to take into consideration, like, how is the fertilizer in the soil? Is it nitrogen or potassium or phosphate? Like, what's going on with all that? So you have, like, your crop rotation and all that you have to do. This one is just fertilizer. I do appreciate games that do require a crop rotation. I think the one I'm most impressed with so far is Farthest Frontier, which is a survival city builder, not from like the first person, but you know, like your Banished style games. But with that one, you know, you'd start getting like disease in the soil, so you might grow potatoes, and then you get powdery mildew, which is a disease that affects potatoes. So you would want to grow something else there in the meantime that is not affected by powdery mildew. And so you'd have a crop rotation to do that kind of stuff. And they also had some crops that would generally positively impact the nutrients of the soil, some that generally negatively impact. So you do something like grow wheat, which really hurts the nutrition of the soil a lot. But then for your crop rotation, you'd use a couple different things that would be a net gain to kind of offset it. Because you want the wheat for how much food it gives you. And so you have a crop rotation of that kind of stuff. They also had where you'd work the field to get the stones out of the field to make it better for growing crops. So there was incentive to sitting back and just having the people like work the field, to work the soil, to, you know, amend it with clay or sand or whatever's needed to get it right. But, you know, put a lot of time into getting the farm into really good condition and then start growing a bunch of stuff in it. But again, being a survival city builder, you also needed the food. They'd usually do this thing where you build like 2-3 different fields. You'd have like one field that you're actively putting the time in to make it as good as you can, while your other fields are doing an okay job making food in the meantime. And then when you get that one field all treated, you'd switch out. And then by then you're usually in really good shape, as long as you're not super quickly growing. Yeah, so you probably saw we already got access to the pigsty. Alright. And we're about to finish this. And later on we'll get metal tools and all that. That I don't have to constantly stop and go back and craft a replacement. All those metal tool things, a lot of those are also being locked behind those quests by the fact that I have a bunch of stuff I need to do to improve my town. And all those improvements give like a little bit of XP here and there to unlock the next thing. Cool, so we've got that all done. We have grubbed the entire field. And like I said, I'm not going to be doing the entire field with this. But I will go and, where's fertilizer? We'll plant what we can. Yeah, I want to make a compost bin pretty early. Because then I can take the stuff that's like surplus. Like, it was one of those things I found was, the seasons that you get berries and all that, I tend to take like a ton of the unripe berries. And those unripe berries, I just chuck them all in the compost thing. Yep, so I got a new level at fertilizer, or a new level at farming. That's why I'm doing this myself versus making the AI do it. Alright, so let's take a look at what we got for our new level. So we can go here. Alright, so we have Whistling Summons Your Mount. I don't have one. Take less stamina from farming activities. We have a chance of getting extra crops. Slower durability loss. For right now, I'm going to continue to say, give me more XP. It's just the way I always like to approach stuff with these kind of games. If you're going to give me an option to more XP early, I'm almost always going to take it right away at the beginning, because those are ones you take at the beginning or don't bother. Because like you get your most mileage if you do it right away. All right, so let's see the management, the fields, the winter, change plant type. So we can grow carrots in the winter. All right. Oh, wait, I need to make another hoe and plow it first. Like how I always grab the XP, leadership XP in Stellaris. Because good god, a Paragon's DLC makes leader strong. Yeah, no, it's like most games, unless it's like extremely easy to level, or it's one of those games that they'll have some games that once you grab that, it basically costs you something else. So like you say you can only have like 20 points or whatever, and you'd put 5 points into faster leveling. Well, that just cost you 5 points to do something else important. Like, unless it's one of those situations, yeah, I'll almost always grab that stuff. Are you out of logs again? Is that what I was... Alright, so I'm just misreading stuff. So it's just kind of one of those things. But yeah, outside of that situation, generally speaking, if it takes any meaningful amount of time to level, you're almost always going to benefit the most from just any XP bonuses you can get. Even if it's like only like a 1 or 2%. If you grab that at the beginning when levels cost very little, it'll usually make up for itself. You have to have pretty extreme circumstances for that not to be the case. Alright. But then the hope here is I get this farming going. We could start getting a surplus of stuff. And then once we have that, then I can go and take that surplus of stuff compost it to continue to expand the farm. Otherwise, you can actually make pretty good money in the game. Oh, I need to actually make the hoe, don't I? Okay. I mean, it's the same with so many games. You figure out what you're doing for money, and there's a scaling up your operations phase. Now, in this case, because I'm buying the fertilizer, that's really cutting into things. We will get to the point of making our own fertilizer over time. Alright. Alright, and that should have increased our building cap. And the next building I was going to build was a barn. And the next building it wants me to build is a barn. So that works out pretty well. Because of the barn, I can do stuff like process stuff into feed and a whole bunch of things like that. I believe that's also where we will get the fertilizer recipe. And I can see what I need to do to make that happen. Because I want to say there's like 2 or 3 different recipes for fertilizer. Okay. So let's check. So if we go under management, I now have 20 buildings I can build. So we can now finally get back to building our town up. In the meantime, let's go over here. And let's grab all of our seeds and whatnot and put it there. We're going to drop that hoe in there for right now. Drop the simple bag in there. Cabbage seeds can go in there. We should have some more carrot seeds left because I think I found a few. Okay, that's fine. Alright. But regardless, I'm going to go here, buildings, farming, barn 1. We got a building to raise. And as I mentioned, I could definitely see taking the time here to get the maple trees. You get the saplings just for chopping them down, not for pulling up the roots. So I could definitely see over time, as I get a bunch of maple saplings. I genuinely am thinking about trying to do like a proper tree farm where we clear out the area and we just make rows of maple trees. Like, to me, that sounds interesting to do that, since that's been something that's just not been in the game. Spruce is also pretty good. I believe the maple is the best we can get in the game right now. And this is another one of those games that over time, for like the first year or two, you are just going to devastate a local ecosystem. The amount of trees you are going to have to chop down is going to be very significant. And we got another level in extraction. Let's see what we got there. Alright, so extraction. So we did go and get all things that boost our XP for doing that. So now we have the choice of 50% resources recovered when you destroy a building. I'm probably never going to do that. Slower wear on pickaxes and shovels. Chance to find extra items when digging in clay pit, or slower reduction or slower damage to our axes. So let's go ahead and make it so our axes get damaged less, because they're doing that plenty right now. There's certainly an argument to be made for doing the same with the pickaxes, but half a dozen here, whatever. You need both. Alright. I do not believe there is an XP cap on those things. So that you can, like, if you miss something now, you can just go back and still get it later. Right, that's the food storage there. Us center's like, this building thing. You like the way it builds the structures? It's neat. Yeah, so you can even go through here later on. I could go to this wattle wall, for example. And I don't remember the exact thing, but I believe I can go up and say, destroy this segment of wall. Okay, I don't want it to be a wattle wall. I want to make it a stone wall. And you can go through and actually replace the individual segments with other stuff. I want to say that's later in the game you start doing some of that. Yeah, so you keep putting all these sticks in here. Because you don't make everything out of wattle. You'll end up making stuff out of planks, and you'll have some stuff out of wattle. Okay, so we're hitting the edge of the area I can reach from my storage building. Alright, I'm low on straw. So we're out of straw. The last place that needs sticks is pushing the edge of my range. And pretty soon I'll probably have to get hunting to supplement our food, unfortunately. Because we're just starting to get farming, so we don't really make that much food. Where people are dependent on me hunting to get more. Seems like a good lesson on medieval history. I mean, there's some stuff that's in line with medieval stuff, but there's also a lot of creative license as well. So, yes, a lot of it is somewhat aligned with the reality of construction methods of the time and all that, but it's also one of those things that, like, there's just a lot of depictions of how things are in the world and all that that are very, like, not inaccurate as in they didn't do their homework inaccurate, that they've chosen to take a different route with certain things. It's a whole bunch of that kind of stuff. Cabbage don't have seeds, you don't think? I don't think they do. I honestly don't know. No, wait, actually, do cabbage? I know I've grown some leafy greens from seeds. And I know I did cabbage at one point. In real life, I mean. But I do not remember for the life of me whether I got those as, like, not sproutlings, but, you know, you get the idea where I'm going with that. The, where you get, like, the little teeny thing and you grow that from that. I can't remember if they do. I think, actually, I take that back. I'm pretty sure they do. I believe a lot of those ones, like cabbage and all that, if you let it grow past what we normally harvest it for eating, that it will eventually sprout a, like, stalk up that gets flowers on it. You just don't grow them that long, because once they hit that point, the taste of the cabbage and that changes from being a little bit on the mildly sweet to bitter. Because remember, that was the whole thing, that it was, Brussels, what was it? Brussels sprouts, broccoli, and there's like four or five other things that we consider to a certain extent separate vegetables are all actually just the same plant. It's just what stage along its growth you harvested it. Yeah, because I remember I had that happen to one of my green plants that started stocking up to do the flowers, and once that happened, it's not like it's just instantly ruined, but it definitely means you're not getting great results anymore out of it. Yeah, no, that's not the one I've noticed as much. For me, it's more like the societal depiction of a whole lot of stuff. Some of it's a little over the top. But a lot of those decisions are for video game reasons. That sure, it's inaccurate, but fun video game. It's like when you play games that take part during the Wild West here in the US, and it's everyone running around packing guns and shooting off, and you go into town and everything's a shoot off and all that, when in reality it was nothing like that. It's not that shootouts didn't happen, they certainly did, but it's like as it's depicted in, you know, books and movies and games is really over the top. Like, even games that are heralded as doing, like, mostly getting it right, like the Red Dead Redemption 2, even that's still very over the top with the, you know, prevalence of firearms everywhere. Like, don't get me wrong, you had people who had their farms, and they would have had firearms in there to deal with the various wildlife and all that. But, like, going into town and having everyone cracking off, you know, everyone packing a 9-iron and all that. Like, a lot of towns during the actual Wild West days actually had policies that you couldn't open carry in the town. You had to stop by the sheriff's office, drop off your guns on the way in, and then you'd pick them up when you left. It's like a pantomime version. Exactly. But, you know, for movies and books and storytelling, you know, everyone packing heat and everything being, like, wild and untamed and dangerous and all that, it tells a much better story. Versus, oh yeah, they basically mostly lived normal lives, it was just a bit more frontiery. You had the people lived a bit farther out, you know, living in the woods, and, you know, they would also have firearms because genuinely running into wolves or in a boar, like wolves, boar, or bear were legitimate concerns. Okay, so I'm going to take a little bit more of the dried meat. Like I said, I'm going to need to probably go out and do a hunt soon. Which will be just going for the deer. Because I'm not really producing much food in town. Let alone to keep the population at bay. And that's going to be a whole thing. Alright. So to finish the barn, to make this happy, I'm going to go and need to find more reeds. And I know I got reeds around here. I think I already pulled up the reeds that were over there and right here, but I think there's another pack over there. I'm also trying to remember if reeds show up on this thing. But yeah, I know exactly. It's a pantomime. And again, that isn't me saying, like, it's a bad thing or anything like that. It's a storytelling thing. It's the same thing like with pirates. We like to really romanticize pirates in the way we depict them in a lot of stuff. That, you know, they were these people living these free lives, and yeah, you know, they were scoundrels and scallywags and all that, but, you know, there was a certain allure or appeal to that, going out to sea, having control of your own destiny, when the reality is being a pirate sucked. There was lots of disease, malnutrition, just miserably being out at sea for long periods of time, scurvy, syphilis was a very common problem to such an extent. I can't remember, was it Blackbeard? It was one of the famous pirates. Literally blockaded a town, and their only demand was basically treatment for syphilis. So it's one of those things that, you know, it's fun storytelling to have all these, like, fun, silly, heroic, whatever, pirate tales and all that, you know, fighting against the crown and whatever, or even, you know, for the ones where they are genuinely awful pirates, but, like, there's still an appeal and a fun and adventure to it, versus, again, the reality sucked. The reality sucked a whole lot. They're still interesting. that part's still true. They're still fascinating to like look into all that went into it. Or like there's this whole belief that there's like this entire accord honor system that all the pirates are bound to and all that. It's like, you had boats that were ran very democratically. There is truth behind that. You also had ones that were not that. Let's see, you don't know if this game is innovative. You don't know this game is very innovative, though? Nice opportunity to do a Banished first-person mode. I would say, as far as, like, comparing it to Banished, I don't feel like it goes that direction. Like, Banished, that argument has, like, way more depth to that. Like, we don't have a lot of the circumstances that Banished offers. I wouldn't say thematically it's innovative. But at the same time, how many times have we seen like crafting survival be directly combined with like actual city building mechanics? And it's not never, but it's not a very long list. And a lot of those are in the same, when I say series, they're different developers, but same publisher. Like we have like the Son Goku Dynasty, we have this one. There's been a couple of other ones that have been like survival light games. You've had like, you know, your Terraria style games, Tinkerlands, where it's like, okay, yes, we can argue it's a survival crafter, but it's a lot more kind of silly fun. Not trying to go on the genuine survival side of things. But an idea doesn't need to be original to be good. The weirdest thing is Halloween characters being adapted to theater, like actual killers like Leatherlace are charming now. Oh yeah, where people have taken what were, you know, either genuine real life serial killers like Jack the Ripper or, you know, fictional ones, but like turned them into, you know, comedy characters or whatever. It's a weird thing, but there's always been kind of that draw, and I don't even think it's bad. There's a Broadway play. I think Broadway's probably not the right term. There's a big like musical performance called Assassins that plays outside of DC. That is one I want to actually go see in person at some point. And really, it's a characterization, like it's a satire about people who tried to assassinate presidents here in the U.S. Like not telling a positive tale or anything. Like they have one who they basically treat him as like a sex addict because the real life person now is mostly true. The dude was in a sex cult. But like, you know, they're just being kind of silly. It's not taking away from it. It's just, there's something about that. People have also often taken like people you would see as not necessarily the best in the world, the villains of history, whatever you want to go with, and kind of giving them a fun but flawed character or whatever. You know, to poke fun at them kind of thing. That said, it does start to get a little bit of a problem when you have someone who's like truly awful and they start depicting them as a hero or something. Then you're like, I don't know about this. This might be taking it too far. But satire's fine. Satire can be fun. Okay. We got the reeds we needed. Got a bunch of sticks and all that in the way to... Alright, we got a level of survival. Okay. So we got the thing where we can track the stones and mushrooms. So what else do we have here? Lower food and water drain, higher alcohol resistance, faster movement in water, more health, more resistance to the cold. So the more resistance to a cold makes life easier. I've got the clothing we need for a lot of that I don't need to think about that much. And for the higher ones, less damage received, lower stamina consumption during movement. Alright, so I'm going to actually have us eat and drink less, because that's just, you know, the chore of eating and drinking. We can knock that down a little bit. That'll also reduce our resource needs and all that. And then we can start going to the reduced stamina on movement. That's a big one for just travel. It can also be a big one in combat when you're trying to, like, you run to bandits and there'll be like 2 or 3 of them with bows, so you try and want to get away a little bit to try and take them on one by one versus dealing with them the whole time smacking you with arrows. Or even if you are just going to run up to them, having enough stamina to get some solid hits in, running up to them before you tap out your stamina. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Plus, when I'm traveling between places, being able to run longer is good. And on top of that, when you run and then suddenly realize you've aggroed a wolf or a moose or something, having enough stamina to do something at that point versus just dying in front of it. Alright, so we got our quern for making flour. And we've got where we can get straw and grain. Alright, here we go. Fertilizer. So we can use manure, and we can use rot. And we can use... Yeah, so that's the one we want there, is rot. So this is the stage where what I want to do is I should have under decorations, workstation, farming workstation. If I can get a couple more logs, I can put a compost bin. And we could take that compost bin, and I could take a bunch of junk and just chuck it in there. And as I mentioned before, usually what I'll do is when you hit spring and you have all the unripe berries, I'll just grab those and chuck them in there till it's full. Because they're so prevalent, I don't really have to worry about it. Speaking of which, the bronze sickles... Oh, they'll grab them from here. I don't need to move them out of there. I was say I should make those available to the farmers, but I forgot they'll move them over if they're in here automatically. There's the straw. Cool. Alright. So now they just want me to build more buildings, and I am more than happy to comply. So let's see what's next on the agenda for building. So for extraction, we've got those two, so nothing to worry about there. Survival. We don't have the herbalist's hut. I believe you can get the herbalist. I want to say they can go and get the, get some stuff I'm looking for. So let's go ahead and pull up these trees here. You'll definitely want more people to move into town as well, which is going to require houses. But low-key, I'm kind of hoping to stave that off just a little bit longer while I build all these other things, so that when I do build the houses, I could just build the better houses. And not have to do the thing where I've got like these 3 houses here are the crappiest houses in the game. So build the crappiest houses, then build the slightly better houses and the slightly better houses. And go through that whole thing. Because I'm also the kind of player when I get these games, if I can just make the better thing, I will hold out for the better thing and just skip right to it. Versus like incrementally getting everything done. That way I could do it once and be done with it kind of thing. So buildings. Survival, you. Oh, I need stone. I need to go take a pickaxe and go up the hill and just mine up a pile of it. And drag myself down the hill. Alright, because this will get us the herbalist hut. Yeah, find your own solution to a puzzle, if you go sideways route. Okay. I remember very quickly wanting to have multiple, woodworkers, just because of how much some of the stuff takes. We have enough new buildings I want to queue people up on. I don't really want to dedicate to having multiple woodworkers. Alright. Okay. I'll be short 1 log to finish this. 2 logs because I have to build a new hammer. Alright, so it's almost daytime. So like I said, I probably am going to need to do a little bit of hunting. So that's what we're going to do here is I'm going to finish this herbalist's place. Okay, we got the excavation shed. That's a big one. The excavation shed, I believe, is what allows us to have our people mine for stone and ore and all that kind of stuff. So that'll be another good one to have in town. All right. Oh, the herbalist hut's done. Is there an end gameplay loop? As far as I'm aware, you just basically grow the town until you're satisfied. I don't believe there's a point where you go, haha, you've overtaken the kingdom or anything like that. I could be wrong. Like, there's a story that you finish, but I don't think it's the kind of game where you have some major event you overcome and then you've got your win condition. It's kind of like games like Banished and all that, where it's mostly just you keep building the town until you're satisfied. Oh, I just realized I still have the 2 bows on me. Okay. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, as I said I was going to run and hunt real fast, I'm going to do 1 more building real quick. And the reason I'm doing 1 more building real quick is I'm kind of hoping that I could situate this such. So you're there. We'll go over here. Yeah, and that's getting to planks and stones on. I'd love to get there. We're not quite there yet. You gotta clean up more. I would like to get another house built. That way when I run to town next, I can recruit people. Oh, that's not cut down. Okay. Because also my objective is to build the town up to a certain size. So if I get another house here, I will have the ability to bring a couple more people in. which means I can have more people working on stuff. Yeah, once I get the blacksmith, that's when things take a little bit of a change. Because at that point, it gets to be well worth it for me to go to the caves, a mine as opposed to just chopping down trees. Because then I can get much better buildings that will use way less firewood. So I can keep all that going. Alright. We don't really have enough logs, which will be an ongoing problem. But as we expand, we'll get a whole lot more in this. Alright, because right now it just wants me to build enough houses and all that. Well, enough buildings, not specifically houses. It's just, I can expand my population here, but to do that I need places for them to live. You could probably knock this out quick. Then we can get some hunting done. For the next season, I'll probably have to buy fertilizer. As much as I would like to simply make it. But want to get those compost bin going. Because that's your scale up. Is you overproduce the food. Let a bunch of it rot into fertilizer. So you can get more food the next cycle. Okay. We're right about to finish winter. Maybe one more log over here. We're right about to finish winter. This is our last day in winter. Then we'll be on to spring again. And at that point, you know, we'll need to start getting our food sorted to be more than just me running around hunting. That'll work short term, but long term, you know, the population will grow and I'll have to spend more and more time hunting. It'll very quickly become more and more of a headache. Alright, so we got a skill in production, which I didn't realize building the buildings was a production skill. Okay. Inspect mode does not consume stamina. Yes. Because that is amazing. Alright. Because especially when we get the thing where I can track animals using inspect mode as well, it'll just make it so much easier when we're like, you know, when they're like, oh, we've had foxes getting into our hen houses. Please kill 5 foxes. The foxes will glow. The path they've been taking will glow, and then the thing that lets me see that will also not use stamina. I'll still have to chase the thing and find it, but it makes it way easier when you're trying to hunt them later because they just glow and then you just, you know, take out your bow and arrow and you pop it, versus trying to make it out among all the brush. Okay. And then this will have this house built. Try and make our way to town to see about recruiting some more people. All right. You can also make much nicer houses. Right now I'm making the second tier size house. Of the 3. So you can get all that sorted out. Alright. We're still very early on the last day of winter. Just need 2 more logs. And then that'll be built. And like I said, then I need to go hunt some deer. And hopefully we can have the person that we've been romancing, we can get married. As well as, if we're lucky, get 2 new recruits as well. And at that point, I'll probably have to make some more barrels, or sorry, buckets, to hold water for the residents to have water in the town. And then food will definitely be an immediate concern. Alright, so with this, of course, as the person who runs this town,
I haven't been drinking enough today.
I'm going to assign this house to mine. Because as the one who built this entire town by hand, I am thereby claiming anything that's nice for myself. It's only fair. Let's drop down our junk real quick. So have all those feathers. My lord. I wish not to live in squalor, my lord. Well, that's too bad, because, I got a quota to keep, and that quota demands that you live in squalor. Oh, I also just remembered I have... Oh, I have another skill point is what I have. Let's see, so we can get crafting is faster, crafting is faster, crafting is faster. Lower durability loss on hammers, more XP for doing things. Honestly, I don't care about most of those things. So we're just gonna go... XP. Right, so I need to grab some food. And I came to the realization that we did not finish that last optional quest that I grabbed. Help them rebuild their house. What is your thing? I'll deal with that later. So I need to grab myself a little bit of food. You have 42 raw meat in here, and not a whole lot of cooked meat. And some of this raw meat is getting straight up dodgy. So I don't really actually need to hunt. What I need is I need y'all to actually get that meat cooked. Which I've got 2 people queued up to help with that. So I'm going to take a quick
I haven't been drinking enough
sippy sip
today.
of water. And I'm going to cook a whole lot of meat. And then I need to run to town. Because we'll be pushing our luck on time-wise. I'm going to need to run to town. Give the googly eyes to the lady we've been romancing. And walk up to her and go, ooh, ooh. And then see if she responds well to that, or if she tells me to get the hell out, you weirdo. It's really a 50-50 on that one. Alright. Because that basically gives you another resident that just lives in your town. And the only thing you have to do is every once in a while she'd be like, well, I would like something nice, go get me something nice. I would like perfume, and you go and get her
I have a
perfume,
feeling that even
and then she's
I would
happy.
make a better
Or
king.
you don't do it, and then she's mad. So let's get the dried meat made really fast. Which this will give me a bunch of skill towards things. Unfortunately, these do have a timer. It is going to take me a full 3 minutes to make this. You want your people doing it, but sometimes they fall behind on stuff. There are mods, and I believe a game setting, that you can use to make the crafting go way faster or even instantaneous. It kind of ends up being one of those things that pros and cons. You make the crafting time way faster, and you don't run into situations like this where it gets backlogged and you're stuck staring at a bar. But at the same time, when you make it instant, it makes a lot of the stuff feel kind of weird. Like, there's some tasks that feel like they should take a little bit of time versus just you walk up, you hit a button, then you just have a whole stack of stuff. But that's okay. It can also be one of those things. If it ends up, like, we had, the last time I played, I can't remember what it was. I had something like sticks or whatever that I had just collected a completely unreasonable amount that I needed to get rid of. It's like, okay, let me use these to make, and I don't remember what it was, like cups or a basket or whatever. And it's like, okay, make as much as you can. And the timer showed like 35 minutes. I'm like, all right, hang on, wait a second. You know, that's not something I'm going to actually do. Which just means I made a higher priority for our citizens that were crafting to be like, yeah, just start using those sticks up. Because unfortunately, stuff like making the wooden bowls and all that, well, they can give you production skill, which is useful. They end up selling for like 6 coins or whatever, which is nothing. So you can put all that time in and convert all those useful logs into that. And it just, you know, again, for grinding XP, there's a certain value there. Otherwise, not really. Almost done. 1 minute left. Where that felt like an eternity. It'll be just 3 minutes for the whole thing. Yeah, then we can drop the meat off so they can eat that. We've already got people cutting firewood, so that should be fine. We'll even hit the point where firewood will fall behind, and I'll have to do that. One thing that is going to happen is when spring hits, I'm wearing, like, full-on winter clothes. I'm going to have to get back out of those. Because you will overheat. And overheating in the game isn't too bad. It mostly just makes you consume more water. It can get obnoxious if you're way overheating and just your water gauge is just dropping. But that's the reason you have, like, a summer outfit and a winter outfit. And I don't even bother with, like, the one in between. Okay. So with that, we can go back over to our food place. We can dump that in there. I'll drop all but, like, 3. So that way I have a little bit to snack on myself. Before we go, and I keep putting stuff in the way of me going, and I need to stop that because I'm not going to get done what I need to get done. Which, granted, if they don't get done, it's not the end of the world. It just means a little bit longer till I get the benefit from those things. But I do want to quickly build the, at least one of the things for making stuff go bad. The compost pile. Because I'm worried if I don't get that going, we're going to be behind on our food. Which, again, I can go out and hunt and resolve it myself. But it can be one of those things that you'd rather be working on other things, but you keep finding yourself needing to deal with the basic needs of your people if you don't take the time to set it up. Especially considering we're going into town to increase the population by ideally 3. So we go here, we go to decorations, workstation, compost bin. Alright, so I want to put the compost bin right over here. Then go in here. You can have that. Oh, wait, don't put those, don't go in here. If you put those in the wrong thing, they don't work. Alright. So grab all those berries. And chuck them in there. And go out here. Grab all these berries. Where are you at? Chuck them in here. Okay, so you still got 10 more units of space. Let's grab all these dodgy mushrooms that are probably poisonous. Okay. Alright, so with that, it's full. And so we did that way, those can start rotting. And that'll give us rot to make fertilizer, and with fertilizer, I'll be able to plant more in the field, so we can slowly start scaling up our farm. Okay. And from here, drop the birch seed over there, grab those, drop those in there, grab the logs and drop those in there, drop the spruce, drop the spruce seedlings, drop these. Alright. Yeah, honestly, these things are actually worth a decent amount. It's a shame they're so heavy, but like all the stuff from that's pretty good. Okay, so you're only... Okay, so you're relatively close. So what we're going to go ahead and do is run over here. I need to grab 6 logs and 39 sticks. So we're going to run over here to this town, make sure I got nothing dangerous between me and there. We got Wizened on the right, but otherwise we're clear. We're going to grab what it's asking for. Which should only be 2 spruce trees and then a bunch of sticks. I need 39 sticks. Cool. We have exactly what they want. So I run over there, we turn that in. That'll be that done. Then we go to the other town to talk to the person we've been romancing, as well as to see if we can't... Well, actually, and I can also see about picking up the 2 people here. So, like, I don't have to be picky about one or the other. If we look at what we've got, I probably want people who can excavate or farm as the priorities. They can focus on that. And I see there's another snowman that must die. Sorry, snowman. Your sacrifice was... I mean, I'm gonna say it's required, but really, if we're being honest, it's not. It's a sacrifice I chose to make. We gotta keep the snowmen properly in their place, or they will run rampant upon society. I'm basically a hero. Alright. Why are you outside the wall over there? Alright, so I have to find my way back out of this place. Then cut around to the other side. To give this person all the construction materials they wanted, which will mean I won't be overburdened anymore. Yeah, we should be perfectly good, because we're still early... there's a hole there. We're still early day today. So I should have plenty of time to get to our town and deal with that. And here, that should be all the materials you wanted. Thank you so much. I'll show you some of the building techniques I picked up. Thank you. Alright, so let's go over here.
How are you?
Small talk. Could you tell me something about your skills? Fieldwork tires me a bit, but it's been a thing in my family for generations. That's why I have a natural knack for farming, and I'm very good at. That is precisely what I want. So I'm creating a new settlement looking for good people to join. Sounds like you have what I'm looking for. With pleasure. Okay, so we now go here. We go to management. We got our new person in town, set you to have this small house. Then we can go to the empty slot here. And you, my friend, will work at the farm. You don't have any assignments yet, but we'll get you there, don't worry. So from here, what we need to do is get back to our town over there. If I cut straight across, I'm going to run into wolves there. Whereas if I follow the road vaguely out of town, is this the right road? Yeah, if I follow the road just vaguely out of town, that should take me around the wolves. What else we can find? We got logging set up. They'll give me a free stone axe that I really don't need, and a copper axe that I will definitely want. Because I can toss the stone axe at our lumber people, and then the copper axe will be a perfect replacement for when my iron axe breaks. Okay. Should not see a wolf there. Oh no, both those paths have wolves. I took the wrong road. I need to be up here. I was like, wait a second, I shouldn't be seeing a wolf. I deliberately was taking a path to try to avoid them. There'll definitely be times I have to fight wolves. But I'd much rather be using our bow and arrow with like some solid arrows, preferably even a recurve bow, to fight the wolves. I'm sorry, Bunny. You're convenient. And you put up so little fight. It's just the way it is. If your survival mechanism wasn't, if your survival mechanism was something other than just make lots of you, maybe it'd be harder for me to do that. But your entire survival mechanism is run fast and breed wildly. Okay. We got ourselves cleaned up. So we want to dialogue with the wife-to-be. If I cut straight across, I'm going to go through moose territory, and I don't want to do that. So follow the road, and any easy-to-kill critters that come along will cease to be. But then what we could do is we can talk to the wife-to-be, and then hopefully wife them. And then we can hopefully get another recruit in town, get them all assigned, and then we'll have probably enough time to talk to Alwyn. Hopefully whatever Alwyn wants isn't a whole big thing, because by the time we get there, we're going to be pretty well through the day on the last day of winter. But I am hoping we're going to start ramping up our farmland so that we start having that. Because the other thing that the farmland could do is if we start getting a bunch of flax being made, I could start making cloth and clothing and all that. And there's really good money to be made in that area. I'm not going to bother with the birds. They give you feathers, but I really don't need feathers. Every tree you chop down, you get a couple of feathers, pretty much. So as well as materials, you end up with just a significant surplus in. I'm pretty sure Alwyn's story is the story that has you going after bear and all that pretty quickly. You know what? Why not? Get wrecked, bird. Do I not have a knife? Must have broke it. It's like you go to harvest the bird, it's like you collect a tiny bit of shattered bone detritus because you may have smacked a bird with a spear you could throw and there was nothing left. Impales 4-ounce bird with 2-pound spear. Probably like 5-pound spear. Alright. I'm a little worried when I talk to you. That's gonna kick me back to the home. Small talk. What are you good at? So, you're another survivalist person. I don't need that. How about you? What are you good at? You don't mind getting your hands dirty or sweating. Farming can be complex but challenging, sure. Farming will work. Creating a new settlement. Great, see you there. Okay, so let's go to our management stuff and assign you to this house. And I will assign you for right now to the farm as well. You can figure out from there after that. So we're going to talk to Alwyn. And the reason I'm doing this is I'm a little worried. I don't remember how marriage works in this game. But it feels like the kind of game where it's like, let's get married, cinematic, now you're back home. Hi. Oh, I can see the fire in those eyes. What are you thinking about so intensively? You're not mistaken. I plan to build an archery target. Do you want to help? Sure. Do I have a choice? I will ignore this question. I can get straw without any problems, but you give me some logs and a hammer to build it? You do not need to say anything else. I'll be back with the rest. Alright, so you want me to get 5 logs and a wooden hammer. Okay. Cool. That'd be a 6th log. So make that into the hammer. Alright, so now I can just go down to Alwyn. And help make the target. Alright. Here you go, what's next? Good, I know a place to build it. Follow me. Lead the way. I need you to pick up the pace by like a factor of 10, my friend. I gotta take a pass at trying to marry someone. All right.
Secrets.
Yep, so he builds the target, then I gotta hit the target. Show him how it's done, and I believe we have a competition about it. Yes, quite suitable. This is a perfect place. What do you think? Quite suitable. Now what? Next, I practice shooting. If you have time, can you show me how you do it? You're definitely better at it. End dialogue. Alright, my novice archer, watch and learn. I think 20 meters away is far enough. Show me how it's done. Okay, so we're 20 meters away. And I have you on 6. There we go. That's how it's done. If only you were so modest as you were accurate. I can't be both. There's a lot of practice ahead of me. I'll train more until I get ready to face you one more time. Be prepared for an archery tournament the next time we see. I accept it. Until next time, then. Cool. Give me my arrows back. And with that, let's go see if we can get married. Because I don't have anything left to do with them till next season. By the time I ran home, I would be too dark to work on stuff anyways. And that's the reason I waited, just in case it ends the day here, because I don't remember how this works. Romance. How are you today, beautiful? I have never felt love like that before, and it scares me. But I'd rather spend my whole life living in fear than draw even one more breath without you as my wife. And she's like, you could tone it down 10 marks. You had me at hello. You had me at hello. It's so embarrassing now that I realize you didn't even say hello. I just always wanted to say that. Can we start over? Yes. Let's get married. Cool, you made me the happiest man alive. And then suddenly winter wasn't around anymore. And now it's winter again. Did you make kissy noises at me? I mean, I'm okay with that. I just hadn't noticed that before in the game. And so meanwhile, she's going to walk her entire way home to where we live. So that's cool. I will start moving gradually in that direction. But I'm going to more focus on murdering animals. Is there anything I got to worry about between here and there? Not till I get pretty close. Which we probably won't. And we are not going to care about if it's a little bird or a rabbit or whatever. It's an animal I feel comfortable fighting without any kind of armor or proper weaponry. It is game on. Deer would be fine. I just gotta watch the time. If it starts to get pretty late, we don't want something I'm gonna throw a spear and then have the season change and no longer have a spear. Didn't see it till it's too late because it's getting... Ah. I wish you'd just go back where you're supposed to be on my bar. Right, it can't track animals with it yet. Let's see what do we got around here. We're heading towards deer. I probably have enough time to knock down a deer. I guess it already heard me coming. Must have, because I don't see it anymore. Okay, quickly running out of time. There you are. Alright, we landed the hit, and it's a bleeder. So most likely that stag's done. The one nice thing is I can use that spear to track it now. I missed. All right. That's what you're hoping for when you hit him with these things, is that it gets stuck in him. I know the stamina keep up. It's like literally I just have to follow it around now. It can technically pop out the spear and it stops bleeding at that point. It doesn't happen very often. Alright. Yeah, now sometimes it doesn't stick, it just bounces off and hurts it, but... There, finish the job. Alright, I probably don't have enough time to take down a second one, though, before the season ends. So let's go and equip it. But if we get the chance to like hit a rabbit or whatever, we will. But I want to avoid throwing the spears from here, just because the season just ended. That's basically my thought, is if I were to start throwing the spear around at that point, there's a good chance I wouldn't get my spear back.
My legs hurt.
Alright, so I need to go to management, because I forgot to do that. So there's our wife. Our wife is good at hunting. Okay. So you're good at survival. We can switch you out for the herbalist's hut. There you go. And then our wife is good at hunting, so they're going to take over hunting. Everyone else is assigned at the moment. Let's go to our production stuff. Extraction, we'll go to the herbalist place. The spring assignments. Oh, I can't remember. Yes, it's already got a bunch of assignments here. I think I'm just down to leave those the way they are. So you're out of resources and you're out of resources. You also are lacking tools. What tools are you lacking? It's saying there's a knife, but its durability is just about done. You want me to do something.
Hi, honey bunny.
How is my beautiful wife doing? I was just thinking about you, actually. Actually, you were? And why is that? Well, it's been a while since we've had a special evening to ourselves. To say no more, I'm free right now. Hold your horses, lover. I made some arrangements, and to put us in the right mood, I ordered fine wine for us, and it should be ready to pick up in Gostivia. Would you be so kind as to collect it? It's already paid for. On my way. Okay. And you can have kids and all that stuff. That is a thing. So your herbalist tale. You can make dyes and all that. Alright. Let's take a quick little peek over here. At some of this stuff. See, did our composter advance at all that we have to worry about? Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. So we got a whole big old thing of rot. I wonder if it'll pull from that container on max if we just run over here and try and make the fertilizer. No. Alright, so we want to make the fertilizer. That'll be important. So I can't carry all of it. So we can carry like half of it, though. That'll be good. So get that going. So we can make some fertilizer with the rot real fast. That's good news. It's definitely worth it for me to build that. And I want to say the rot takes, or the fertilizer thing takes a full season to replenish. Okay, so now I can take the fertilizer, chuck it in there. Actually, I don't think you chuck it in there. I think you need to chuck it over here. And then I'll be able to plant seeds. Alright, so we've got cabbage and we've got wheat. So I am going to let them take care of it. So let's go to the farm. We can go to the field. So we're in spring. So change plant type. Oh, we've got spring cabbage. Get spring cabbage. Spring wheat. Onion. Oat. Flax. And I obviously don't have the seeds for most of this. But the idea is I want to just queue it all up. That we would plant everything in this giant, massive field we've made. Bring carrots. And poppies. And for right now, with what we got, I'll queue up to put a bunch of wheat there. And a bunch of flax here. And I won't worry about the rest until we get there. Except... Okay, so they'll be able to work on that for a minute. We'll grab that rot. Make more fertilizer. Okay. So that way we can keep stuff growing. And then I'll have a whole bunch of different things we gotta make. So our wife wants us to go get wine for tonight. And I'll also want to get junk to throw out the other stuff. We can grab the meat. Toss in here. Toss the other materials over there. All right. Oh, I had a carrot. That's fine. Drop you off. Drop the leather off. There's a lot of the stuff we're going to find uses for later. I vaguely remember when it came to hunting the more dangerous animals, there was a point where I would switch everything over. So the next thing I want to do is it is going to start getting hot. I don't know if my inventory got brought over. It did not. But we're going to want to switch into our basic clothes. And put our winter clothes in here. The reason for that is it's no longer cold. If I don't change, what will ultimately end up happening is we'll start massively overheating. So you have to do like your seasonal changing of the garb. It's mostly by, like, fall putting on your winter stuff, and then summer, or, like, spring putting on your summer stuff. Drop off the feathers. Okay. I want to grab a little bit of food for myself. And then we'll need to work on some of these other tasks. There's a carrot. The dried meat, give me like 10. I'm gonna need to get way more food for them. Alright, so let's go look at our different objectives I've got right now. So you have to pay the taxes. And then you want wine. You have years left until this quest expires. 15 years. Seasons left until it expires. So luckily, our wife is very, very understanding and has given me 2 whole seasons to pick up this bottle of wine for tonight. That's even slightly remotely how that works. Your wife is like, I have plans for tonight, go to the store and grab me something. And you're like, cool. By the way, you've got 6 months to complete this. Okay. For tonight, though, I have 6 months to get what I need for tonight. Alright. I don't understand, but I'm okay with it. Alright. That must be bait when you get home, get ready for a scolding. It would be a thing, just gotta hop in your time machine after you're done. It's like I don't want anything for Valentine's Day. I'm very fortunate that Tomb is someone who... She's not someone who's like, you know, holidays are artificial or like any of that kind of nonsense, which they are. But, she doesn't have to have things on the day. Because, like, just, you know, we're in a touristy area, so a lot of times, like, hey, Valentine's Day is coming up. We might do something, like, the week before or the week after, because genuinely you will just have a better time all around start and finish doing something like the week before Valentine's Day for Valentine's Day than, you know, on Valentine's Day itself, trying to fight to get into all of the overly crowded restaurants that are now rushing their food, desperately trying to keep up with the number of people showing up. And so, you know, you're going to get the reduced menu, not as good quality because they're just overloaded. Like, it's not a negative comment even on the cook or the staff. It's just, they're slammed. So they just don't have the capacity to give the, you know, same attention to meals that they normally would. And then plus a lot of times with the way her work is, she was usually working on holidays. So it made all that easier. That said, I'm willing to bet if I forgot the anniversary, she would be not happy about that. Luckily, I haven't done that. I have a calendar and I use it. Otherwise, that crap sneaks up on you. You don't even realize it's past until it's already way past. You love not doing big crowds? Oh, I can't stand big crowds. There's certain things I enjoy doing that you... Did you lose your bucket? Don't tell me you lost your bucket. Fine, I'll get you your stupid bucket. Let's see. Yeah, here we are. That should be everything. Splendid. Cool, so I paid my taxes. I'm a role model of a citizen. I promptly paid my taxes the moment it was requested. I'm here to collect the wine my wife has ordered. Oh, right. The lady with the contagious laugh, right? That seems like a proper description of her, yes. I have it here. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Many couples order it for special occasions. It's said to be an aphrodisiac. What does that mean? It means you'll never forget the night you have about one. Or, you'll never forget the night you're about to have. I feel like you're overselling this a little bit. Like, don't get me wrong, it sounds like a good fun time and whatnot. But to be like, you'll literally never forget this, like, man, I hope I have more happy moments than, just one. It's honestly, I would argue, a very good compliment to be like, oh yeah, I know there's so many good times in my life that I don't remember them all. That to me is a very good compliment. Okay. So, I have... You need a bag. Okay, we'll deal with that in a minute. I have a bunch of things we planted, or we want to plant. The other thing we need to do... Let's start managing this real fast. So I've got pears, Okay, so this is one I can't tell what's going to be here. Alright. So in the field, I have it queued up where we have cabbage, we have all the crops. I'm going to really regret doing this.
Hello, traveler.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
I thought
long.
I could do business with you.
Hello.
Alright, so what we're going to want to do is 15. And I know some of these are duplicates and I'm probably wasting my money. 15. 15. 15. 15. 'We're about to run out of money. And we already had wheat grain. So we did get all of the seeds that we could there. We're pretty much bankrupt at this stage. Alright, so what do we have on our list of things? So I have... Oh, we could talk to Alwyn while we're here. And hopefully Alwyn won't be like, I want to go on an adventure half across the town! And instead it'll be like, hey... Alright, let's see what you got for me, buddy. How are your practice going? I bet I can beat you now. Oh, how confident. Alright. I take the bet. How much? 100 coins. We have 3 shots. The one who gets more points wins. You take it? Sure, let's get started. Give 100 coins. You don't have enough gold, my friend. You don't have to call me poor to my face. Look, if you would have met me 5 minutes ago, I would have been in a far more wealthy position. Hey, Nuclear, how's it going? Versus now, I am broke with a pocket full of seeds. Alright, so let's start working our way back home again. Because I could drop all this stuff off for the farmers to farm. They want a bag, which I have the recipe and all that for doing so I could just craft that up. Alright, let's see. Okay, so if we follow the road, we're gonna get mauled by wolves. I'm doing pretty good. And right up here is where we... Alright. As I mentioned, when I finally do break this copper spear, I have the iron spear for melee, but we'll use our actual bow and arrow. Okay, I way overshot that. Probably got something like 11 more throws on the spear before the spear's done. Shorted it. Okay. Because like I said, then what I'll be able to do is I'll be able to use a bow. So when I'm like fighting wolves and all that, I'll probably be able to get 2-3 hits in on the wolf before I have to switch over to my spear to finish the job. Using the melee weapons up close, they do way, way, way more damage than if you chuck them. But, you know, at that point, you're getting hit at the same time the enemy is. So, they also do lots of damage to you, too. So kind of the idea is you want to soften them up so you can nail them once on their way in to finish the job. Okay. Alright, we might be looking at bandits down there. Alright, I see a bow and arrow. Okay, let's quickly put our spear back into our other hand. Ooh, you had a crossbow. Alright, so before I lose track of the other body up here, the other guy was just up the hill from you. You certainly also had a weapon. Our crossbow goes. I have no idea. I don't think I've ever used a crossbow the entire time I played this game. Where is your friend's body? Because I got stuck in the rock. I ran up this way. I'd hit him with a copper spear down by the rock. Somewhere around here, there you are. So my curiosity is you're clearly holding like a mace or something. Did it roll down the hill? That does happen. I don't think it'd roll down that far. Well, whatever weapon he is using, I don't see it anymore. Because like I said, it looked like a mace. I didn't get a good look at it. But I do believe they almost always drop their weapon. I probably should have went for it the moment I took him down, but I was more worried I was going to go and try and loot him and get, you know, an arrow in the side for it. Alright, we'll just rate it off as, it either didn't get dropped or whatever. Alright, well, there's the bucket I needed. Wool fabric, that's a bunch of money. Apple wine, that's a bunch of money. Plum wine, that's just cash. Wheat beer. Firewood takes less space. Some more wood bolts. Oh, there you go. A whole lot of wine. Okay. Looks to me like we got what we're gonna get out of there. We're very overburdened now. So let's get home to drop all this stuff. And then we're gonna turn around and head back because I've got the bucket to drop off for the quest, so I don't even have to make it. And then we have to run some people down. All that wine we found will give me all the money I need to do the bet with Alwyn. So So I'll get back here. We can drop off all the junk in our inventory, all the seeds and all that, let the farmers work on it. I mentioned before, obviously, I should be working on the farm as well to get the XP. For right now, I've got too many tasks and not enough time to do them. So I'm just going to let them cut loose on it so it at least gets done. Oh, I needed to buy more fertilizer. That's fine. I don't have the money for more fertilizer, so I could say I needed to buy it, but it wasn't going to happen regardless. Okay. Let's run this back home. Okay, so let's see here. The seeds and all that I don't want to put there. The bucket's coming back with us. The firewood can go right in here. All the wine are going to bring back to sell. The wicker crate we can probably just sell. We have some wool fabric, which is a crafting material we'll want later. Okay, so from here we can run up. That was the guy whistling. Did you loot any wine for the quest, for your in-game wife? I got the wine from the specific person who gives us wine. Like, I had to get a specific bottle of wine from a specific person for the quest, which I did get. There's the oat grain, the onion seed, those seeds, the rye grain. So we've got all the seeds dropped off here. You know, all these bottles of wine and all that I'm still lugging around. That I'm all bringing back to me to sell. Alright, so let's go talk to our wife. I'm back, darling. Are you ready to have your world rocked? There's been a change of plans. Oh, come on. When you're gone, a friend of mine stopped by and told me about a situation in Brenica. Supposedly, a woman from outside the valley came there and made up some commotion. I don't know the whole story, but the villagers are calling her a liar and a crook. What does that have to do with us? I remember how hard it was for me coming here at first. I didn't know anybody. I felt judged and alone. I need to go there and see if she needs help. But honey, I have the wine. We're here. I'm sure she'll be fine. She will, because she'll have the best man I know helping her, which will make me very happy. And you know that I can be extremely generous in paying back. I'll be back in a jiff. Okay, this is certainly a different approach to all that. Does that wine that she gave, like that I got, does that actually take up inventory space? Which wine was that? Because I don't think that's actually in my inventory, one way or the other. Yeah. It's not actually in my inventory, so I don't have to worry about that. Being not guilt-tripped, that's not the word I'm looking for. We're not being guilt-tripped, like manipulated, you can argue one way or the other, but being like, you're awesome, demonstrate that you're awesome, and go be awesome. And you're like, wait a second. Alright, so let's go first and switch to the missing bucket, because that's taking up inventory space. I could drop that off. We could sell all those bottles of wine. Let's take a little dippy dip in the water. Dry off a little bit. Wait, how heavy is that crossbow before we start running really far? Are you heavy, crossbow? No, you're only 2-8. You're not bad. I was making sure it wasn't like 8 stones worth of weight or whatever, that I wasn't, you know, lugging this crossbow half across the map as it's just weighing me down everywhere I go. Okay, so we're going to run back here. We're going to sell the wine that I don't need for the quest. And if I actually sell the one I do, then I'll end up buying it back, which will be embarrassing. Which is fine. We'll get the bucket and all that. And while I'd really like to hunt these deer, I do have the problem that we're overburdened. Are you just gonna, like, stand there and let me do this? You're lucky it bounced off. Like, I wasn't even planning to chase it. Are you all, like... okay? Do you know I'm overburdened and that I can't chase, so you feel comfortable just standing there letting me do that? Alright. Because I also honestly don't remember when it comes to what counts for hunting XP, because I know they reworked it with this last update. Whether... Where? I was like, where did he go? I was even ready for the fight once the music switched. I was like, alright, we peg him with the spear, we switch, we go for the kill. That iron spear in my hands probably would have done the job. And then just... Doggy disappeared. And didn't see him. I can only assume, like, he got close enough that he aggroed over to the, over to one of the deer. And then killed the deer, then kind of de-aggroed, went back towards home, and on his way back home, picked me up again, so kind of just outflanked me. But there was definitely confusion in them of being like, where did the wolf go? But as I was saying before everything escalated, I don't remember in the game whether it is... Am I going the right way? I am not even close. I don't remember whether it is doing damage or getting kills that gives you XP for hunting. Or skinning or whatever. And it could be all the above for different amounts or anything like that. Like I said, they did rework the combat XP to the game. My understanding is they just straight up buffed the XP for hunting just across the board. But apparently you used to get less XP for melee than you did for ranged, if I'm not mistaken. And they got rid of that. So, if you heard it, you heard it. I'm not too fussed about how. Alright, so... yeah, so I gotta go this way if I'm going to avoid the wolves. Yeah, like, honestly, with the iron spear where we're at now, with full health, I can probably take on a wolf without too much issue. If I'm using the bow and I get the drop on the wolf, more than likely I can take out the wolf without taking damage. But if it is one of those ones like that last one where they're running in and I'm just trying to get the one spear throw out and then get the other spear in my hand, because you saw I messed up and I didn't actually get the spear fully equipped and I ended up punching the wolf instead of stabbing it. There's a good chance an iron spear I would finish the job on the wolf in melee. Like in that one hit. So it took about a third-ish of its health with the throw. The good throw I could probably take closer to half of its health if I hit it in the face. Got it. All right. Yeah, so at this point, if I cut straight up, we should get around the wolf area without aggroing. And I am very overburdened. Man, we're already losing our first full day of spring. Let's quickly, real fast, eat some of the, meat, because it'll lower our weight a little bit. Keep our hunger handled. Still, pretty good start for the day. We got ourselves a crossbow, a bunch of bolts, knocked out one mission, paid our taxes. I'm gonna have, honestly, oh, and we got all the seeds and all that for getting our farm back online. I should be able to run down here and get a whole bunch of cash from all this wine and everything. And then we can go see what this other thing that our wife has roped us into. Okay. All right. Yeah, the overburdenedness is really a bad time. But we grabbed a lot of wine. Okay. Well, it wouldn't be convenient from the water aspect or getting all that. I could see building your village like way up on a hill like this. The big problem is it has the same issue that Kenshi does, that when you're building your houses in this game, it really doesn't go well if your terrain isn't roughly flat. Like it can have little bumps, but as like if there's like significant like elevation or angles, you have all your buildings on kind of stilts, and a lot of times it'll be like, oh yeah, that's just too steep, you can't build here. I want to say they did a much better job of the second map of making a lot more places that you could reasonably build on. Versus this one, even the area I'm building on has a little bit of an angle to it. That makes it not super great. But still, it's at least workable. Stop walking away. A fine bucket, thank you. Alright, show me your wares. Okay, so, here's some berry juice. Here's some berry wine. Here's some apple wine. I'll hold on to the fur for now. There's some plum wine. There's a wheat beer. There's an empty wine bottle. There's a wicker crate. And we are no longer overburdened.
Have a good day.
Yeah, it's mostly by the river. Yeah, no, I'd agree. But there's also like lakes and that you can get some stuff done there worthwhile. Okay, so we've got here revealing NPCs' personalities during conversation, better selling and buying prices, more affection gained, Dynasty reputation gained, more XP. As I mentioned before, I really do like to go for the XP early on, so we got that locked in. Faster production by NPCs, less resources needed for the king's challenges, Slower mood reduction, lower demand for food, water, and wood on villagers, lower taxes. But yeah, no, there's it's funny because the traits here are different, I believe, on the other map. That a lot of them will be like, it'll do this per player, and they do stack, so you could sit there and have everyone have like production bonuses and just kind of really cheese it by just having all these ridiculous production bonuses. Alright, so let's go back to our journal. I can talk to Alwyn. Of course, this would imply me shooting at a target in the dark. Okay, so let's go here. How your practice is going? Oh, I bet I can beat you now. Well, how confident? All right, take your bet. How much? 100 coins. We have 3 shots. The one who gets the most points wins. You take it? Sure. I got 64 points. Now it's your turn. Alright, so we're going to quick save, because I do not mind saves coming this. Alright. And see what my total was. Well, that didn't work out as planned. You can try again if you want the same conditions. Maybe later. And I will not give up my money because I am doing this in the dark. And I'm genuinely happy with myself that all 3 hit the target relatively well at pretty freaking long range. Yeah, no, it's just one of those ones that you can just keep taking 100, 100, 100. And the counterplay for me would be to wait till daytime and then do it during the daytime. Because literally what I'm doing is because I can't really see the target. I'm kind of just gauging where the target was. That's the reason you saw me slowly back up with the torch. Because I can't see the target. That said, I think I got about 62 points out of the 64 I needed. Yeah, I did terribly that time. Alright. Yeah, I just can't see what I'm doing. I'm just gonna be like, I think the target's around there. I'll just aim a little high. So, like, I couldn't tell you, was I hitting high or low on the target? I think I was hitting high, but I genuinely have no idea because it's too dang dark. And like I said, the alternative is one, is I could just stand there for 5-10 real-life minutes while it slowly becomes daytime. Or 2, just keep not doing it till we catch it on the right time of day. Okay. And you do get more points for firing farther back, which is why I'm pushing so far back. I remember you have to get to a pretty good range to beat him. Missed the target entirely. Target's over there. I can make it out a little bit. That's not enough. That's like 54. Okay. So now I got a pretty good idea of what we need to do. The other thing I need to do is you instinctively kind of want to hold it down to like get it there, but the longer you hold it down, the more sway it gets. But yeah, so you can, as you notice, when I get really far back and I get a relatively good shot. Can you drop the torch near a target? That's actually not a bad idea. I don't know if you can, but if it does stay lit, that would help a lot, because then at least I can see the target. Because that's kind of the big thing here, is I just kind of have to, you'll notice I try and keep my dot roughly where the target is, but with the sway, it gets easy to lose track. Alright, so let's try standing right next to the target. Grab our torch. Simple torch. Oh, there you are. Nope. Okay. So if we stick like that, I'm right lined up with that tree. It should be like right at the top of the frame around there. Pretty sure that's too low. I think I'm still too low. There we go, 38. $75. There we go. Still couldn't see the target at all. I just basically was gauging by the tree. Alright, yeah, who's the master now? Don't be cocky, you have a lot more experience than I do. Sure, sure. And now my reward. You'll see. I'll practice more and finally wipe that smirk off your face. Suits me. We'll prove ourselves next on the next occasion. Yeah, so even though I didn't get like particularly like in the middle of the target shots. Yeah, so I had the one that was way off. Alright, so that's good. But yeah, so that's the big thing to catch yourself with that one, is it doesn't really warn you that you get a lot more points for being farther back. So you'll like get perfect bullseyes and going, why am I not winning? Like, what more do you expect of me? And it's just, you really do need to kind of make sure you bullseye the target. So we're gonna go do this one. We'll worry about the wife's thing in a minute. And the reason for that is this is the quest I think it is, I believe we're gonna go over here and Sambor is gonna be like, I need you to grow me a whole lot of food. And so it becomes a whole thing of figuring out, like, what all you need to grow for him. And because the growing things are seasons or whatever, or you can just buy them, I guess. There's seasons or whatever to it. So it's good to have that one on the roster, just so you can be like, okay, I'll need more onions, I'll need more whatever. Let's go ahead and grab the spear out. Because then I'll run over here and do this, just to grab the mission. Then we can run over to the next thing, and actually do what needs doing. Okay. Alright, so the thing you gotta watch is this road I'm going up. As I get close to my destination, we'll have both wolves and Wyzant on the left-hand side of the path. And they are both very dangerous animals. That just goes away into the middle of nowhere, right? Yeah, so that path on the right just goes into the abyss. So you gotta be careful, because there are dangerous animals, and like, Wizen are durable enough that even with the bow and arrow, I could probably tag it 5 or 6 times, and the Wizen would still be in good enough shape to gore me. I consider Wizen to be right up there with bear so far as how much danger they present. Versus the wolves, I'd put a tier lower than them. Because while the wolves hurt you pretty bad, they don't have that much durability. You can usually handle them if you're quick about it. Okay. Fox and everything. We got the eagles and whatnot. We're gonna try and stay off that left side. What the heck was I hearing over there? Okay. Got deer down there. All right. Alright, so what took you so long? No, I heard that you were looking for me. You need to kill it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What are you talking about? The blasted owl, of course. Can't you hear it? Let's see. What owl? I don't hear anything. Are you deaf? How could you not hear it? I can't stand it. Try to calm down and describe the problem to me, if you want my help. I can't sleep because that damned bird. It hoots, it hoots, it hoots. I want it dead. Why can't you deal with yourself? I don't hunt anymore. Are you serious? You literally live in a hunter's lodge. I didn't build this place. The hunter died a while ago and I just took it. I like it. At least, I did before that stupid owl showed up. If you don't mind me asking, I do mind you asking, do you buy your meat now? I don't see you keeping any animals. Listen to me, you little brat. I don't have to explain myself to you. Not now, not ever. But, if it'll make you shut up, no. I don't buy any meat. Lately, I tend to eat mostly vegetable and grains. That's exactly what my food eats. You're annoying. During my life, I did some things. Bad things. Things I shouldn't have done. Nor by me, nor by anyone. It changed when I met your uncle. He helped me atone, at least in some way. So when our ways parted, I made a promise to myself. No more violence. No more blood on my hands. But if you keep getting in my nerves, I may revoke my promise. Do you want that? Excuse me, dear sir, but I have an owl to hunt. Go away, I'm working. What are you doing here? It's none of your business. Oh, I believe it is. You're the danged owl, aren't you? No idea what you're talking about. I'd leave if I were you. Do you even know what you're doing? Yeah, I'm earning the easiest coins of my life. That's all that matters. Really? Well, I've just been sent to kill the noisy owl. Are you threatening me? Be very careful with your next words. Not at all. It's not me you have to be afraid of. It's my employer. Yeah? Who's that supposed to be? Sambor. Well, I don't know any... Wait, did you say Sambor? That's right. Listen, man, I don't want any trouble. I was just hired to come here from time to time and pretend to be an owl. I had no idea I was crossing your boss. I'll leave and never come back. Please let me be. Let's see. Relax, tell me who hired you. Yeah, relax and tell me who hired you. And be on your way. It was Walrad. He lives in this place called, Tutki. That's all I know, I swear. I believe you, and I hope I won't regret that. Because if I do, you won't. That's the truth, and I'll never come back here again. Alright, you can go. And now, as well as back's turned, is when we slip the spear in. No. Alright. I took care of your owl. Is it dead? No, but he's gone and he won't be back. He? I know that might sound mental, but that wasn't really an owl. It was a man hired to pretend to be one. What are you talking about? It's absurd. Believe me, I know. He was supposedly hired by a man named Walrid. Do you know him? That SOB. You really got me. So you do? Of course I know him. He was one of us in the Undying Fist. Was he really? The owl said he lives in a place called Tutki. Yeah, not far from here. He lives there with his family selling donkeys. I guess that fits, because he's always a bit of a jerk. I'd love to meet him. And you will, because you need to deliver a parcel for me. No problem. What is it? A special surprise, but you need to come back later. I need time to prepare it. Actually, come back tomorrow. I'll make it grander. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. So, we got to wait on that one. Then go to the journal. And we have the stuff my wife wants me to do, which is I need to go over to this other town over here, which happens to be straight west of me. So I got to be careful because they've got boars up here. We got wolves just to our south. Because this part of the map is a bit on the dangerous side. You also find a decent number of, like, bandits in that up here, too. Okay, so I need to go farther south. They're going to be tangling with boar. Which is manageable if you're ready and can see them. And I'm actually pretty okay from the ready standpoint now. I don't have armor, but at least I got some decent weapons. But the downside is I can't see anything. And having weapons that you can use at range don't really help if you can't see the thing you're trying to hit with those weapons. Alright, so from here, we should have clean sailing the whole way there unless I see some new dangerous animal I haven't found in the area yet. Which is very possible. I haven't really explored up here too much. Because then we can go bother this one, see what's going on with that. I am going to want to return to my town, make some bags for the farmers. Try and get those next two buildings up to continue the progress of the chapters. Because the chapters are the things that lock the most stuff behind it. Whereas the story, I don't know if there's anything like locked behind it. But they do give you a lot of reputation and other stuff that's very beneficial. That, when you see me getting those side quests, like to get the bucket or collect wood and all those kind of things, the repeatable ones, I want to say the reputation is the thing that makes those available to you. That if your reputation's not high enough, they won't offer them. And long term, to pay your taxes and all that, usually the things you need to do is have your town producing things you can sell is the best way. But then those other things can supplement them, as well as give you more reputation to get more opportunities. There actually might be other stuff your reputation plays into that I'm not aware of off the top of my head, because gameplay-wise, it doesn't change how I behave, because usually I'm going to be working on some of the missions and all that while taking care of my stuff anyways. Alright, I can't bring anyone else into the town. Not till I build more houses.
Be welcomed, stranger.
Can I help you with something? Lately, many dangerous animals approach the village at night, and people are getting anxious. Say, would you be willing to cut down a number of them for us? I'll spare some coins if you can. Sure, I'll do it. Alright. Alright, I cannot talk to you right now. Cool. So you're the next town over. The quest I already grabbed. Yeah, so most likely that quest I just grabbed will tell me I need to kill some wolves. So we'll probably end up doing that. So in the meantime, I'm going to run over here, turn this in, see if there's more quests over here. Then we'll loop back, kill any wolves that, or whatever it wants to. Hopefully it's nothing too bad. It'd be really way rougher if it's the Wizened. Like I said, the Wizened, very genuinely, the problem is they're pretty tanky, so they can take a lot of hits before they go down. Which makes them really dangerous just because, you know, I don't have really good weapons to deliver a lot of damage in a short period of time. And once they're on top of you, it's just bad news bears. If you get decent armor, it can be a lot better, but I don't have that. I got a glorified t-shirt. Okay. Do we know each other? I'm sorry, we don't. I just heard there was some commotion here. Can I help you with anything? Oh, you're the first nice person I met in this blasted valley. Believe me, there's plenty more. What seems to be the problem? Well, I'm the rightful owner of this land. But those buffoons not only built their village here, but they refused to leave. What makes you believe this land is yours? It's not a matter of belief, it's fact. I have the deed of ownership right here. Where did you acquire it from? I come from a distant realm. One with a very respectable gentleman prepared this document when we made a deal. The deal? Well, I bought the land, of course, but nobody here seems to listen to me or even believe my words, when I'm literally holding proof in my hand. Oh my, I'm terribly sorry. I appreciate it, but you could convince them instead. That's not what I'm sorry about. I'm sorry that you've been deceived. Deceived? By the not-so-respectable after-all gentleman. The document is a fake. How could you know? You didn't even look at it. I don't need to. The law in the valley doesn't work like that. All accompanied unoccupied land is free for taking. The only kind of payment is the king taxes. I can't believe it. I spent my life savings on this worthless piece of paper. Again, I'm really sorry. I feel like a joke. I've wanted to leave my hometown ever since I was a little girl, and I even dreamed of running my own farm. I always had green fingers, you know. And now I've arrived in the most stunning valley, the most fertile soil, and all of it free for the taking, and I don't have a single coin to my name to build any of it. The world is a cruel place for idiots like me. I want to say join my settlement, but I literally don't have a house for you. Join my settlement. Are you serious? You barely know me. I've heard enough. You're passionate, brave, driven. Besides, I'm always needing a good specialist. In my village, you could be in charge of the farms, just like you wanted. That sounds amazing. You're a lifesaver. Oh, I'm glad to have met you. So is that a yes? Yes, of course. Splendid. Welcome to the family then. And the first thing you get to do in this family is be homeless. Because I don't have a home. But don't worry, while you have a complete and utter lack of lodgings, I am not above making you work. You're welcome. Okay, so we're going to change our priorities. We are running back home so that I can build a house. Oh, I should have checked to make sure I'm not running into dangerous animals. Looks like we are clear until right before house. Then I've got wolves, Wyzant to deal with. If I do go slightly west, then I have boar. And we'll figure it out when we get there. What's the worst that could happen? Actually, no, that's fine. We'll keep going. I was gonna say, actually, where's town relative to us? So we'll move over there. Oh man, it's wolves, boar, wolves, Wyzant. It's fine. Meanwhile, let's check to see the journal, the night hunt. I need to wait till the next evening. I really dislike the ones that don't just tell you kill that or do this. The ones that are like, wait for this specific time frame. And you're like, come on, man. If you're making me wait till the next evening, I have to be in that one specific spot on the map. Even if you're like, why are you playing combat music? Okay, well, it went away. Even if it's something else, just like being able to go and hunt whatever dangerous animal wherever. First buys a counterfeit deed, then agrees to work without home or pay. She really needs to wake up. Look, she is a nice, very young and influential or impressionable 36 years old. That is the age it marked her as. Alright. Nope, she got suckered. That was actually a thing that have happened not only at these times, but plenty of times throughout history. Like, whether it's colonial times and all that, having false deeds. Even like the Wild West, there was a lot of that stuff. I mean, not gonna get political seeing what we've been seeing happen the last 6 months. Yup. We can not touch that with a 1,000-foot pole. But, yup. Alright, so if I follow the river, I gotta deal with bad news. So what we're gonna do is, when I hit this road up here, we're gonna follow the road to the town. And we're going to immediately, if there's any dudes there, we're going to bring them into the group. Because I'm building a house. And so we're just going to try and slap a house up as fast as we can. And it'll give me 2 more residents. That stage, honestly, my efforts are probably better focused on trying my best to get another building up for people to work, to get stuff going on. Hi, Lynx. How are you doing? Okay, so there's the town. I'm gonna quickly check. See if I can get another person in.
How can I help you?
Alright, small talk. What are you good at? Simple hard work extracting? Yes. Welcome to my settlement.
Feeling the whole world freezes for a moment.
Alright, so let's get home. So coming from this angle as opposed to the other angle. Yep, I can just follow that down. I shouldn't run into anything dangerous. Alright, so like I said, we gotta build this house real fast. Because they now have 2 people who don't have their basic needs met. They're going to slowly become miserable. So we can build them a house really quick. We can get that sorted. That'll finish, finish the quest with the wife that she's asked me to do. I don't think we're gonna get back to that town for the dangerous animals at night, just because by the time I get this house built and everything, it'll already be the next evening. So we'll fail that one. I'm okay with that. Like I said, I do find quests that are like, you need to be here at this exact time. Very obnoxious in a lot of games. Because very, very often, working around those schedules and all that just becomes a big hassle. Alright. I'm going to get the house sorted before talking to the wife, just in case it advances time in any way. That sort of thing does happen. Think what stones we'll need. Okay. Going ahead and cleaning out a bunch of these stumps since I need the logs anyways. As I mentioned a couple of times, we're going to be able to plant our own trees now. So I actually am thinking about deliberately making almost like a tree farm where I'll try and primarily make maple trees, since the maple trees give us the most logs. I definitely want to get rid of birch. Okay. And I need more sticks, apparently. I've got to have something using sticks up. I'm not sure what it is. Okay, we do have the straw. Alright, so I got to get a bunch of logs and a bunch of sticks. Hey, Dream, how's it going? Yep. Can we get a shout out for So Ever Dream, our fantastic creator? But yeah, doing some medieval Dynasty. And getting all that stuff going. Grab all these sticks out of the area.
Don't wish it were easier. Wish you were better.
Okay, we can go and make ourselves another mallet. Alright, so remove the logs from the center of town. I'm not going to worry about getting any farther out here. But I am going to just need to cut down more trees. We can drop the stone axe. Let's see, are you playing, are you just playing, or was there a big update? I wouldn't say there was a big update. There was an update, but calling it big would be kind of overselling it. It's gonna be a joy to watch it play. Yeah, no, it's got a nice pacing about it. Eventually it gets to the point where it gets repetitive when you start getting like pretty late in the blacksmithing and you're just like slapping up another house and another house and another house. But yeah, no, they did do some updates. Like, it's not the most recent update, but the one before it, you can now get saplings for trees. So where it used to be you'd dig up a tree trunk like I just did and that was it. The tree was gone forever. And you could get yourself in big trouble doing that. They've now got it where you have a path to get more trees and all that. Yeah, and I wouldn't say, like, to me, there isn't much of an end game to the game. You kind of just work through your stuff. Like, it's not the end game kind of game. You just keep building your village up more and more until you go, okay, there's not much else that I really want to do. Or there are limits on like how many buildings you can have, and you start running up against those limits and going, okay, well, I can't really expand more. Yeah, that's pretty good. And again, for those, I didn't see if you got that shout out. Let me make sure you did. So for those who don't know, so Everdream, friend of the channel, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. I was doing some, was it Zoo Tycoon today? I was trying to remember the name of the game. Doing some Zoo Tycoon today. Also did a little bit of Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 and all that good stuff. But absolutely fantastic creator. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play on here. Been doing a lot of No Man's Sky recently. And all that good stuff. Yeah, the original Zoo Tycoon. Alright, so let's keep building all this. Let's see, there's one campaign map and one sandbox map that you can customize to what you want. Yeah. You're addicted to No Man's Sky. I'm playing it right now off stream. Yeah, No Man's Sky is excellent. It's really good. The game has come such a long way since it first came out. It's also one of those ones that, like, there's always something else you can kind of chase and work on, so you never sit there and go, oh, you know, there's nothing to do. There's nothing I can work on. Like, getting to the point you have nothing left to pursue or whatever is a pretty monumental thing. Like, even as much as I've played it over the years, I could still upgrade stuff. Yeah, so you didn't play at launch, so you really want to go find some YouTube videos how it launched and really see how much different. You imagine it's pretty much everything. Yeah, so one of the problems you're going to run into is looking at like really old content is when No Man's Sky first launched, it launched with really, really bad reception. And I was someone who, at the time, hadn't been really paying attention to any of the marketing around the game. So it was honestly very confusing to me when I was playing it, played through most of the game. I was like, man, I'm having a really good time with that. And then, you know, started seeing all these feedback online about people being, like, utterly pissed at how awful the game was and all this. I'm like, what? And it was basically one of the leads involved in the game made all sorts of promises that didn't happen. You know, at this stage, they've all happened over the years. But at the time, promised the moons and stars and did not deliver. But like I said, I was kind of ignorant to all that personally because I just didn't pay attention to any of the marketing stuff happening, so I was blissfully unaware. Sean Murray, yeah. And nowadays, we kind of know that the reason it got underdelivered was... I shouldn't say we know. It is very, very likely that Sony was like, hey, ship it. Like, there's your deadline, ship it. So where the intention was probably for them to keep working until all that's there and they're just behind schedule, it went out very unfinished because Sony gives zero Fs and likes to push stuff out that's half-baked. They don't wiggle those deadlines if they can do it at all. Which again, more kudos to them, because especially nowadays, if a game doesn't knock it out of the park and launch, and it's, you know, published by a big studio, usually they just get their support pulled and that's the end of it. And the game just never does things there. You'd not be shocked to hear that's what happened. Well, considering nowadays how many other games that have come through Sony that, you know, we find out were just really not ready to be launched. But, you know, no wiggle room. They said this is the day it goes. They won't let the devs, like, you know, put a pause on it. Alright, so we got that house built. So those two people that, we had move in before we had the house. Let's get them into the house so they're not super pissed off at existence. Alright, so this one here, you do extraction. What I'm probably going to want to do for that is let's get the place that'll pull stone up from there. It is all fixed. I forgave Sean when he put sandworms in the game. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, I think it's fair people who still hold it against the game for being released in the state it was released. I think that is fair and valid. At the same time, I think people who talk negatively about the game now, based on the fact that it did that, I think it's like, hey, let's be fair about it. If you don't allow games to fix themselves and have that kind of redemption, it just encourages more and more that if something doesn't launch well, to immediately kill it and never speak of it again. Yeah, and all the free updates, like, very genuinely, those updates, they could have charged a small fortune by modern standards with DLC and probably have been okay. But they've just kind of got the thing of being like, hey, we're just going to keep putting out more. Especially the fact that they don't have, like, MTX and all that going on. That's the thing that surprises me with all that stuff. That they don't have all sorts of different, like, monetization strategies and all that going on. Alright, so let's talk to our wife. Crisis averted, I'm ready for all the love. Is that so? What was it about? The lady was claiming that the land that, Brannica lies on was hers, but it turned out somebody tricked her. It's all good now. How is it good? What did you do? Well, I informed her about her mistake, and she asked to join the settlement. You did really? Of course, she was in trouble and I... Shut up. Excuse me? Shut up and take your shirt off. Oh, you don't have to tell me twice. Hey, it didn't advance time. Let's see, I've asked chat several times if there's anything I could buy with real-life money, because you generally can't fathom there's not. Oh, yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, you can buy merchandise, like, they've had plushies in that over the years, but that's, like, it. There's not an in-game microtransaction of any kind of thing, which, again, feels weird by modern things. Not in a bad way, just like, wait, they're not milking this thing for every dime they can get out of it? I don't understand. Yeah, so that was, our wife had sent us to get some wine that she had ordered, and that the person who sold it to us, or gave it to us, informed us it was a very powerful aphrodisiac. And then we came home and she's like, I heard about someone who's having a really bad time, go deal with that instead. And then we, you know, accomplished the goal. And all that. This game has some, like, really weird tones at times. Not, like, in a bad way or whatever. It's just like, huh. That is a very strange way of representing this world. Alright, let's grab this one here. Alright. So before I forget... I would like to get the thing for doing extraction, like ore extraction. So let's grab you. Extraction. We can go plunk this over here right behind our farm building. Maybe. That'll do for me. But yeah, no, there's still people who have a chip on their shoulder, and I get it. There are definitely people who are like, you lied to us, and, you know, yes, you've been trying to make it right this whole time, but you lied to us. And sure, but at the same time,
I'm quite talented, but
like I said, I do feel you have to have a path for people to redeem themselves or whatever, because again, otherwise the alternative is they have no reason to ever do it. Like you have, like, and that's true of anything. Like if someone says something that's truly awful, there still needs to be a chance to be like, hey, there's got to be a path for this person to learn their lesson and do better in the future. Now, granted, I don't expect individuals to necessarily, you know, give up and, like, give up whatever frustrations. It's just, as a society, there needs to be those opportunities. Because, again, otherwise the thing is you make a mistake and you basically told a person, once you made a mistake, get wrecked. And that's the whole thing. Now, it's very different if someone does something and basically is like, you know, go F yourselves or whatever. Yeah, that person doesn't get any leeway. It's a, yeah, get being upset about, but never getting the chance to resolve that blows your mind. It creates a situation where no one ever fixes anything. Exactly. Perhaps it's less the dev that has the lesson than the publisher, the promoter. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I have no idea if, like, Sony's learning its lesson. Some of those companies, especially the ones that have a bunch of different areas they operate, you know, it can be much harder for them to learn the lesson just because, yes, you have a game that bombs over there, but when that's only a little slice of your business, you'll just be like, ah, those entitled gamers. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Let's go back to selling smart TVs. Versus, like, if you're a company that is what you do, you make games, it's a very different situation on how that hits you. When you're like, oh crap, my whole company's in you know, jeopardy because I wasn't exactly particularly good about how I treated, you know, my audience or whatever. Alright. Oh, there's the next quest. That's the one we've been waiting to come across, where we need to hunt a moose, a bear, and a wisent. Alright, so let's go through here real fast. So management, we're going to take you, and we are going to assign you to the excavation site. Do that. Alright, now we need to go to our buildings. Extraction, excavation shed, go here. Edit assignments. I want you to get copper, stone. We'll put everything on the list here, except assignments. So for right now, I'm going to jump the stone up to like 50%. I'm going to put the copper up to like 25%. The clay will put like 10%. The limestone, like 10%. Okay. Take 5% off of that. And I'm sure we'll need to adjust that. Confirm intensity. Alright. So let's see what you got here. You need no tool. What tool do you need? You do not have a bag or a scythe. Alright, I believe I have a bag on me? No. We must have had a bag and it probably got destroyed. Alright, so do this. Simple bag. We're gonna make a whole stack of bags and chuck them in here.
I'm not equipped to do the job I'm supposed to.
You don't need to sass me. It's only my fault. Okay, so we will get to this. Cancel rest, that'll be plenty. Simple bags, there you go. I should have some sickles and all that in here that I might just need to move over there. Alright. All three of those animals are a real dangerous time. So there's the sickles that they need. There's the other one. I'm also going to need to go here and make them a hoe. Drop that off. I have a spare axe I can drop off here. Let's grab that stone axe we found. Where did you go? There's a stone axe. I actually have two of them we've got on us. I keep finding these. We can go over here. Because I happen to have... Actually, you could even take the copper shovel. I'll even give you the good shovel. And there's the stone pickaxe. There's a wooden shovel. And we go here. There's your sickles. Bum. Oh, I've got a couple really good axes. Okay, alright, we'll deal with that in a moment. There's your sickle. There's the hoe you need. Okay, so we got all that. So with this, we go over here. You can have the copper axe, because that's a spare. And I've got multiple iron axes, so you can have the iron axe there as well. Because all that'll help. I think we're good on the rest of this here. I'm not saying it a whole bunch of spares, a whole bunch of things. Let's go ahead and get that shovel on the bar. You can drop off some other junk. Alright, so my actual like big mission objectives is to kill a boar. Did that give me more building space? Yes, I can now build 40 buildings. So I'm not going to consider going after those boar as any meaningful priority. I just got a lot of stuff we can do there. Or sorry, I keep saying boar, it's bear. Very different. Both are dangerous. Very different magnitudes. Alright, so let's try and... Okay. So let's check on our journal, see what we can even work on. So you want me to wait till next season, we've got that, and then we got the night hunt. The quest will expire this season. Wait for the next night. How far away are you? It literally doesn't show me. It's fine. If we fail that one, I don't really care. Alright, so what is the next building we're making? So I've got another house build. Let's go look at the buildings we have. So extraction, I've got everything built I can make right now. Survival, we've got everything built we can make right now. Farming, we got everything built we can make right now. Animal husbandry, I have stuff here I can build, but we're nowhere near the point of making animal feed. Production, I have the kitchen I have not made. Okay. So let's go tuck the kitchen over here. Yeah, so you can see, like, up here I can't build the kitchen because the ground isn't level enough. And then over here we have the path, so I'm not allowed to build on that path. All right. I want to make sure I have enough berries and all that to toss in the compost to make fertilizer. Oh, I forgot. One of the changes they made to the game is that we can apparently plant berry bushes now. I'm assuming it's something like we'll have to get a berry sapling or something like that. Or like buy a berry bush and then plant them ourselves or whatever. Okay. And it will become a thing over time that'll eventually, I'll eventually want to have a second woodcutter going. Okay, so we can go here, grab those unripe berries, chuck them in for composting. Okay, so I need 3 times as many to do that. Alright, so I gotta find a place I can wedge the kitchen in here. My hope is that I could slip it in over here. Pull up a couple more of these logs. Properly committing to this deforestation. Alright. Let's see about getting the kitchen over here. There's buildings, doing this, kitchen. Okay, so that's as far over I can go before I can't because of the road. So the good news is now I've got someone who's collecting stone, I've got people collecting logs, I've got people making planks. I would definitely love to be upgrading our buildings to the better ones. Right now we're not really making nearly enough planks for that to happen in any kind of meaningfully timely manner. I'm also going to need way more sticks, way more logs, way more everything. Okay. And as a normal thing, if you're someone who doesn't want to sit here and just like chop trees and all that, you can do like what I've already done, which is I set up a bunch of the buildings to be producing these. And then instead of doing this, you can go out hunting and all that kind of stuff as your big time sink. And it's not even a bad idea at all. Especially now I think about it. I'm going to need to check on our food. I'm willing to bet we're dangerously low on food. All right. Let's not kill ourselves with trees because they do a really good job of it. Okay. Alright. And I'm happy to see that we have nothing up there on the top left showing me stuff's wrong. But let's also double check. So, if we look at our buildings, Herbalist Hut, what are you? So, no assignments. I thought we had assignments. Oh, I misinterpreted this whole thing. So, we want that. I don't really care about the rest of that right now. We'll want the mushrooms. You can't make any potions right now. So, we'll do that. I misread this whole thing. It's telling me that's not available right now. So we can grab you. So grab those any chance we get. I don't really care about the rest of that stuff right now. Grab any mushrooms you see. Because even the poisonous mushrooms, I can rot those. And then there's nothing for you to do in the winter. That's when later on we would make them make potions or whatever. Yeah, so grab that for right now. So accept assignments. So for here, you're going to split your time 50-50 between the mushrooms and that. The broadleaf plantains we use for healing. So I'll confirm that. We go to the next season. Same deal, 50% on the berries. 50% on the broadleaf. They'll make all these have a bit of amount for them. Yeah, like, you'll notice a bunch of these are partially poisonous or very poisonous. Mostly I'm going to use the mushrooms as another thing I can toss in the box to rot. Here, let's lower you by 5%. And then during winter, I have nothing. So the idea is I want to be, by the time I get to winter, I want to have it where I can have them making some type of potion. Alright, so hunting-wise, the hunting lodge. No tools or resources. Does it not? Alright, so we'll probably need to get some knives in there. But first, let's finish this building. We'll need to get some knives in there, and then I'll probably need to get the bows and arrows and such in there. Okay. So I need to hunt boars or bear in the evening. I'm curious, though, now that that's triggered, if tomorrow I go and I start hunting the boar and bear, will it count towards it? Even though I'm not doing it in the evening. Because I don't really feel like fighting at night if I don't have to. I'm not that bent on winning that quest. Alright. Cool. And this is where we can start cooking stuff. Let's go in here. I've got 2 bows in here. I'm guessing the bows in here aren't counting. So we'll get that going. Drop all this off. Oh. So I can go over here real quick. So we'll take these 2 bows and we'll drop them in here. I'll need more stones for making some knives. Yeah, and I guess what we'll do is the next in-game day, we're gonna hunt. All right. Little by little, we grab it all. So that way I can make a good stack of knives. And I have to deal with it for a while. Okay, so let's get back over here. We'll make a couple of knives for the hunting hut, whatever it's called. And that should be this one. Alright, so knives. Go ahead and make the 8 of them. We can chuck them in here, and I believe that's what we need for hunters to be able to work. Eventually I'll be able to go in and have like the crafting place and be like, okay, make knives. Okay, make axes. Okay, make pickaxes. And then they'll supply the tools to the rest of the place. To keep everyone able to keep working, because right now I'm kind of being the one sourcing the tools. I'll have to check what our workbench has that we can do there. Because the idea is you can basically make the town entirely self-sufficient over time. Okay. So I've got that. Let's pop in here where we got our knives. So there's 8 knives. Okay, we drop the extra stone and sticks and all that crap in here. There's the stones. Oh, right, we used literally all of the sticks to make those things. That's fine. Got a couple of meat on my person. We'll drop those off for the food building to work. Yeah, so meat is basically gone. Or food, I should say, is basically gone. We just looked in there and our food place is pretty much empty. So I am going to have to hunt. Like, not wait to hunt, I'm going to have to hunt right now. So I'm going to go drink some water. I'm going to eat the dried meat I got on me, so I'm not starving myself. That's going to be one of those things I'm going to need to just hunt whatever I can. Bring it home. Rinse and repeat. Let's also check, are all our buildings working now? The hunting lodge is still complaining about a lack of resources and tools. Yeah, so you need knives. Literally all you need is knives, so that should actually work fine once it refreshes. The barn. Edit assignments. For right now, if you have the availability, you do it. Fertilizer gets highest priority. If there's any availability at all, make fertilizer. These other ones will make grain and seed. We have no workers assigned, that's fine. The farm shed doesn't have anything. The kitchen, I don't think there's anything I can really assign. We can roast meat and all that. I mean, right now it's going to be just roast meat as the only option. So I'll edit assignments here. And it'll end up being 100%. So we managed to get enough people hunting that we can have them take over roasting the meat. Then we have the workshop. But right now all they can do is make buckets and simple torches, and I don't really need anything doing that. Alright, so the barn doesn't have resources, that's fine. The lodge complaining about the lack of tools is the thing that's throwing me off. I'm pretty sure I just gave you a stack of knives, unless I put it in the wrong building. And like I said, it could also be one of those things that doesn't update maybe until they're working there. So, if you get a bear, it counts for both quests. It should, yes. Yeah, so you've got knives. This is the hunting place. It probably just doesn't update till someone's worked. Alright, so that takes care of the buildings. Let's go out and murder some animals, because everyone's going to start complaining about complete and utter lack of food tomorrow. and I'm the only one who can do a thing about it in the short term. Our hunters will help, but it's going to take them a little bit to get their first crack at it. So we're going to take our first stab is going to be going after these deer. Is a lynx, but it was just standing there, so I was like, alright. They're trying to hunt in the dark right now. Okay, we hit it, but it did not stick. All right. Same deal. All right, you bolted. Okay, so this is going to take some work. Now, the good news is, each time we level up our hunting, sneaking up and stuff gets easier, the damage we do gets better, that kind of thing. It's going to take a little work. Unfortunately, right now, we kind of suck at sneaking. That's fine, I won't chase the fox. All right. Okay, so we did finally run out that. Now, because the spear broke when it hit it, it doesn't let me have it bleeding. Okay, another hit bounced off. Give me the arrow. Okay, I think we just finished that one off. All right. It looks like it broke my knife. To get a new knife, I need a couple of stones. A couple of sticks. There's the sticks. There's the stones. Alright. It'll be nice when it's daytime and I can actually see something. So I want to get at least a couple deer or other animals. Bring that meat back so I don't have to worry about the town starving in the immediate future. Okay. I shot way too high. Most likely that arrow's just gone. Yep, the good news is those arrows are cheap. Alright, got that one. Okay. Each one of those is 10 meat. So it'll go a long ways. Right over its head. All right. Okay, so that arrow's stuck, so it's gonna bleed from that. So just follow it around. And then when that one's done, we'll probably have to bring these back because they'll start getting overloaded with meat. You can also get poison arrows and everything like that later on too. That's what your herbalist does once you research the stuff. Or unlock, I guess. I guess it's not technically research. Oh hey, one of the arrows I missed with. Thank you, dear, for leading me to the arrow I messed with earlier. The arrows are cheap, but if I don't have to make them, that's even better. Okay, so still not overburned yet. It's kind of hard to tell when you're too close and you're going to aggro them or not. Right now, my character's starting to smell. So it makes it a lot harder for us to sneak. The good news is deer are among the easiest things in this game to hunt. I'd say rabbits are the easiest because you can literally just run them down and stick them with the spear. And they like to run straight lines, perfect for you just chase them and do so. But the deer are a big enough target and, you know, loud enough that they don't really get away from you very often. I thought you were going to keep moving. There's another one up here. There was another buck. Lost sight of you. Oh, it's a shame night is so dark in these games. Solid hit. Sounds like it's a bleeder. Okay. Okay, I did hit the buck. And it looks like they're both bleeders. So I got 2 deer running around bleeding out now. There is a chance that first one might get that arrow out before it dies. Because unlike the spear, which takes big chunks when it starts bleeding... Oh, is that a missed shot that I hit a tree with? I'll take that. Now you got 2 arrows in you. Alright, and that one's done. Okay. So then we'll get that buck that we already shot. And there's a skill point in hunting, which is what we really want to see. So for hunting, we can now track animals in inspect mode. Okay. Chance to get extra resources from wild animals, slower durability loss in weapons, increase your trap limit, faster movement speed while sneaking, less noise while sneaking. Yeah, so right now I'm going to keep leaning in on the XP. But with that, now I can see both the blood trail and the deer themselves and all that will highlight. So, hunting just got 1,000 times easier. And I broke my knife. There's the arrow I missed with. Now, one sad thing is these weapons don't really last super long, the earlier ones. As they get better ones, they get a lot better. And then you get your skill things that reduce their use up as well. That's a lynx. So I got the lynx. Yeah, so we're catching all that food up, doing all that good. And then my mission is to go up to that one place way up there. We also want to check to see if that, like, evening thing, if it still works at night. But from here, I'm going to want to take the time to hunt some of those more dangerous animals. They are very dangerous. Obviously, I can't tag one of them with this and like just follow it around till it dies, because they'll attack me. So where I'm being careful with this is just conserving ammo. We'll use our really good ammo, and I will be literally just, you know, popping the round off and just trying to get as many arrows into it as possible, and then just try and get away from them. If you're nearby houses and all that, they can be really good because you just tag the thing and be done with it, but that only helps if you're nearby the houses. Alright, so I'm going to go to the kitchen. That was over here. Yeah, over here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because I do need to... Here we go. You need to get that cooking going. Because the whole reason we stopped to do that is we're running out of food at the town. So this should buy me a lot more time before I have to worry about it. I should also check to see if the people who are supposed to be working the fields have been getting that done. I haven't paid attention at all because I've been busy running down other things. Sorry, thought I was gonna sneeze and then it just didn't happen. Alright. And while we are having a stream today, we're not gonna have a stream tomorrow on this. I normally have, or like, there's not gonna be a stream tomorrow. I normally officially have Thursdays and Fridays off, but I do often stream on them. But tomorrow I need to not have a stream because I gotta wake up really early on Saturday, to do something fun with Tomb. But yeah, so it's one of those things. Gotta get to bed early, which usually doesn't work out, but staying up till 4 will ruin the whole next day, so... It'll be a nice, relaxing day off. And getting all excited for TwitchCon coming up in not too long. Which actually, last year I wanted to get business cards, for I actually made some business cards this year. I'm very happy with them. Looking forward to, running around and doing all that stuff. I got a whole bunch of contacts I gotta run down as well. And wants him to investigate an issue in the next village. No, it's just like, some of those ones are like very, very weird things in this game. Like, I haven't heard it so far, which I really do appreciate. But, historically this game has had very, very few voice lines. So, if you think about, like, in Skyrim, where you walk around and the guard's always like, I used to be an adventurer like you until I took an arrow to the knee. And, you know, it's fun the first time you hear it, but after about the 100th time, you're like, go F yourself, man. They have a bunch of lines that get pretty cringy real fast. Like, they have, like, it's the women will walk around, it's like, isn't it weird that we're the only ones who bleed once a month and don't die or whatever? And you're like, why is this one of the only lines you say? It's really awkward. Like, don't get me wrong, you should be comfortable talking about these things and all that kind of stuff. But the repetition of it makes it really uncomfortable. Like, we could talk about this less. It would be great. And again, like, it's honestly more just a problem because there's just not many lines. They also have, like, the kids and all that will, like, make references to, like, Pokemon and stuff like that as well, which is fine. They'll be like, gotta catch them all. Alright, so we have unlocked the smithy by cooking a big old pile of meat. That's how that works, don't question it. Okay, so we can go in here, inventory. We're gonna have ourselves a little bit of a snack from the giant pile of roasted meat we just made. And then the rest, I'm gonna chuck all of that in here. So that our people don't start starving. Okay, so this field I won't have done anything about this field. Did you get anything done? Okay, cool. I do see that there's seeds and fertilizer down. And then I think they broke the hoe. And so they can't continue.
Myself, but it's just too hot. Furniture making is almost...
Alright, so let's go and get ourselves some more sticks real fast. Because I do want my farmers to keep farming. If they don't get that in the ground, it won't be ready to harvest later. Alright. Yeah, with the blacksmithy, that's when things will start getting interesting, because then I'm going to be able to make some proper tools and not the garbage we've been using. Alright, so let's make a whole stack of these. Because, yeah, I'm going to need them to, when I get the blacksmithy, I'm going to have them to start making these things. Alright, so this will get them back to work. And I'm just going to trust they take care of it. Where are they? Cool. Get back to work. I need those done.
I start to wonder what life in other villages is.
I have a whole bunch of things it's saying they can't do. The hunting lodge. We have the knife durability. Ah, it's saying we don't have spare raw meat. That's fine. And then you don't have any assignments. The workshop doesn't have any assignments, and we can worry about the rest later. Okay, so let's pop in here, drink water. Okay, so let's take a quick check with the journal. Cool, so I can still do this if we hunt boar or bear. So, as dangerous as this is, we're gonna try and knock these bear down, or not bear, the boar, so that we can get the night hunt objective done. Because I think the boar would be a good thing for me practicing on before we go tackle the really big bears. So for right now, let's shift all of our tools over, so these are easier to get at. So I've got this. I'm not going to use my really good arrows on this yet, because I'm going to want to save like our bronze and copper and iron arrows and, you know, all that we've found on the ground. I want to save those for when we're doing the moose, the wizened, and the bear, because they're not easy to come by. So we gotta make do with what we got. So the plan's straightforward. Stick a bunch of arrows in the boar while it runs up to me, and then stab it in the face with a spear if it manages to close the range, which it probably will. Alright. Are you aggroed? There we go. That's one boar. Okay. And sorted. Okay, broke our knife. How burned are we? We're right about to be. How far is it to the village? Am I like right by the village yet? Yeah, we'll run back to the village real fast. Because I did just get like 68 meat or something like that, which is a lot of meat. I could take my... You know what, actually, before we do that, slight change of plans. We have Wizened right here. They are very dangerous. Okay, quick save so we don't lose that. I have the inventory space. Let's see if we can't take down a Wizened really quick. Because that would complete an objective. Alright, there you are. Okay, it is bleeding. Alright. It is bleeding and de-aggroed me. So, there's a good chance we will have killed it with those couple of arrows that I stuck in it. Oh no, it's coming back for another round? Okay, let's go ahead and patch up more. Ah, I knew that was gonna get me. Okay. Because I mistook the one I was fighting for a different one. But as you can see, they're pretty durable. That I stuck a good couple arrows in that one's head and it was still coming. And as far as I'm aware, the game doesn't have the idea of like hitting them in the leg and slowing them down kind of thing. I've not noticed that kind of functionality. Because if that was the case, that would definitely make it easier. Because the moment you can outrun them, again, you could just put an arrow or two in them, get them bleeding, and then back off. Alright, so still kind of... Ooh, okay. Yeah, so you see they like to group up in pairs. Ah, crap. Aggroed both of them. Okay. Yes, the good news is you can just die there. I need trees to catch you on. Okay. Pretty much my best bet of living is I'm trying to run so they have to, like, maneuver around the trees and all that. That can end up being tricky for them. So I've got our strategy. Put an arrow into them, and then run away. That doesn't work as well on some other animals. You gotta start being softened up by now. Oh, I got stuck in the tree. They seem to be de-aggroing pretty quickly on me. Much faster than I remember. I remember genuinely having them run you down pretty bad. When I go to use my really good arrows, it'll be a little bit better than this. Because instead of just tagging him and just picking at him little by little. I'm seeing so much blood coming out of that one. It's got like a good 4 or 5 arrows stuck in him now. I feel like I'm being baited in. Okay. Yeah, that one's got so many arrows into it, and each one's like ticking a couple of health off it after a couple of seconds. But stone arrows are just really not up to the task. Pretty soon I'm going to want to make a move towards getting home. Is it dead? It's dead. So quick save because I don't know where your friends are. Oh. Let's see, as a 6'5", you're trying to get to 215 pounds? Achieve that weight, you know, I'll be a beast of a man. Yeah, I know you've been putting a lot of effort into your, getting that all balanced to where you're at your target weight and all that. You know, more power to you to actually, you know, hitting your goals and all that. Where are the other two? Don't necessarily want to fight him, but I'd like to recover as many of these arrows as I can. without getting gored in the process. Plus, I did put a lot of arrows into a lot of them. So I'm low-key kind of hoping I'm just going to come up on a body. Yeah, so it didn't gray it out yet. I guess they are too straight up noped out. Alright, well, with that, let's head back home. Because now I did manage to kill a Wyzant. I've got more meat and hide that I could really carry. Alright. And I believe the Wyzant was kind of the easiest of the three of them. I want to say the Moose is not too much different than the Wyzant. But then the Bear's awful. Like, I remember cheesing the Bears pretty bad. Alright, well, I also need to check in. Ooh, is that saying I don't have enough firewood? Okay. So I got a warning here that I don't have enough firewood. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. The bears I'd treat pretty close to the exact same way we just did. So we got 67 leather out of that, and 133 meat. No, I'm gonna have them take over. We're just starting to get our farms up and running. It's just we're early game, so they're quite nothing. You never seem to get very far in this game. You love it, but you can only get so far. Plus, the village is horrible. Okay, so you still have the wooden hose and all that. So what are you complaining about right now? Management. No item fertilizer. That's fair and not something I can handle right here. Alright, so from there we will go here. Eat a little bit of the meat. I should have some roast meat on me. I do not have roast meat on me, so we're going to eat a little bit of meat, and I got to run to this town to turn in the quest. That is not the right building. Let's see here. Oh, grab me those unripe berries back, grab me the mushrooms, grab me the other mushrooms, grab me these mushrooms. I will grab couple of meat for the road. Go to this thing here. Drop the mushrooms in. Drop the other mushrooms in. Drop the berries in. Okay, how full are you? Not even half full. I really do want that to be farther along so we can keep that going, but I think right now my priority is going to be to get this quest turned in. Because I got probably about a half a day to still turn that in. We're definitely not going to get the bear and the moose done this in-game day. I am going to run up this way where the Wyzant are normally at. Just to see if I happen to notice any more of my arrows I missed, or if we get lucky, because those Wizen, I put a lot of arrows in them. That's realize you got berries right there. Yep, because you're bleeding everywhere too. All right. Yeah, so he's got at least 5 arrows in him. Yeah, it seems like they don't leash very far. I feel like they adjusted that at some point. Because I definitely remember having to, like, run into a building and quickly close the door behind me. Okay, so you're about 1/3 health. All right. So many arrows. Alright, so let's check the map. So the boar's been grayed out. When it grays it out, it basically means you've wiped out the animals there. They do recover eventually. But it takes a little while. But this one's not grayed out, which means there's at least one more Wizen still around. That is a moose. It ran away. Did I hear a wolf? So unfortunately the moose has retreated to where there's wolves. So the moose is bleeding. I just want the moose. Which I've lost track of for now. It was bleeding. I get the open where if the wolf chases, I am in a position to actually defend myself. Where did that moose go? I'm pretty sure it went down there. Okay. Wolf handled. I'm probably not getting up there in time to turn in the quest, which means I won't get credit for it. But honestly, we're getting a lot of good materials out of this, so I'm not super upset, and we are completing main objectives. I'm used to the moose being very aggressive. I'm not an... Hey, we got the moose too. Give me moose. Alright, so we broke her knife. Our inventory is overburdened by a lot. Because I got a ridiculous amount of meat and hides. So I'm gonna run back again. Because we're pretty close to here. I'm gonna drop off all that meat. And then I'm going to try to run up to this place, just like straight beeline, no more hunting, just get out of here. Just a little paranoid because we still have one more Wyzant over here somewhere. And I don't want to let my guard down, have it just roll up on me and wreck my day. And I believe if you fully wipe out a thing of animals, they do recover. I don't remember if it takes like a whole season or a year or what it takes. It takes a little while. So like I said, that is one of those things that if you're in an area with wolves, you can take the time, especially if your seasons are longer, to just wipe out all the wolves in the area. And that way you don't have to deal with wolves in that area. Nice town spot? Yeah. We're definitely not making up to turn the quest, so I'm gonna forget the quest turning thing. What I'm gonna try to do is go down to where all those berries were. We're gonna pick up all those berries and try and toss them in the compost so we can get the fertilizer for next season. We're just gonna accept that I focused on other things and this quest didn't get done, which is fine. Alright, so there's the fur. And then we have another set of sticks. Where did the 50 leather? Now we can run up here and drop all that meat in here. And the good news, I do see the firewood dropped off the list again. Okay, so there's another 120 meat. We can drop the crappy mushrooms in here. Okay, so we're still not even at halfway mark for that. Let's run over here where we got these berries. There we go. So I need a whole lot of berries if I'm going to make this do anything. Alright. Yeah, one of the best things is getting where this inspect vision doesn't use stamina anymore, so you can just say here, turn it on when you're trying to find something individually. Whether you're hunting or foraging or whatever, it's just such an invaluable thing, especially with how dark the game gets. I'll drop this off. All right. They're just trying to have enough compost for fertilizer for next season. Okay. Cool. I only have a tiny bit more I need. Satisfy that. Mushrooms work as well. So I only need half a stone's worth. Let's drop this off, see if this is enough, and if not, we can go for those berries, because I'm right about to have the season change to summer. We'll end up starting to overheat then, because I don't have proper summer clothes. But I always hunted wolves as soon as they respawned. You got the perk that lets you see them with the vision thing, and you got tired of surprising me. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, the only problem is when you set your seasons to be, like, too short. It was just one of those things you couldn't quite... you couldn't quite get to the point where... like, if you have a 3-day season, spending a day trying to hunt the wolves in an area is a pretty good chunk of time. That said, you get a bunch of XP towards hunting, which is good. Which makes fighting more dangerous, things easier and all that. But it usually takes you a better part of a day to properly hunt out an area. The good news is, as you can see, now we're starting to get some skills and all that, and some decent weapons. The wolves don't put up that much of a fight. It's just early on when you're trying to fight them with like a wooden spear, they wreck your day. All right. And then we'll have to check for the next batch of farming what we need to do next. Alright, keep clearing around here. Get ourselves more wood. Oh yeah, no, it's just you have to get yourself the proper weapons, Darth. The point is the crappy wooden spear is what you can get right at the beginning. It does take a little bit of work to get yourself to getting better weapons. Alright, so you drop you off. Drop you off. And this. And that. And meanwhile, to kill time and to level up some production, I'm going to grab a bunch of this meat. I'm going to go to the kitchen and I'm going to start processing it. Let's grab, like, that much. Am I using tools as a weapon? Oh, I mean, most of the tools aren't that amazing for weapons. That's the herbalist hut. There you go. There's a stove. Alright. And we will cook meat until the season changes, which would probably be just a minute or two. Sure, let me do it right after the season change, so I don't have to cancel out of this, because I don't think I can do it while we're doing this. Yeah. No, I just want to let them... Nah, that's fine. We actually... Yeah, so we look at the management tab. So I've got, what is it? 8 people? 9 people? Right, because I don't count on here. Yeah, so I got 9 people, not counting myself. We have a pretty wide range. I don't have much in the way of production people. But yeah, so I got a whole bunch of different people. This here, the person we brought over was like amazing across the board. But as far as the stuff we got our extraction stuff. The woodshed needs more wood. It happens. The hunting place is going fine. We got the barn going. So right now, I could use people on the workshop once we got stuff going on. The next thing to build would be the smithy. We do have our farm going. Which that's what we've got sown so far. I forgot we can go to these different seasons. So we'll be going into summer. Let's fix this. Right. So we're going to be going into summer. So let's change our plant type. So we have summer cabbage. So we'll choose that to plant in this row. We've got fall. And so for that, you've got autumn wheat, which goes year-round. And you've got that one. So I probably want to do is change plant, autumn wheat, switch you over to autumn wheat. That's not what I wanted. Let's open the details again. Go to autumn. Yeah, that's fine. So I can go to autumn. We shouldn't have that planted yet, so we'll change that. Autumn wheat. I'm going to give you a bar there. And change plant to rye. Give you a bar here and over here. Yep, and then we've got winter carrots, which I've apparently taken off the bar now. Oh, that's a problem. Don't do that. Keep the winter carrots there, because I've already got those in the ground. Okay. Let's look here. Right, so some of these crops I could dual crop them. I remember that being a thing. And I don't remember... How do you use the composter? What section is found? It's under decorations, workstations. Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember is with these. Yeah, so I can do flax. Oh, right. I can have things that harvest at the same time as we grow them. So I can have any of these crops here. It's literally any crops and rye except I can't do, yeah, I can do any crops and rye except I can't do wheat or winter carrot. I remember that now. So I go to the, autumn season. And grab some rye. I'll put another row of that for right now. Now when I look at that, yeah, so it's got those being dual type. And I know there's the thing where you could go in and get even better about it. I'm not going to fuss with it too much. We're going to have a fertilizer limit that's going to be a problem. Alright, so let's go back to here. That's, I mean, I want to do more than one, but that's fine. We'll do that in a second. Because we'll cook until it kicks us out of this for the season change. And then the big thing we'll do for the next season is I know where we can find a bear. We will want to track that down. Now, if I remember correctly, I want to say Arwen's quest line, I believe you end up having to hunt a bear yourself with, like, as a thing with Arwen is you're required to kill a bear. So if we advance that quest line until that point, I can get the double credit for the bear. Plus, I can run up to Saramir or whatever, that guy, and keep that all going. I should have really double-checked those fields to make sure they got sorted. It's too late now. There's just no time. There we go. Season's over. Wedding day. You and your inhabitants are invited to a wedding. There's a chance for a jolly good time. Let's see. We don't have a tavern, so a toast to the couple. The wedding went great. Everyone had a great time. All villagers got an increase in mood. So basically, someone in our town got married. Good for them. Yep, so I failed the night hunt, which it's fine. I don't think that, like, takes away your dynasty stuff or whatever. So let's drop off the rest of that meat I had in my pocket, because I don't need all that meat in my pocket. I can drop off all of you. Drop off 19 of you. So I'll keep 10 on me. We've got all that. This should all be rot. Let's run over here real fast. And turn the rot into fertilizer. Because then I can take the fertilizer for my farmers to use to keep the crops going. And eventually we'll have someone working here as well, so that as we harvest stuff, they can knock it into the grain so we can use it for cooking or seeds for planting more and that kind of nonsense. It's a whole thing. But we're not quite there yet. The other one we'd want to do is get a lot more of the trees for the orchard, because those trees go a long way. Once they grow, they just give you food. And then they don't require you to get fertilizer every year or anything like that. They're much lower effort. You just get delayed gratification. Okay. Cool. So we got that sorted. We can run over here. And there's your fertilizer to get to work. Yeah, so we check out what we did get growing. So this is what did get planted and is making progress. So that's good news. They didn't get as much as I want, but they did get like a good quarter of the field set up. Honestly, it could have been way worse. So we have one about talking to Sombor. If we check our journal, so I've got Alwyn's Tale, Sombor, and all that. I'm going to start with going to Alwyn. He's the closest. I don't really need to hunt anything else right now. We're doing really good in that regard. And now let's check to see if the boar recovered between seasons. They did. Alright, that's fine. Okay, the other thing I probably should do is I probably should get another house going soon. We do have people pulling up stone and all that stuff, so I'm hoping I can just be lazy and let them collect all the materials and then swoop in when it's ready. Yeah, already using this bow up pretty fast. Alright. We'll check with Alwyn, see what he's got going on. After Alwyn, we can check in on Solomir or whatever his name is. Because he's going to have us deliver a box of poop or a bag of poop or whatever to the person who is punking him. Then I believe the next mission I'll have for him is I need to basically get him a bunch of food. Okay. Because they kind of have it where you'll have one person you'll get to know around the time that you start wrapping up their thing, they'll introduce you to the next one. And all that as far as, like, the main story people. Alright. Yeah, so we did gain the other day, that last season, I think we gained like 3 levels in hunting. Because we finally got our bow up and running. Now, downside is, the bow's gonna break eventually. I can't craft new ones yet. I need, I have the recipe, I don't have the flax. But we are queuing up to grow the flax, and once I have that flax, I can make the thread to make the bows. And then that'll be sustainable. Okay, so I got a bunch of potential missions, like side missions here in town. Which I'm sure the one guy will be like, "Can I has bucket? I lost my bucket. Every single season, gonna lose my bucket." Alright.
I hope you like it here, newcomer.
Can I help you with something? I'm thirsty, but I'm missing the main ingredient for my favorite drink. Berries. Listen. Would you be so kind to get some? Sure. I think I've seen some. Alright, so you want me to get you berries. So let's go ahead and...
A newcomer.
Can I help you with
Hello
something?
there.
Could you solve a problem? I recently those animals started to overpopulate, became a threat to the balance of the area. Can you get rid of them? Sure, I'll help hunt them down. Cool. Alright, grab the next one. Can I help you with something? I could use your help. I'm an elderly man who is unable to craft tools on his own. Can you please bring me an axe? I won't forget to reward you for that. Sure, I could do that. Okay, so we got a whole lot of people here.
Mr. Brother.
We're not going to worry about any of that right now, because we got a whole season to deal with it, which means I can neglect it until the last minute and then not get it done at all. We can go down to where Alwyn is staying by the range. Okay. Hello, Hunter. Is it time for our next tournament? Well, let's see. We no longer play the targeted shooting competition. It's for rookies. Oh, where does this change in attitude come from? Gazella herself trained me. I've been hunting wild game for a long time now. You certainly gained a lot of confidence. I hunted a bear once. Nothing scares me anymore. A bear? Congrats, it's actually a big deal. It took me 9 hours. Not only are they hard to kill, but they're also hard to find. Can you beat that? Let's see. We won't know till I give it a try. Fine, you have 8 hours to kill a bear during this time, and I'll admit you're the best hunter there is. As nice as that may sound, I'd prefer something more value. In this case, let's make it work both ways. If you fail, I keep your 200 coins, paid in advance, as you may not come back. That sounds, let's say, it's good to know that you're concerned about me, my friend. What if I make it in time? You'll get the coins back plus my share and even my bow as an extra top of that. That sounds very tempting. Deal? Deal. Any hints regarding the recent presence of bear in the valley? You can try to the southeast. They like to settle in caves near the reservoirs. Thank you, I'll be on my way. Alright, well the good news is, I don't even have to worry about it because I know there's a bear right there. So let's go to the bear. Let's put a bunch of arrows into it and make ourselves some double whammy progress. But as you can see, I do have a countdown that's going down. So this time, where I'm using I've been using my crap arrows. We don't use our crap arrows for this one. We got some bronze arrows, got some copper arrows, got a couple iron arrows. Let's grab the iron arrows. I don't have many of those. We're gonna have to do a little bit of a juggle. That font is brutal with that much dialogue. Yeah, and that's one of my complaints is, well, it's a cool stylized font that really adds to, like, the game's, you know, ambiance or whatever you want to go with. It is crap to read in large amounts. I do really wish there was a, just give me a regular old font. You know, leave the stylized for titles or something, but for, like, the walls of text, please, for the love of everything, give me a readable font. Where's the wolves? Okay, the wolves are already behind me, so that's fine. We're just beelining over here. Because we are on a timer. The plan's straightforward. We stand way back. We shoot from really far away. We put arrows in the side of the bear. We duck our head between her legs and then weep openly as we go running into the darkness. When the bear stops chasing, we go back up to it. We plunk a couple arrows into it from maximum range. And we repeat that until the bear stops following us. Grabbing the berries while we're here, because the one lady wanted me to get berries. How many berries do you want as we're sitting here grabbing this? Berry juice. We need 13 and I have 76. Okay, so we can move on. Alright. Okay. So we ran right through Boar and Wizen territory. No breaks along the way. Is that the bear right there? Kinda wishing I had splurged on a better bow right about now. Okay. Behold! The power of stepping lightly into water. The bear was never ready for this moment. I think I waited too long. Okay. Okay. That's a hit. It is a gusher, though. Okay. Aha! I have outsmarted you, bear. Everyone knows the reality is that bears are afraid of water. They're hydrophobic. If you put bears near water, they just kind of slide to the side to get away from it. Bears are made of sugar and dissolved. Exactly, you understand. I dislike that the bears are treated out of my sight. And is continuing to run, forcing me to chase it into its domain. Hey, bear, you're bleeding a lot. Like, bear, you are bleeding a lot. Oh, hey, short. Yeah, so, bear, hang on. I forgot to have a stone or a knife to actually, like, process you. And I don't want to feel bad about leaving your corpse to just rot here. Okay. But yeah, so as you can see, when bringing, like, the bronze and the iron arrows, even though it was, like, cheesing it using the water, it's still as well as things that when I got an actual hit or two in. We really only put about 4 or 5 arrows in this thing before it died. Okay. So I harvested the bear and instantly overburned. Alright, so my next goal to proceed is to have an heir. Yeah, so now you see the bear icon is grayed out, so I can come up here and be totally fine. I don't actually know if there is a cave up here. I'm gonna check that real fast. There probably is. But yeah, either way, let's get back to Arwen and crush him like the pathetic worm he is, where he's all like, I'm a capable hunter. And he'd be like, nerd, you told me it took you 9 hours, and you gave me 8. I needed like 3. He'll question his adequacy, and, you know, I'll take all that confidence he's built up from his time practicing archery and going and hunting and, you know, seeing a world beyond the drudgery that was his farming and everything, and just make sure we have thoroughly and utterly crushed all hope. That way we can remind him his place in our society as we become this lord of this town. No, that's not what you want. Please. I just took down a bear. Oh, that's okay. Well, that's what I get for talking smack. So, apparently Arwen never hears from us and gets to keep our 200 coins. The irony being that we took down the bear with no problem, and big old buffalo tag teamed us with a boar and made sure we weren't coming back. Yeah, that's karma. That is direct and immediate karma. I even made the comment on the way down that I wasn't even paying attention, just beeline through Wysenton boar territory and just didn't aggro anything. Or if I did, they didn't get close enough for me to really notice them. One thing I am going to do is let's go to our arrows right now, and we're going to put the stone arrows back. And the reason for that is I would rather save the stone arrows for dealing with this whatever random garbage I'm doing, and only break out the good arrows. What? Dear, are you okay, man? You were having like this whole moment where you're like sinking into the earth and then re-emerging. Yeah, it seems to me like the moose in this game aren't as dangerous as I remember. I remember those things beelining for you and just goring you and killing you in seconds. Like, in my mind, it was kind of like there was like bear, wisent, moose, and then like down below all of that is where you'd start bringing in wolf. But I've run past the moose now and they seem chill about it. And I plunked some arrows into one and it definitely didn't turn and decide that I needed to be dealt with. It's kind of like, oh no, I am defeat. And then ran around and bled to death. Except it was very Canadian about it and apologized. Okay. Alright, so boar over there. Oh, wolves over here? Oh, wolf right there. Wolf right in front of us. Okay, hang on. I still liked when I was in me and Tomb took a Alaskan cruise and one of the stops was in Victoria, and it just tickled me so much that we just saw like a random like not tour bus, like public transport bus, and it just had on it just said sorry, bus out of service. You are not a very smart dog. It was like, oh no, rock. My only weakness. That and arrows and spears and bludgeoning items and anything that's got a blade, honestly, is pretty scary. Fire, that's pretty bad too. Or falling high distances. Food poisoning. You know, just a couple. But otherwise, my only weakness. Electrocution in an age when electricity happens. Oh no, lead bullets, my only weakness. I still very much appreciate that entire dialogue with Claptrap. The stairs, my only weakness dialogue is amazing. That had to have taken them a number of takes. I cannot imagine they did a one take on that one. Alright. What'll be really nice is when we get up to the point where I can make recurve bows and that kind of stuff. Because those are way stronger. So it's not easy portraying nature in a video game well realistically. Overall, the game does a good job. Some unrealistic things have to be accepted or I would not have a game. Oh yeah, no, there's, generally speaking, a lot of animals, even predatory animals, are skittish around humans. Or at least, you know, whatever. But a lot of video games, you know, they do depict animals far more aggressive than normal. Like, a lot of times, like, wolves won't just sit there and just beeline at you and start chomping on you. In reality, they do a lot of, like, what human beings do, where we, you know, they kind of stalk their prey. You know, if the prey starts slowing down, that's when they'll start nipping at them. And then again, they'll keep repeating that process until the prey gets really tired. And that's when they move in. Which is exactly the same way that humans hunt. Because when you're talking about predatory animals, they need to not just manage to win. They need to do so without taking injury consistently for their entire lifespan. So just going head-to-head with something, even if they're, you know, far better equipped, all it takes is one significant injury, and that animal's pretty much boned. Especially a predatory animal where it has to catch up to something. If it hurts its leg, it's just, that's it. It's done. Hippos, on the other hand, are merciless. Hippos are terrifying. Someone ordered a big bad bear? You did it again. Unstoppable at always. I try to do my best. Testing my limits has always excited me. Alright, that's enough boasting. Here's my bow. You've earned it, because you're better than me. You always have been. You don't have to give it to me. I just like to compete for its own sake. No, you won fair and square, and I don't deserve it. I should return to work in the fields as I did all my life. Are you serious? Yep. And don't try to change my mind. Dreams are beautiful, but real life is something completely opposite. I won't argue if that's what you want. At least you had an adventure, right? This is true, and I thank you for that. Now it's time for me to get back to my duties. Take care of yourself, friend. See you later. He's all like, yep, you beat me once. I quit. There's no hope for me now. Oh, you had a long bow, too? You had a better bow than me, and I still wrecked your day. Alright, so that's that one done. Oh, we could go drop off the berry juice. Of course, that guy's spirits. Hey, man. Some people need their spirits crushed. Judging by the color of your hands, I won't be thirsty for long. You have a keen eye. Here are your berries. Thank you. This is for your trouble. See you next time. Alright, so we finished that one. Okay, so the animal overcrowding, you want me to hunt and kill a bunch of deer and all that, and you want me to get you a stone axe. The stone axe I might literally be able to do right now. Alright. Yeah, so let's go ahead and get these side missions knocked out real quick. But then they want me to kill deer and rabbits because they're having an overpopulation issue. That should be enough sticks. I just need 2 rocks. Oh, I'm wrong. I need 1 more batch of sticks. There we go. So there's the axe that the guy wanted. Now the problem is I am lugging an entire bear on me. And bear's a big old chunker and it's really weighing me down. So what I'll probably end up doing to deal with this is we'll probably start working our way back to the house to drop off the bear and kill targets of opportunity along the way. There's your axe. Okay. They've got the overcrowding. Alright, so let's check the first place we have that we can kill these things is we have rabbits over there. Now, normally, I like to just run down the rabbits and stab them with the spear and save all the effort of, like, the bow and its durability and all that. But being highly overburdened, I'm not chasing anything. And a regular bow is getting pretty close to spent, so I'm actually pretty okay with it if we just ruin it. One rabbit. I don't think I got it. Alright. I also need to grab more sticks and stones for another knife. Because I'm going to bother hunting these. I'm going to at least go and get some meat and hides and all that to bring back. Okay. Alright, so the rabbits can go back up here. Yeah, so as you can see, at least with the this vision, you can still kind of hunt them in the dark. Haha, would you look at that? I didn't think I actually hit it. Yeah, sometimes during the day, you could see things farther away than this vision gives you. Okay. I know there's at least 2 more rabbits here. But I'm not seeing them, so instead of running around really slowly where I can't do stuff, we consider that spot covered for the moment, and switch to this spot over here. There should be more rabbits. And kind of just work our way home, picking off what rabbits and deer we can along the way. The deer will be more annoying because you don't usually kill them in one hit. So you hit them and you gotta kind of follow them around. Okay, see the rabbit out in the distance over there. So there's one there, one here, one there. Okay, shot over him. Got that one. Got that one. Okay. That's half the rabbit and deer I have to kill already. And I missed the one and sent it scattering, but that's okay. As long as I kind of route through the areas where the rabbits are, we'll get there. Got that one. Okay. So with that, we basically wiped out all the rabbits. There's a point up here. Yeah, it's underneath there. This is the next spot with rabbits. It's right over here. Those are the foxes. We're not worried about those right now. Yeah, imagining with this ridge up here, I might end up scaring the rabbits before you even get a chance to see them. I did scare one to my right. That's fine. The L broke to the right there, so I should be able to just keep going this way. Grab my arrow. And make that happen. Okay. Just 2 more. I knew there was at least 3 here. So how many saw run? Apparently once again broken my knife. Alright. I'm getting very close to the point where I won't even be able to pick up anything anymore. Cool. Yeah, that'll be good to have that. The next destination thing, I remember we did get past that the last playthrough, having an heir. Yeah, those are some of those ones that just take a long time to do. Alright, so there goes that rabbit. Nah, it's going over a ridge, I won't be able to see it. But I see you. And I do see the other ones right over there, over that little hill. And that'd be the last one I need for the side quest thing. And all these are basically money, dynasty points, reputation with people, like a whole bunch of different things like that. And none. Okay. And so with that, we're going to quickly save, or not save. Actually, I will save. We're going to quickly save. I'm going to pull up my map, and I'm going to mark home. I am way off target. Now, the downside is I've got wolves along the way home. Let's also eat something really fast because our character's getting hungry. I guess leaving this on is probably my best bet because I can't see anything right now. We can go ahead and run our way home. We'll drop off that entire bear and a whole bunch of rabbits worth of supplies. Probably go ahead and grab berries on the way home as well for tossing into the compost box. Okay. Because I'll have a lot of fertilizer I'm going to need for what we're growing. Ultimately, I'm probably going to need more than one compost box. But right now, since I'm having to like collect a bunch of food just to chuck in there manually, I don't want to get to putting too much effort into it. Yeah, so the wolves will be over this ridge. This is where things might get potentially dangerous. Yeah, it's pitch black. Yeah, most likely when I get over this hill, we'll probably start running into the wolves. We've already been knocking down the population of wolves in the area. Okay. Okay. That's the first wolf handled. It did get a pretty good chomp on me, though. Okay. Can I patch myself up? Not a whole lot. Got another wolf over there. I'd prefer not tangle with it in the dark. Badly injured. With a bow that's got one shot left in it. That said, if it comes down to it, I actually feel pretty good about being able to beat it. Because I could shoot the arrow, immediately pull up the menu, switch weapons, and all that. What I can't do is pick up literally anything. Alright. Yep, and we're basically home free from here. And where I think I am, right? Yeah, we're on the right track. I thought I was coming from a slightly different angle. Okay. Let's run down here to the water so I can dip in, because we're getting really smelly again. We have killed and butchered a lot of animals, so it's not super surprising that we're all gross. Okay. And there's home sweet home. Also drink her water. Okay. So that was a very productive trip. We got like his 2 quests done. We got a main objective. We got Alwyn's story advanced. We killed a bear. We wiped out a bunch of wolves. We got a side quest done with the killing of all the rabbits. So what we can do from here is I can work on a couple things. One is I could take a moment really fast to try and build the smithy, because that'll give me access to better tools. So I can get that knocked out. Then we can probably run up the turn in the quest and all that. Because it shouldn't take me too long to build the smithy. And I want to make sure I'm advancing the town and not just the story. We kind of ping pong between them. Alright, we still haven't put up like any kind of decorations, which is fine. Like, because of the shorter seasons, I always have something to be working on. Alright, so with this, drop the 58 fur we got. There's the sticks. Or did the bear just give me fur? Okay, I can live with that. And then meat-wise, I got 126 meat. I also noticed I got a pouch on me from somewhere. And I also want to pop in and grab some of the stuff we have for trading things. Yeah, simple bag, drop that over there. So they don't have a hoe left. They broke their hoe. I want to make a new one of those. We're going to go in here. We're going to drop the 250 something berries in there. Keep that moving. Then go in here and drop another 120 something meat in here. Keep that going. Oh, we can grab the mushrooms out. So we actually have a giant mountain of onions and cabbage and carrots and all that. We got our first harvest done. So that's good news. So let's go over here. I'm going to need to make another batch of these, which is going to be more sticks. Alright, let's go to our management thing real fast. Pop onto our extraction, our woodshed, and adjust this. So I need more sticks than we're getting. I'm going to tone that down about 5% and bring that up about 5%. We'll see how that does. The excavation shed needs a shovel and a pickaxe and doesn't have either. Alright, so I need to make some pickaxes for the extraction place. And I'm going to need to make a whole lot of hose for the farm, because they're burning through those. And then I'd like to get the blacksmith set up. And hopefully we unlock the best houses soon, because then I would like to start tasking it where, you know, it'll take way longer to make the best houses. But if I just task them to make a best house, once it's built, it's built. There's no upgrading the best house. It'll also reduce the firewood need. Oh, you didn't say you had shovels? You know what? I don't really use that shovel hardly at all. I'm going to chuck that there. If I need one, I can craft it on the spot. There's the axes. Okay, take a bunch of this junk. And we can make the hose real quick, so that the farms can keep farming. Alright. Not that. There you go. So the farms can keep going. You can drop the extra junk off. And then we see what we need to get that smithy up. There's the stones. Alright, so we'll put the smithy right here if we can make it happen. Alright, so smithy. Ooh, that might be too close. That's fine. Because one of the nice things about how this game works with that is you can just straight up say move building and just slide it and drop it someplace else. I'm very happy they added that, because there's times where you play stuff and it's not entirely clear where it's going to go. And then you put it down and it's like, oh, that's really snug, or oh, that looks terrible. Like, whatever the issue is. Okay, so we need sticks and logs. Still got plenty of straw we can put up here. That's the big thing, is it just needs so many logs. Another thing I vaguely recall is I want to say your people, I think they do level up their skills over time. I could be wrong about that. But it's one of those things that you can keep people on something and eventually they'll get to the point that they're better at it. I want to say it's very slow that they level up, though. But I could be wrong in that regard. Okay. I feel like I missed some. Oh, there it is. Okay, and this is about to break. Alright. You've read they do, but you haven't played to confirm. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's one of those things, I believe it's been a thing for a very long time. It's just, I want to say it's so slow that you don't really notice it that much. You kind of have to commit to like a really long playthrough. which is fine. Just takes time. These are fine too. These are what I've been using to heal myself. We'll grab those while we're walking by. Because I need a bunch of those to heal myself now. And then I'm sure we're going to get ourselves mauled again in the future. Okay. Alright, let's finish this building off, and that'll be the smithy built. Alright. So now I could do is go move. Bang in that. Let's see. Alright, let's scooch it back a bit. There we go. Cool, so with stuff like this, we can, when we get resources, we can do all that stuff. We can go to the tools and say, make wooden tools and all that. So that could be a good thing. We could have them make knives and all sorts of stuff. We can make a stone hoe here and everything. So you get the idea. So I think what we're going to want to do here is this is where we're going to start having all sorts of headaches. Let's go to our management side and see who we can do that's got a high production that we want to move over to that. There are two that have high production. One is currently hunting, and the other is currently farming. And I don't really have another good option. Now, with this one here, you're our lumberjack right now. Okay, so first of all, we're going to change you over. So you're going to be the water carrier. You're going to be the woodcutter. The reason I'm switching those is I'd rather my person has the higher capabilities be my woodcutter. Let's see. So we got our two good hunters. For extraction, we've got our miner, our lumberjack, and our water carrier. The water carrier being the worst of the ones there. We've got two people with farming here. Honestly, you're probably the one we're going to move over. So you here. I'm going to switch you over. You now work the smithy. Now I'm going to go to the smithy. And we're going to say assignments. Edit assignments. If you get a chance to make any bars, you do that. Okay. So we will have you, if you can make a... well, we won't worry about that yet. Alright, so let's look here. So stone axe, stone knife, stone hoe, stone pickaxe, stone sickle, wooden shovel. So all the tools we're probably going to need. I guess I'll put the stone arrows on there as well. And it'll go... I don't even know which one I toggled. Stone arrows. Accept assignments. Alright, if you have any of these, get them done. I don't expect you to. Oh, you need a hammer. Alright, so edit assignments, add the wood hammer on there. Accept that. So for right now, we're going to set all these to 5%, and then we're going to have to bump some of these up much higher. Okay. The stream rewind, neat. The VOD is built in the running stream now. Yep. For subs or anyone who has Twitch Turbo, either or. And hey, so that's how it's going. So let's go ahead and bump you up to 10. The stone hoe probably needs to be 10. That probably needs to be 10. That probably needs to be 10. That probably should be 10. Make that 10. Make the arrows 10. Wood hammer 10. And that does it for right now. Okay. The workshop, we still don't care about. The smithy is missing tools. They need the hammer. And these ones don't need the hammer, they need our stuff. Yeah, it's looking like sticks are going to be more and more of an issue, and logs are going to be more and more. Yeah, so we're definitely going to end up needing a second woodcutter. For right now, I'm going to leave that where it's at. Before we start expanding our population more. Yeah, because how close am I to being able to get the big houses? Let's see here. Technology. So the big house is down here. We have to get our resource stuff. So that'd be our upgrade and our resource stuff. We have the excavation shed. And I'm pretty sure the building technology we get just from building stuff. We'll have the fishing hut very soon. The farming is coming along well. And then the excavation / production stuff is coming along well. Yeah, so I want to say... Yeah, I want to say the building technology, I think, is just... Okay, building technology. Develop this technology by extracting activities and building structures. Discover new schemes to learn the construction of more advanced houses. Yes, apparently if we just keep working, like cutting down trees and all that, that'll just happen on its own. Alright. Meanwhile, before I forget, we are injured, so let's not be injured anymore if we can help it. And let's eat some food. Okay. So we're gonna work our way home. Or work our way to turn in this quest. Was there another quest we had to worry about? No. We're gonna turn in this quest. Then we can get to the main story quest, which is just basically go way up to the north. We're gonna get a bag of poop, and we're gonna deliver it to someone. Because these people are pranksters. Yeah, it's a fox, that's fine. And I don't really need to murder any more deer right now. I've got lots and lots and lots of hides I can't really put to that much of use. But we'll work our way through. But, like I said, the next thing we're going to have is that I will need to get a bunch of food for... I don't remember the guy's name way up there. When that happens, I'm already growing it. We actually have a bunch of food in storage, which is good because you get literally hundreds for the seeds and all that. How am I doing on money, by the way? I haven't checked that in a good while. Money-wise, not great. The good news is I've got a ton of food, and while it doesn't sell for a lot, it sells for some. We're also starting to get into smithy, so very soon what I'll be able to do... what is the farm complaining about? Probably fertilizer? Farming. Not enough resources. Not a fertilizer. That's fine. That is surprising to absolutely no one. That's going to be an ongoing issue for at least a while. What'll ultimately happen is I will likely need to build like 2 more of those compost things and keep them full. One of the advantages you run into is as you start farming and getting way more and more produce for each rotation, you can take some of the extra and just chuck it in there. I remember there was a meta for like what produce produced the highest volume of stuff, because the only thing you need for compost is weight. So it's kind of the cheapest input to the most weight output will get you the best fertilizer. All right.
I wonder if it's possible.
Alright, I've done what you've asked for. Thank you very much. This should be enough. Here's a reward. It's not much, but it's honest work. Thank you, have a good day. So they gave me about $100. Hush. Alright, so then we got that quest up there. We need to talk to this guy. I'm going to cut across the way here to the village on the other side to see if there's any more, like, smaller quests to do while we're over here. But yeah, so realistically, I'm at the point I'll probably want a second one of the woodcutters to get more logs, to get more sticks, to get more firewood, to get more everything. Then we'll need people to work it and all that kind of stuff. We're probably getting to the point of needing to unlock more recipes, because with the way technology works in this game, for like the production, so with the smithy, if I want them to be able to make like copper tools and all that, I gotta unlock the recipes. Same with the bronze and all that. The first thing I'm going to need to do, though, is figure out a good source of copper. Because certainly I can have my person slowly bring it in from the extracting place, and that's not the worst in the world. But it's also pretty awful. But then what I could do with that, though, is as they're bringing in copper, I can start unlocking the copper tools and have them start making the copper tools to switch our people over to using copper.
Hello.
Can you help me with something? Or can I help you something? I heard that you call yourself a good hunter, but I bet I'm better than you. So what do you say? A friendly competition of game hunting? Bring it on. That's the spirit. You've got 5 hours. That is not what I was hoping. The challenger. Hunt 4 boar or deer. Okay, so we look nearby. Boar or deer? You're trolling me because there's no boar or deer nearby. I've got deer way up here and here, which is where I think we're going to do. That way we're still moving in the right direction. She said I have 5 hours, yet there's no actual timer on it. So that's fine. I only have to kill 4.
I'm dead tired.
Okay, so we're going to go up here. We're going to kill these deer. They'll be pretty close to where I need to be anyways. Just got to watch out for the Wisent. Yeah, I didn't see any boar anywhere nearby. Because we're at the point fighting boar is totally fine as long as I don't let them get the jump on me. Oh, we got a new place of deer spotted right near. Alright, that's even more convenient. Okay, we gotta switch our bows because I just broke that one. Just since I have to kill 4, I'm just like, alright, if I see a deer, I'll just keep tagging them. During every single one of those hits has been a bleeder. Okay. So I've already killed 2. Oh, I didn't have a sword or a knife ready. Okay, so we got 2 of them down. The other 2 should die pretty soon. There, another one just died right now as I said that. I actually bumped it up at the last second. Okay. There's 2. There's 3 and 4. Alright, so now I just kind of go run that back. Yeah, so upgrading our bow, pretty good. Okay, so I'm gonna turn that in real fast, then we'll get back to running up there. I figured at first when it was gonna be like way out there, that'd be a whole thing. It is one of the good things about taking a bunch of different routes, whether or not you intend to, is you will just find more and more places for animals, so when you get these random missions about find this animal or that, you can find them very quickly. Or also, if you're trying to not find animals, it's good to know where the bears are and all boars are before you're right on top of them. Okay, so we can turn this into Ida. And that'll be a little bit more money and a little bit more reputation. Actually, does it mention here where the, somewhere in here, yeah, so we have the Dynasty reputation. I don't really know what the Dynasty reputation plays into. I want to say the Dynasty reputation in the other one, like the multiplayer map, oh, there we go, plays very heavily into giving you the ability to have more buildings, as opposed to this one where it's the story quests. I did it. Right, you won. You are better than me. Maybe some reward for the champion? Don't push it. Fine, here. This is yours. She gave me 37 bucks. Lady. You're cheaping out on me. I need you to pay way more than that in the future. I got a dynasty to run. And your pocket change ain't gonna be enough to do that. Ultimately, to sustain, you basically need to get productions going up. Did you get to keep your spoils? Yep. Like, I'm not upset about it. But it's just like, here's your money, and I'm like, dude, if I sell, like, a couple of onions, that's worth more than what you just paid me. Okay. So. Yeah, if I hang on the right here, we'll be good. Because on the left is Wyzant. And you've already killed a bunch of Wyzant today. But, my inventory is pretty full and we're really far from home. So I definitely don't want to overburden myself by killing a Wyzant just to try and drag it home. It'll be playing the Oregon Trail back in the day where you shoot a buffalo. It's like, congratulations, you carried 15 of your 83,000 pounds worth of food home. As you've wiped out the local ecosystem, but you're only allowed to carry about a squirrel back. Alright, I think this is the first time I've come by where it's not been the middle of the night. Is the parcel ready? Yep. All nice, warm, and ready. Did you say warm? No? Did you? I'm pretty sure that... Here it is. Go to Hotkey and give it to... Like it said to Walrat himself. As you wish. Alright, so now I gotta book it over here. And this is kind of those things that we are moving the story forward to get to, like, the next of the group that, you know, your uncle was involved in. I do kind of feel like, to me personally, your uncle's story with this, where it's, like, really over the top, I have difficulty being that engaged with it because it's just kind of silly. Like, it'd be fine if he was like, oh, yep, he was very charismatic, had a way with words, really convinced people to do all sorts of stuff, and he would, like, you know, like, that whole part of it, that's fine. But then they get these, like, really overly elaborate tales, and you're just like, okay. And I guess the idea as part of it is that these individuals that were around your uncle might not even be telling the truth. They might just kind of be really playing it up. Kind of because the legacy and whatnot. But because it's a whole lot of say not show, you know, because it can't, it just doesn't land. Not for me, at least. It's fine. But, like, it'd be very different if you got, you know, the cinematic of what happened as he's telling the tale and yada yada. You know, to be like, oh no, that really happened. Or whatever. But just wall of text. Eh. Okay, this also means I get to cut through these areas, and we can check to see if we get more missions to knock out for, Dynasty reputation, all that kind of nonsense. Alright.
Wouldn't mind if the king resigned. You remind me of someone.
Can I help you with something? Dear sir, can you help me with an errand? What is it about? I pledged to create some pants for some local folk, but I ran out of materials. I'll reward you, of course. Sure, why not? I have some spare time. Relax, I've already got what you promised. I'm pretty sure she just needed leather. Hey, did she give me a basic hat? She did give me a basic hat. Well, right now I want to wear a light hat because it's middle of the summer. Okay. We'll also probably want to get into animals and not too long. I just think I need a couple more people running things so that the farm is stabilized. And then we can start introducing, like, chickens and pigs and stuff to then have more food options. Get a sippy sip of water while we can. Alright. And there's definitely an argument to be made for building a storage building as close as you can get away with to each town. So as you go to do quests, you can just go into the storage and grab it. Or just the same when you go to sell things. You can just grab them from the storage and just do laps and all that. I personally haven't done much of that, but it's definitely a good strategy. Because all your storages are linked, so if you build a storage building up here and by your town, you can just put all the stuff in their storage thing by your town, just kind of move it on over. We got some meat. Okay, not seeing anything else there. Okay. Got our next town, and none of them have any more missions. Considering we've already knocked out in like the last in-game day and a half, like four side quests, and we're getting a 2 main story quests also knocked out.
Hope is where the work is.
Well, I'll be danged. Excuse me? One is bright, the other dark, both filled with a spark. Your eyes. You must be Rasamir. Well, it's actually Raz. Never mind. How do you know my name? I knew your uncle, Lorden. Besides, I've always been good with names. Renegast. What are you doing here? I would have never thought to see you in the flesh. Let's see. Oh, my sweet child. Throw that away immediately if I were you. Oh, sorry, I missed the dialogue where it's like, I got a package for you from the other guy. Why? Well, taking that I know the guy for over 20 years, and I can smell this parcel from over here, I guarantee you that contains his feces. Gross, what the heck is wrong with him? Couldn't fool a master prankster, but he sure pulled a number on you. A number 2. I guess it's kind of funny. Well, I'm done, let's see. I've been doing practical jokes to his sack of muscle for decades. If you could have only seen some of my best work, good memories. Yeah, I bet. Anyway, I hope that bag of crap was not the only thing bringing you to me. Of course not. I've actually been talking to Unagast and Somber about the pack. Oh, so you know, amazing. I was afraid that I'd let the cat out of the bag. We had to be very careful not to share our business with anyone. Always trying to be invisible, anonymous. Well, that must have been weird for Lorden when he became the Castellan. All this attention. My uncle was the Castellan? Yep, he was. And Unagast took over that position after he died. Didn't you know that? No, Unagast never mentioned it. Must have slipped his mind. Let's see, I'd love to hear more stories. I'm trying to learn as much as I can about my uncle. Good thing you found me. I love reminiscing about all the adventures of the Menacing Phantoms. Menacing Phantoms? Yeah, that was the name of the pack. Didn't they tell you? Those old farts have memory problems. I'm going to tell you about it, but first, I need your help. You see, a large pack of wolves formed in the forest nearby, and I'm afraid they'll attack us at any moment now. Oh my, that sounds really serious. It is. That's why I need to build a palisade as soon as possible. I already have a plan for it, but it won't be much of a palisade, but a wooden maze all around Tutki. That way, the wolves will get lost, confused, and less likely to attack. That's an amazing idea. I've got the necessary tools, all I need is logs, and that's where you come in. Sure thing, I can gather some materials. How much logs do you need? I believe 1,000 will do. 1,000? You can't be? Quickly! Rapparam. There's no time to waste. End dialogue. Okay. So for the record, there is an achievement in the game that I do not have that is to finish the quest by bringing him 1,000 logs. I don't think I'm going to be doing that right now. But I am going to deliberately not advance that, I think. Because I'm also... I guess the question is, let's test something. If I give him a couple of logs, how does that even work? Can it, like, chip away at that? Because you can't carry 1,000 logs. So let's grab 2 logs and see if I bring the 2 logs to him. Because the only way... I'm trying to think of how you could even bring 1,000 logs. But yeah, there is an achievement for actually bringing all the logs.
He wants to listen, but I'm
sure I saw this bloody donkey carrying a knife.
Oh. So let's think. You drop them at his feet and then pick them up all up. Gotcha. So yeah, so it's one of those things that looks like because I talked to him, it messed it up. You can't be serious. You mean the wolves are? Yeah, you got me. I just met you. But there is something I'd like your help with, actually. I need you to kill my cow. Right, is it sentenced to treason? Probably collaborated with those wolves, huh? I'm afraid this time it's not a joke. We bought a cow a few years back. Her name's Marla. She stopped giving us a milk while back. My wife insists that we butcher her because soon the meat will become inedible. But I just can't. She feels like part of the family now. Kids grew up along with her, and we're sharing memories together. You share memories with the cow? Oh, don't be like that. You know what I mean. Will you put her down? Just do it out of my sight. Let's see, no problem. I don't have feelings for food. Yep. Yeah, so that'd be an interesting one. Because 1,000 logs is a lot of effort. Considering each one of those trees is like 2 logs. It'd be curious to see how that even works. Hello, you're Walred's wife, I presume. That's me, Amanda. Who are you? My name's Ransomir. I'm Lorden's nephew, or rather I was. I'm sorry, honey. I never met your uncle, but Walrad and him sure were close friends. What can I do to help with you? I'm actually here to help you with the problem that Walrad told me about, Marla. Oh, are you going to help this bag... Are you going to help this bag... Sorry. Are you going to help this big baby with slaughtering it? Yes. Finally. Thank you for that. Better be quick with it, or my overly sensitive husband changes mind. I will. So where is cow? Where is moo cow? Moo cow. I think that's moo cow on the other side.
Raining pitchforks.
No, those are the horses. Those are the donkeys. Lady, where's your cow? You're over here like, oh, thank goodness you're gonna slaughter the cow for me. And you're just gonna leave me. Is this the cow? There we go. Hey, Marla. Don't look up, Marla. Don't look up. That was significantly more violent than I thought it was gonna be. How did it go? I killed it. So you really did, huh? Isn't that what you wanted? Wanted? No. But I guess that's what had to happen. About that story about the pack then. Naturally, a deal is a deal, my friend. Before meeting Lorden, the pack was, I guess you could call me a gambling artist or a professional dice player, but it'd be simpler to call me a common crook. I was traveling from tavern to tavern, where I would cheat using my special dice to earn some money. Pretty decent with my act, but Lorne saw through me right away. His eyes were burning a hole in my palm while I was switching the dice, and when I dared glance his way, he smiled at me. Even though he knew I was cheating and lost playing with me, he didn't say a thing, paid up, shook my hand, and left the table. I was intrigued like never before, so I followed him. I saw him meeting up with the rest of the pack, so I followed them too. I didn't even know when I lost sight of Sambor, but suddenly he grabbed me from behind, Let's see. The giant picked me up by the throat with one hand and threatened to kill me if he sees me one more time. That must have been terrifying. Smart thing to do would have been to run and stay away from those people. But I've never been a smart man, so I kept following them. Next time, Zomber added a beating to the threat. But I couldn't see for 2 weeks out of my left eye. But they didn't stop. They were more and more annoyed with me, so they just started to ignore me instead. It didn't bother them that I was following them. Then it stopped bothering them that I was riding near them. Then with them. So I started camping with them as well. Ate with them. Finally one day, when they entered a tavern, I sat with them at the table. Lorden just passed me a cup and a plate, just like he did for everyone else. Unagas asked me about my name, and that was it. I was part of the family. So you were like a stray dog that didn't want to go away? Exactly that. You know how stupid it sounds? Pathetic, really? But looking back, it was the best decision I've ever made. Sure, they were making fun of me from time to time, treating me different at first. I was the youngest of all of them, but after a while, I really felt like one of them. I knew they loved me. That's really beautiful. I'll never forget my first mission. We were tricking a countess into signing over her mansion to an orphanage. It was amazing. I felt ecstatic, and at the same time, a noble crook. Without any guilt, but a sense of achievement. And I did good. Even Lorne's right hand said so. You mean Unagast? Unagast? Well, he and Lorden were certainly like brothers, but I believe it's always clear for everybody that it was Kestrel who was the second in command. Kestrel, who's that? They didn't tell you about her? Well, I won't as well. It's not my story to tell. You should go talk to Unagast. I will. It was an immense pleasure meeting you, Waldred. Ulred. And for me as well. Lorne would have liked you. I can promise you that. Next time, Ratatouille. Till next time. Yeah, we can go watch a Pixar movie if that's what you really want. Alright. So, we have our journal. Yeah, so we have the objective to bring 1,000 logs. Yeah, the idea of dragging 1,000 logs and dumping them there sounds utterly obnoxious. But that's probably why it's a hidden achievement. Yeah, so you wait for next season. We can go to Unagast. Half across the map. Alright. Is there anything I need to be worried about along the way here? We've got those boars. If I cut directly to it, I won't have to worry about anything to the other side of the water. Is that true, or am I? Yeah, that'll be fine. So I won't have to worry about anything until I'm at the other side of the water, where there'll be some boars, deer, badger. Alright. Now you're curious about the dialogue when you deliver the logs. Yeah, you'd probably be like, Jesus, guy, what'd you do? Alright. Hey, Treacle, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 35 stream streak. Oh, whoop. Why isn't? Okay, the Wizen's kind of behind us, so we're okay. But can we get a shout out for Treacle? For those who don't know, Treacle is our fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a bunch of RimWorld among other games, so definitely if you're looking for all of that, you can find it over there. But yeah, so definitely just someone to check out. But yeah, no, it's always good to have you here. Here, let me get you that. I think Cookie might be on mobile and some of that stuff doesn't work great. There you go. Oh, Stardius. Don't do that. Okay. Are you sure you want to quit? No. Stardius, yeah, that's right. I remember you were talking about playing that. I still have it installed and I've been seeing all the updates coming through. I haven't had a chance to check it out again. I checked it out way back. just haven't circled back to it since, since pretty early on. Alright. You almost forgot to check in? Hey, Lilypad, how's it going? Alright, so we're just trying to run on down here to get back to town. Get the next story thing going. We do need to be expanding the village kind of thing. Yeah, and the quest, the fact that it's that far into the story, which is not too bad, it'd be like 2 play sessions. And then you have to make sure you do not talk to him until you drop 1,000 logs there. Is interesting. Yeah, see, it's great, but I think you think you put a lot of people off with the long, chewy tutorial. He's gonna be working on something more play-based. Yeah. No, I definitely remember both Stardius and oh man, I'm blanking on the other one that was similar to that one. All right, I think I have both installed. Yeah, I think it was both Stardius. I think it was Space Haven was the other one. It doesn't matter. But I remember there's 2 games similar to each other that both of them had that same kind of problem of just the tutorial just kind of really had a lot there. I'm trying to remember, because there was one that you built the ship and there was one where you moved around. I think Space Haven was the one you had your ship, you jumped around and captured other ships and all that. I don't remember Stardius too much on that. You know, I remember enjoying Stardius. It was just I played like a super early version of it. But to say it was very, very early access, very, very incomplete is a whole big thing. Alright. Just cutting across here. Then we get to this side. We've got boar and all that in the area. Okay, so we've got the boar there. Honestly, I can just follow the road. The road will take me straight into town. And then I'll probably have to work our way home to ditch yet another pile of leather and meat. Okay. Yeah, so we definitely had a productive in-game month or whatever. One of the things I want to do is seek out copper. Let's see. Yeah, we'll want to seek out copper because where we're at right now is I should be able to start making copper tools. And while the excavation person can get that going to some degree, it's going to take time. The other thing I think we ought to do is we could take a break from the big story quest because it's a lot of running back and forth. And what we can do is just work on the town kind of thing. Yeah, I'm honestly thinking trying to drop all the, I see why I jumped on you. The whole thing with the word cannibal. Yeah, so Trico's, I mean, most of the things. In Stardius, you have to get this power to the stasis pods early, as well as keeping random humans alive. And it says you cannibalize your damaged ship to get into position where you can go out and either pew-pew to cannibalize other ships. That part was very similar to Space Haven. People have drawn parallels between them. I think Stardius is just a bit more. Yeah. No, so it just jumped on. I have the whole thing where it takes cannibal and cannibalize and all that and turns it into taco because, you know, people on RimWorld can't let a drogue die. So we had all that. Yeah, no, we already got a shout out, but, you know, again, another shout out is never bad. So, again, check out Treacle, playing some Stardius, also plays RimWorld. Good times. Yeah, so you have, like, the gentle reminder thing. Hello, Unagus. Long time no see. Long time indeed, Rasimir. How have you been? Great. I met, Wolrad recently. I'm glad. Seems like you're following the path of Lorden's past, just like you wanted. I do. That's why I'm here. I wanted to ask you about Kestrel. So, you heard about her. No, Walrad mentioned her name, but nothing else. Not my story to tell, he said. Moonagust? Really strange. Why would he say it like that? Strange indeed, 'cause she... Yeah, she was part of the pack, and that would be... it? Your attempt at being casual seems like you're having a stroke. You're right, sorry. I just wasn't prepared for the topic. For her topic. For her. You see, Kestrel was... I remember the day we met. Me, Lord, and Somber were coming back from one of our missions. It was truly spectacular. Heist, ruse, battle, revolution. Failure. Long story short, we were forced to take a shortcut through the river and lost most of the equipment in the process. Our mounts as well. After a few days roaming the woods, we'd come across a small village and were way too exhausted to even think of trying something elegant. So we decided to take the horses from the stable and leave some money behind. So we did just that. We started riding the horses out of the village in a hurry. When we suddenly heard a loud whistle, the horses stopped in place immediately, as if they were enchanted. Lauren fell right off. Somber was kicking the horse with all his strength, but it wouldn't even budge. And then we heard her voice. If you boys want to keep your peckers and heads attached to your bodies, you better get off my horses and start running. I looked behind me and saw the most beautiful woman I had ever seen holding a bow, with an arrow pointed right at my eye. At that moment, your uncle managed to get off the ground, pissed as heck, and started giving her a piece of his mind. She moved her bow a little and released the arrow. She shot him without a blink. Me and Samber almost died from laughter. Why? It was a first. And pretty much only person we've met who made Lorden look like a fool. A child, even. The sight of Lorden bleeding and all of us laughing must have been the strangest thing. She surely thought we had some kind of loonies. I'm certain she did. We ended up spending the whole day together. She tended to Lorden's wound, who didn't say a word to her the entire time, and me and Sam were basically begging her to join us. When we explained our mission to her, which we hadn't done ever before to a stranger, she said yes. Just like that. There wasn't even a pinch of fear in that woman. Bravest soul we ever met. Her only condition was that we take all of the horses. She didn't have any family besides those animals, and the family shall never be left behind. There was 5 of them. Some might call it coincidence, others destiny. The 5th was for Wolrad, correct? Indeed it was. The steed's name was Burr, which makes it totally fitting to his future owner. Burr was carrying our bags for almost a year before he got himself a rider, and those two became best friends. I'll tell you that. But getting back to Kestrel, Lorden didn't like her at first. Only time I've ever seen him insecure like that. He didn't put a spell on her with just a glance like every other woman, so he resented her for it. For a while at least, because soon everything fell into place. Sun always rises in the east and sets in the west. No way to get around that. Same thing with Lorden. He always gets what he wanted, and that was just to be admired and desired. She didn't have a chance, really. They were together, Kestrel and Lorden? Well, it started as a fling, but isn't that how love just starts? Soon they became inseparable, and if you didn't know Lorden so well, you'd say she changed him. But he didn't change. He couldn't. He just enjoyed his new game, a relationship. Even Somber realized it at some point. Everyone did. Except Kestrel. Lorden soon became bored with this game, like with any other, so he went back to seducing and having fun with other women. But now, there was another challenge for him. Another thrill of keeping it a secret from Kestrel. It was painful to watch, really painful. Especially when you love them both so much. You mean like family, right? Rasmir. I loved Kestrel right from the moment she pointed that arrow at me. Never stopped. But I've always been shy, living in Lorn's shadow, only worse than that. So I kept it to myself for years until I didn't. What do you mean? Started having an affair. So you betrayed Lorden? Nothing that black and white, dear Asimir. You certainly learn it with age, but we all live in infinite shades of gray. But yeah, it's undeniable. I hated myself for it, and I hated him for hurting the love of my life. But making me lie to her and keep his dirty secrets while I had one of my own, it was exhausting, to be honest. But I couldn't stop. I couldn't lose her, and she couldn't stop loving him as well. I'm not judging you, Unagast. That sounds excruciating. It sounds like you're a big basket of drama, all of you. That's not the end of the story. It all went downhill when she got pregnant. I couldn't eat or sleep. I've started distancing myself from her. The unknown was killing me. Was Lorden the father? Did I lay a woman carrying another man's child? Or maybe it was mine, and I was going to raise it, but instead live as his uncle in a lie like a coward. I had the darkest of thoughts rushing through my head at this time. I still blame myself for it. Did I wish for it to happen? Wish for what? The baby was stillborn. Let's see. I wanted to die within that day, but I felt relief at the same time. What kind of person feels relief in a situation like that? When Lauren left the room, I wanted to see its eyes, just to be sure, to finally know what to feel. She didn't let me. I joined Lorden in his grief. We drank and cried all night. I was pretending to be just his empathetic brother, but I was scum. A scum and a grief with grief of his own. The child's little body was buried or burned in the morning. I couldn't go back to being with Castrell after that, and neither could Lorden. So she lost 3 men in her life in one day, all consumed by the flames, blown away by the men's smoke and dust. Unagast, I'm so sorry. I had no idea what you've been through, what you have all been through. You have nothing to be sorry about, my child. I was trying to tell you from the very beginning, don't envy the lives we lived. We were trying to do some good, to make some change, but we were not heroes, and we're still paying the price. I need to see her, Unagast. You said that you all ended up in the valley. I don't know where she lives, and she didn't want to be found, not by me. So I've never looked, but I'm pretty sure Somber knows. You can try with him. That's what I'm going to do then. Rasmir, if you see her, tell her that never mind. Be well. Well, never talking to you again. You all are a whole bag of not great. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you again for tuning in, all that. It's like, man, you are all terrible for each other. Congratulations, I guess. Alright. Yeah, the story side of this gets a little much in just the volume. Where you have like a dialogue, it's a whole big thing. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to get back to the house. I'm going to make sure the compost bin is maxed out. Maybe build a second compost bin. And to see what other buildings we can add into the area. To keep things moving on the actual town itself. Because we just got our smithy up. I'm not sure what buildings I'm missing I could build now. If we don't have any more, we'll just add houses and whatnot. It also could be something that I just take some time to go smack some rocks and trees and all that to unlock the next buildings or whatever. The big thing is I haven't located a mine yet. I know there's a mine down here somewhere. We actually haven't even been down to that corner. But there's a couple of caves in the map. The big problem with some of the caves is they all have bears by them. So you kind of have to kill the bear, and then you can mine for like the season, and then you have to kill the bear, and then you can mine for the season, and then you have to kill the bear. And generally to make it not laborious, you end up needing to build a storage down over there so you can move the ore into the storage right there versus dragging it home. But it's one of the reasons why there's a lot of people when they build their towns, they like to build them nearby a cave. It can also be helpful for when you need a lot of limestone and rock. You want to be near places where you can get a bunch of limestone and rock and drag it home without having to walk half across the map or do a bunch of nonsense where, again, you build a storage by a cliffside, load it up and move it over. Just in case we find the wolves. Couldn't. I was fighting the aim drift because of stamina. There. All right. That's not what you want. There we go. This game is pretty. Yeah. Now, the wolves are dangerous because they'll just harass you. Is that the end of the wolves in the area? Yep. Looks like the wolf icon's grayed out. Then grab the arrow. Now love starts at gunpoint. I would not say that many healthy relationships likely start at gunpoint. That definitely feels like the way you start a very unhealthy relationship. Okay, so we're gonna grab these berries. And there's another level in survival. Alright, so let's pop in here, and so we can make it so we can now slow the stamina consumption from movement. We can also make it so we need less water and food, which is a big one. I'm gonna go and make it so we can, you know, run longer without getting tired. But you want an unhealthy toxic relationship? That is a whole different problem that needs to be discussed. Alright, so we're just grabbing a bunch of berries because we're going to compost those. Alright, that's probably all I can carry. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and top off our food real fast. Okay, so we can run home really quick. Drop off all the meat and leather and all that garbage. I don't know if we're gonna make it back up to Somber. I'm pretty sure pretty soon we get a mission from Somber that's like, bring me onions and potatoes and a bunch of nonsense. Because that's the one quest I remember, because when I was playing the game on this map the first time, I got that quest like right at the end of fall going into winter, which meant I had to wait like a whole year to get the crops that I needed. I get the idea, Nuclear, being like, no, hear me out. She's pointing an arrow at you. She's looking at you, and only you and her eyes gaze fixed eye to eye. Like, I get where in storytelling that could be a fun, like, oh, and there was a connection at first sight. It's like, yeah, it's not really how that works if anyone wants anything to be healthy. Like, don't get me wrong, it's good for storytelling, for having, like, the whole dramatic thing. But the real-life equivalent you'd be dealing with nowadays would be someone pulling a gun and pointing it at you and being like, yep, that's what I want more in my life. And, definitely was ones if that's where you find yourself, you need to be like, hang on, wait a second. What's this say about me, and what do I need to be working through? Because this is definitely not a healthy place for definitely not a healthy place for people to be. There was hate at first sight. Yeah, something like that. But that's the whole thing. As I said, for me, part of what detracts is they have... The way they do the storytelling in the game is they just have a big block of dialogue, which is fine, whatever. But how absurd so much of it is, to me, honestly takes a lot away from it because I can't take it seriously. Like, I don't need the game to be realistic or anything like that. But just having a wall of text that's, like, kind of just way out there in the fringes. Alright, so we got all those crops over there.
Aspiring mule.
Okay. So drop off the meat there. A lot of that meat's gonna go bad. You found it heavy going reading all the dialogue when you tried streaming this? Yeah, no, it definitely gets there. Where the dialogue, you're like, okay. That's kind of why, like, I'm not rushing through it, but I'm not pausing on it. Okay, so no new houses, no new extraction stuff. Oh, we got the fishing hut. Alright. So let's get the fishing hut set up. You'll need a bunch of logs. All right. We can get all this pulled up. To get the fishing hut built. I'm gonna also need a house to get more people. But with the fishing hut built, that means I've got another supply of food. Meet her halfway. Again, for me personally, it's as well as ones. It's like, okay. Like, it's a whole big weird thing. Yeah, no, it's just so much of the story kind of gets a bit much for me. As I keep saying. Like I said, it's not bad. But the delivery and how over the top it is makes it hard to engage seriously. But still, it's kind of fun to go through the story regardless. But it's kind of the catch-22, because you got this one that has, like, kind of the overtop story, but then you go to the other one, the multiplayer map, and it's pretty empty on the story side, that they just kind of are like, no, it's meant for multiplayer. Personally, like Chaos and Pandemonium. I wouldn't even call it Chaos and Pandemonium, though. Like, yeah, they do mention there's, like, chaos or whatever, but there's definitely stories that do chaos and all that better. For me, I would argue that it's just... It's kind of one of those things. It's like having a little kid tell you a story where everything's just very implausible, and you're like, uh-huh. Of course that happened, little Johnny. It feels very like that. Which, to be fair, as much as I love Path of Exile is also guilty of a lot of that kind of stuff. Where it definitely feels like you're getting story told by, you know, a little boy who's like, and then we fought God. And you're like, oh, okay, well, what happened next? Well, then you fought interdimensional God. And you're going, okay. For the record, I really like Path of Exile, but the story gets pretty weird. And then you fought Susie, who just wanted to see people get hurt, because Susie's bad people. Hey, Ronger, how's it going? Thanks so much for the 70 stream streak. I appreciate that. For that, I'm saying Susie is Maven. Like, don't get me wrong, it can be, you can actually, like, write yourself in a corner a lot of those things. Where it's the same thing that happens with, like, a lot of superhero stuff. Where you'll have, like, okay, well, this one, they're fighting the one other super person who's a supervillain. Okay. Now they're fighting the government. Okay. Well, now they're fighting the super government. Okay. Well, now they're fighting the space super government who's run by a literal demon. Okay. Well, now they're fighting themselves in another dimension who is also teamed up with the demon person. And you're like, all right, you kind of lost the thread, man. But you know, it's the yes and, one up, and eventually it just gets silly. Like Dragon Ball Z does that. I love Dragon Ball Z, but that's another one that each iteration got a little bit more wild, a little bit more on the fringe, and you're like, okay. Look, man, you're just gonna make him fight a weird alien thing. I don't really care what the backstory is, because it's silly. That's not why I'm here. I'm here to watch him shoot laser beams out of his hands. And then teleport around a whole lot. It's a whole power creep problem. It also have a problem with, you also have problems with writing. It's still fun, but after a while you figure out where to retire the story and move on to the next generation of the story. Yeah, no, exactly. It's power creep. And like that happens in games too. It's difficult if you're going to have storytelling where your character is going to get stronger with each, you know, chapter, iteration, whatever. You start getting to the point where the power just gets silly. And to make challenges for it requires you to get just as silly. And there's definitely a point that it kind of gets pretty over the top. Alright, so I need a bunch of sticks and I need some logs. Okay, I guess we'll do that. Alright. That's actually like, it's been interesting when stories try to come up with ways to deal with that. Like, some of them, they will kind of go an iteration forward where it's like, oh yeah, you know, the person beat the big bad guy, and there was peace in the land, and then they'll have, you know, the next season or whatever will follow a new character where it's after the main character you had been following died or is no longer there or is someplace else or whatever else. You know, they get a reason to, like, have the person that the power creep just got out of hand, you know, remove them from the picture. You know, kind of like with Avatar: The Last Airbender, when they're like, okay, you know, they had Aang kind of do all of Aang's thing, and rather than continuing to, like, drag that out farther, like, you know what? Aang's gone. We now have Korra. You're gonna follow Korra now. And so it's a nice way of kind of, like, resetting the bar back down. Yeah, at the same time, if you skim the story and say, pretty like go burr, I'm not sure what you're going with that. Oh, or you mean referring to, like, what I was saying with, like, the Dragon Ball thing where... Like, for the record, I actually do know the story about, like, you know... Starts out, like, depending on which Dragon Ball you're talking about, whether it's Z or whatever, you know, with... Starting with, like, Raditz, Vegeta, and all them. Or, you know, Piccolo and all that in the past or whatever. You slowly escalate to, like, the whole thing with Vegeta, and then you go and escalate to the next one with, like, Frieza, build up to Cell and Majin Buu and all that. Like, I've followed it, but it's one of those lens that, like, you listen to the story and like, yeah, still, I'm having fun with it. Like, this isn't me trying to, like, bash at the story being, like, story bad. It's just one of those ones, like, yeah, you know, it's silly. Pretty much where you go with it. It's silly. It's not meant to be taken that seriously. Because it's just not serious. Honestly, the times they've tried to make Dragon Ball, like, super duper serious or whatever, end up being the stuff that doesn't work as well. Like, it doesn't need to be, like, slapstick or anything. To be honest, the same loop you're talking about is why you don't like The Walking Dead. Where it resets, or, because I never really tuned into The Walking Dead. My understanding between the seasons of The Walking Dead would be, you know, main character finds, like, people with the main character find, like, a prison. And so that season they'll be, like, dealing with the prison. And at the end of the season, they'll be displaced and, you know, have to go to the next place and start over. You know, some characters will die, new ones will be introduced, all that kind of stuff. Alright, so let's check on the buildings we have here. So that was the survival buildings. So I got all those. The farming buildings, so we're nowhere near the windmill and all that. Because, yeah, no, I know it could also be a problem when it feels like the seasons don't matter. Because every time you turn around, it kind of, like, whatever progress was made is kind of reset and goes away. Season 3, then loop where they start. Yeah, that could be, it can be another problem. But that's one of the things. I think it's actually smart for people to realize that certain things shouldn't or aren't going to last forever. You know, that you can only go so many seasons on something before it's like, alright, it's kind of played itself out. Because you can kind of only do your resets so many times, but also you can kind of only kind of keep things going in the same one so many times. Alright, so let's go ahead and get a big house here. Get a little bit more space. But it's a difficult balance to strike. Season 3 became a Civil War simulator. Yeah, and I've definitely heard a lot of good things about Walking Dead. My issue more with The Walking Dead is a lot of, and it's not even The Walking Dead stuff, a lot of especially zombie stuff kind of assumes the worst about people. That, like, oh, society's gonna fall, everyone's going to default, like, not everyone, it's going to immediately default to like a dystopia where everyone's like clawing for power over people. And like, don't get me wrong, I acknowledge there's crappy people out there. But kind of the reality is the bulk of people are generally more prone to act together, especially when you have a mutual threat that doesn't sleep and is constantly hunting you forever. You know, being the autocrat, the dictator or whatever at that point is pretty well going to, you know, be a thing that very quickly you'll be disposed of. And I know people disagree with that, and that's totally fine. I tend to just not have quite as pessimistic view on the world. You know, I've been in areas hit by disasters, and yeah, if you want to like really dig down, did anyone loot anything? Sure. I'm not saying no crimes didn't happen, but the absolute bulk of people were all working together to, you know, make sure it's like, do you have food? You know, do you have water? Is everyone okay? There was that kind of stuff. Even the people, honestly, who were, like, taking things, you know, they were still checking in on each other, but also, gonna get yourself a heckin' TV or whatever. It's not that no one did anything crappy. Like, we had people who were, taking stuff like generators they had gotten a hold of, and they were... Price fixing's not the word. They were gouging people, so people who really needed that stuff, instead of even selling at a reasonable price, they were deliberately kind of buying stuff up and then jacking the prices up really high. Luckily, a lot of those people got thrown in jail, because that's against the law here. The Walking Dead is similar to soap operas to me. You didn't mean no disrespect. Just to those who enjoy it, though. Yep. Hey! Jarl of Goats, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. But can we get a shout out for Jarl of Goats? But what were you streaming, all that, and welcome in raiders. Alright, I need to make a new hammer. But if we get a shout out for Jarl. But yeah, so where are you streaming? How'd your stream go? All that good stuff. And if you got a raid and run, don't let me keep you. But you're obviously welcome and all that. Medieval Dynasty? Nice. I hope you had a good time, making good progress. The same time government didn't fall nuclear? No, but there's definitely places I've been in where, you know, disaster had struck and continuation of government took a little while. So you're effectively everyone kind of doing their thing. Yeah, it went well. You're playing on the hardest difficulty that's reasonable. Gotcha. I don't even remember what we set our difficulty. Generally speaking, on a lot of survival crafters, I find cranking up the difficulties tends to be not making the game harder, but making the game more tedious. I can't speak for this one because I honestly don't know where it lands and all that stuff, but like a lot of survival crafter will be like, okay, well, now you need to eat twice as much, like as far as frequency. And then to me, it's like, oh, it just means I need to be constantly eating. I don't know where this one lands. Or they'll just sit there and make the animals extra tanky, so you just have to kind of like cheese them to like grind that. So again, not speaking about this game because I honestly don't know. Let's see, you tried playing with 1000% HP. It's crazy. You threw an iron spear at a crow and it flew away with your spear. But with his 150%, great challenge. Requires a group to kill a bear. Yeah, I generally play solo and all that, so I'm glad you're having fun with it. I think that would be an interesting thing to do, but also not really a thing for me. Oh, I need to go grab food. I don't have food on me. Yeah, Nuclear, I disagree with the sentiment that in the absence of authority that people just kind of default to being awful. It's just, it's not what I've seen in the world, even when people could absolutely get away with things that they really wanted to. So I tend to just not be that pessimistic about people. Generally speaking, in my experience, in times of, like, trying times, I see people come together, not just see, like, what they can one-up the other person, all that kind of stuff. Solo, I'd keep vanilla. Yeah, you cover everything on base, just having a reason to last longer. 7 days per season. Yeah, right now I'm running the 3 days per season, which I know can get a little hectic. And that you have to constantly be active and all that. Oh, right, it can pull from that. We're not going to do the full 400. You don't mean everyone will. I realize that, Nuclear. But it's one of the things that keeps me from enjoying series like The Walking Dead is just, to me, it's a very pessimistic look on society. Now, granted, it's for storytelling to make the story interesting, because if everyone got along, that probably wouldn't make a great story. But it makes it very hard for me to stay interested in the series, where it's like, they go to one place, immediately this person is like a despot. They go to the next place, they're very authoritarian. Go to the next place, they're literal cannibals. They go to the next place, and it's just going from one awful group to another awful group. And it's just kind of one of those things that I'm like, nah, man. You'd have a whole lot of people who would just kind of come together, yeah, and they'd have protections around themselves to keep people from taking advantage of them and all that kind of stuff. So it's not like they wouldn't be armed or prepared to defend themselves or whatever, but you wouldn't have everyone being a power monger everywhere. You'd have some, but yeah. But I just tend to not be very pessimistic. I'm very optimistic that the vast majority of people would try and help each other out as best as they can. You know, obviously making sure they're taking care of themselves first. Yeah, and we're going to go and make 30 of these, and then we'll stop. I'm not going to stay here for the whole 20 minutes to make the full stack. I just needed some food. Alright, so we can go here, have ourselves a little bit of roast. Drop some of this off. Yeah, and that's the thing. I think it's totally reasonable to set to like 5, 6, 7 days. I do think 3 days is... You kind of got to keep things moving. I'll put the rest of the raw meat back there. Grab these berries, because we're going to put those into the composter. Yep. Nah, as Nuclear's saying, like Walking Dead, the zombie should be the primary threat. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But my understanding with The Walking Dead is the kind of the way it's written, it is more a commentary on society, and the zombies are just a meaning for, like, punching society, like, right in the proverbial balls and being like, you know, this is what everyone will default to when everything's wrong. Not as a serious criticism or whatever, but just a presentation that without all those things to keep people in check, that people would kind of just turn on each other. And it's not my view. It's not the way I see the world. It can be fun for storytelling, but it is a thing that I think is kind of really bad out there in the world, of how many people genuinely think that, you know, anyone who could take advantage of them would do so at the drop of the hat if there wasn't consequences and all that. And, you know, just assume the worst about everyone around them. I genuinely feel bad for people who live feeling that way. Because it means you're not going to trust people, you're not going to be able to get along with other people. Like, don't get me wrong, there are people who do awful things. I just find them to be far and few in between. Alright. I collect a whole bunch of sticks. Keep things moving. Get a new home going. And hopefully we unlock the bigger houses, because I've not been investing any of the time in making these houses, like, much nicer until we have the bigger ones, because I don't want to take all of the time to make the crappy little houses as nice as they can be when I'm just going to, you know, replace them later. Especially with the penalty where you lose 50% of the materials you put into them when you knock them down. I think that's with the perk. Alright, so got room for 2 more people. So the next thing I'm probably going to do, we can start building the hen house and all that. It wouldn't be a bad idea. That becomes a very good source of fertilizer. Yeah. Then there are people who make wonderful things. Otherwise, how could we be looking at a monitor or work on PC? Yeah, no, that's the thing. Genuinely, I'm fairly optimistic in my outlook of people. Like, don't get me wrong, there's crappy people out there. That's not an incorrect thing. But I would argue for every crappy person, there's easily at least 10 really good people, if not way more than that. It's probably more like 1 out of 100. And then with that, that's considering like crappy, like a person who's going to shoplift for the lulz versus, you know, crappy versus a person who's going to do something truly, truly awful. Most of it's going to be pretty benign stuff. That's just, you know, showing a lack of compassion, lack of empathy. Okay. Finding this iron axe right at the beginning of the game has been such a wonderful thing. We've been using this thing for so long. We'll have to go out and start working on getting the Sorry, we'll have to go and work on getting the iron and copper and all that sorted so we can get our better tools. I gotta go track down one of the caves. I believe I remember where some of the caves are on the map. It's been a while. I know to the southeast, I believe it was, that one town. I want to say there's a cave right by there that you can get copper. I remember the multiplayer map building like right by stuff. Let's go to farming, the animal husbandry. Even though I'm not really ready to deal with the animals, I figure we'll keep building stuff. Because that'll keep getting us XP towards unlocking the next thing. Alright, so we're far enough away we're no longer in range of our storage place. So let's plan to get that sorted. Oh, right, when we upgrade this, which is the next thing I unlock, it'll fix that anyways. So let's do this manually. We'll do this the way it worked when the game first released, before they had the quality of life thing where they made the storage places do way more. You have all the crap in your inventory and drag it to where exactly where you're going to work. There's also the fact that no version of good and evil is absolute. Yep. And the fact that almost everyone who does bad things are still the heroes in their own story that usually requires a level of justification with themselves that they're in the right even as they do awful things. Gotta do manual labor again? Yep. Okay, and this will be for a chicken coop. We don't have chickens, nor do we have the feed or anything else ready. But I'm building buildings because that'll get us XP towards unlocking being able to make the bigger storage building. It'll also unlock the ability to make the bigger houses. Alright, so put the logs up here. And now I need straw. Because once we upgrade the storage building, it gets increased storage amount and range and a bunch of stuff. Okay. So drop the feathers. Drop the log. Drop the bark, drop the seedlings, drop the sticks, and the stones. Now you can go over here can find the straw. Grab the straw. Birds gonna think they're doing right and hurt some money. Yep. We've talked a number of times when it comes to software development, algorithm systems, those kind of things. There's a really good book called Weapons of Math Destruction by Kathy O'Neill. That kind of the thing it covers is even well-meaning, like genuinely well-meaning people coming up with these systems to help with various things, like college admissions, all those kind of things, where they're trying to help make sure people who could benefit from it get in and yada yada yada. That even going through all that, where they're trying to do everything right, it's very, very easy to cause, harm at scale because, you're using proxy measurements and you're suing them as more meaningful or reliable than they really are and all these kind of things. And you get yourself in a lot of trouble with that. I'm not talking like legal trouble. I'm talking about the thing you created and its purpose, that you'll end up doing the exact opposite of your intended purpose just because you aren't using good metrics, good all that stuff. Or you won't challenge your own system and be like, hey, I'm going to assume you're wrong and start running a bunch of tests and see if you hold up to at least, be okay for now. And then remembering to not just take that at face value, but to test constantly and to alter your tests and all that stuff. Because it's really easy to make mistakes with that kind of stuff. Because a lot of times the data, especially again when you're using proxy measurements, because you have to, and proxy measurements can be good, but you have to be careful to not assume it means more than it truly does. Because for those who don't know proxy measurement, it's what we use for a lot of stuff like, did a person get a good education? Well, you can't walk up to them and put a gauge to the side of their head and and go, they got 10 education points. Like, it's just not how it works. You can't measure education in itself. Like how whatever. So you go, okay, well, are they good at math? Well, you also can't measure how good they are at math directly at itself. I can't hold a gauge to their head and say they got 10 math points. Instead, what I might do is I might go, well, here's 50 college algebra questions. And so they can answer a bunch of college algebra questions. Now, when I'm doing that, I might be measuring, are they good at this specific format of college algebra questions? Are they good at data entry? Are they good at test taking? Are they good at interpreting when I write out a word question, what that is? All of those are different components that can be part of being good at math. But if a person struggles on that one thing, does that mean they're unilaterally not good at math? No, I might have hit the one thing they're weak at. And so you get the idea. So you end up measuring a whole lot of things that the hope would be, if they got all those things right, it would imply they're good at math. And that's usually pretty okay. But a lot of times we have to go more and more out in the weeds, out in the fringes with our measurements to go farther and farther out, that then the reliability of that data gets worse and worse and worse. And good data scientists will understand that the value of that data is suspect. It's not worthless, but it's suspect. And so they'll account for that. But then you also have a lot of times where it's just not as good. Let's see. The Runaways. One day you come across two strangers, a man and his son, both shabby and underfed. The man is very polite and eloquent, even if he looks like a thug and doesn't inspire trust. He claims that they were persecuted by some wrongdoings and ask you to take care of his son. So we can have our choice of offer them both a place to stay in your village, assure him that the boy will be safe with you, refuse politely, refuse, and report the Castellan about the suspicious strangers roaming around. I'm going to bring them both in because I was going to bring in a new person anyways, and I don't know how the results are going to be. A sad smile appears on the stranger's face, and he explains that he'd gladly accept the offer, but he needs to throw the prosecutors off the trail, or the persecutors off his trail. He puts an ornate cloak brooch in your hand and asks you to give it to the boy in case he doesn't come back. The kid overhears that and runs away to find his guardian once you leave him out of sight. So I got the brooch and, you know, didn't have to worry about anything. Let's see, you lurked here a bit yesterday, but you apologize. You've been neglecting Twitch lately, helping out your mom saying top. Oh, you don't need to apologize. So we do have 2 of our village inhabitants who have almost the exact same name. Oh, so we have 2 different couples have now gotten married. Nice. All right. So, we're gonna finish building this building wherever... Oh, it's over there. Finish building this building. Which is the pigsty, or whatever it's called. And once that's done... But yeah, you never need to apologize. Like, no one has an obligation to be here or anything. Obviously, you're super duper appreciated being here and all that. But, like, your individual lives absolutely come first. You know, we can meme about, like, all the kind of stuff around that, but you'll have people who... It can get to the point where it could be an obsession that you're like, oh no, I'm gonna let this person down by not being there. And it's, you know, sad when people aren't there or whatever. But at the same time, you don't want it to reach an unhealthy point where a person feels like they must be there or they're letting people down. You gotta live your own life. You just bought Dying Light the Beast? Yeah, Dying Light the Beast is, it looks really well done. It's not really my cup of tea, but it does look very well done. Get a bunch of sticks. All right. So we'll get the pigsty done, and then we'll do our rounds to town and all that. And we now have access to the sewing hut, which is good news. That'll be another one for in town. I'm not going to be able to do a whole lot with the sewing hut yet, I don't think. I got to wait for flax to start coming in and whatnot. All right. So I got some other stuff there. The other thing I need to do before I forget, gotta go over to you, grab the rot, process the rot into fertilizer so that our people can get back to work. I need to make a second compost bin and start getting that filled up each season, or we're gonna start running into problems where I'm just not going to have the materials I need to keep my people fed. While that's happening, chat, I'm going to quickly use the restroom real fast, and I'll be right back. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. So, is there anywhere down here we got to worry about? Okay. So I'm not going to put up here. I'm going to go ahead and put these up here. I had gotten the amount of tomato seeds I wanted, and then the game was like, congratulations, have tomato seeds. I was like, wait, no, hang on. Is there anywhere we got one? Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? It's fine with me. I was gonna say, it sounded like there was one right next to me and I couldn't see it. What hit? Bitten? Yeah. Okay, well, that's it. In the meantime, I see some nature and I don't like it. Look at nature's hubris being all over the place here. Alright, and we are back. So let me go ahead and finish making that fertilizer. Okay, because like I said, I'm going to need to get a second thing of fertilizer going. I want to say ultimately you can get it to the point where the citizens can, or the people living in your town can even handle the fertilizer. I can't remember exactly how that works. Oh yeah, that's right. That's what the pigsty and all that is. Because they give you all that poop, and then you use the poop, and you can convert that without having to have the compost bins. Whereas until that's set up, I have to use the compost bins. But for those animals, I'm going to have to go through all that stuff. Alright. Yeah, no, exactly. Anyone who's like, how dare you take your own time, like, to deal with family or whatever, that is a person to not be around their channel anymore. Okay, so let's go ahead and drop this off. That'll be your fertilizer. We're working on all that. Let's see what else we got. So I need the sticks and all that. Oh, we got the sticks. Yeah, because we'll get this building built back here. And then once that's done, we are going to head to town, do our circuit for grabbing quests and all that. Keep things moving. How's our money? We gotta keep an eye on that. We're at 1,100. We're not making that much money, but I'm not really selling things. I'm kind of just stockpiling. Once we start getting the flax and all that going, and we're getting our linen and all that kind of garbage going on. I have an iron pickaxe. I don't even know when I got that. I probably got this as a quest reward and just totally missed it. How heavy are you? Are you really heavy? Yeah, you're heavy. So for right now, and I guess we'll chuck the basic hat in there just because. For right now, I'll go and give that to our person excavating. We got the donkey shelter unlocked. Okay. Alright, so let's go over here and grab our straw. We're going to run into problems pretty soon with the firewood and all that. And the reason that's going to become a problem is we aren't taking the time to go and do all the extra insulation on the buildings. And that's going to eventually catch up to me. But like I said, I kind of don't want to put that time in on the smaller houses. I'd rather do that when we get like the really nice stone houses. But by not doing that, I'm increasing our firewood consumption. Okay. So we'll have this all built. Oh, I needed one more log. That's fine, I can just chop down a tree real quick. Oh, I actually have a log right there. That's fine, we'll cut down this one anyways. Alright. Okay, so let's drop the rest of this off and start doing our circuit, taking care of things. How dare you prioritize family over cookie? Yep. It's a very cookie-coated thing. Alright, so let's go drop our feathers off. logs, sticks, straw. And I still have some food on me, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's go check on what... Oh, we have a skill. We got more. Oh, I got 2 skills I leveled up. Let's see here. So, recover resources from destroyed structures. Don't care about that literally at all. And it destroys the radar tools get damaged and extra, or find extra items doing that. Is there anything here? So that's extra materials from mining, extra carry weight, lower stamina consumption. So what we're going to do is I'm going to start taking the durability up here, because that'll give me this. We're going to want to take the extra materials from here. Next we got survival, which I'll go ahead and give myself more runtime without stamina running out. And then we're doing all this. I haven't unlocked almost any of this stuff, and we will want to unlock a lot of it. A lot of these are cosmetic, so don't really matter. Under the house section, I want to say there's 1 or 2 exceptions, but under these other ones, a lot of the stuff ends up being really, really useful. So you can get better torches and all that. We can get, yeah, so like this one is aesthetic. Like the torches here give you lighting and all that. You can get bows and bird traps. Those are actually useful. The herbalist stuff, you can get it to where you can poison weapons. And then when you make your poisoned weapons, you can use those to make it easier to fight stuff. The downside is all the different tiers of arrows have their own separate recipe. You can get the long bow and all that good stuff. You have here where it's flour and daub and hay and all that. We can get the animal feed. Yeah, and I want to say the trellis is aesthetic. You have like all your recipes you can cook. This ends up being one of your big money makers here, is taking the time to get all that. You have all your copper equipment, all your sewed all the equipment you're gonna sew. These get to be really significant. But with that said, let's check our journal. So things we can work on is talking to Sambor or talking to Alwyn. So I've got things stabilized at home for right now. Let's run over here. The herbalist is a serious profit grinder. Profit grinder as in it makes you a ton of money, or profit grinder like it eats a bunch of money? Because I want to say some of the potions were pretty valuable. Like, honestly, there are so many ways to make really good money, but it's ultimately making a product and selling it. Right now, we're not really doing that. I'm kind of running missions. But I'm trying to get things set up where I can either get, you know, start making a bunch of tools and all that I could then sell tools. You can make money, but it takes priority tweaking? Yeah. Getting it all set up. I never did look into that. I know, you heard making clothes are pretty good. I think that's what I did the last time as, like, one of my main money makers. Because you plant a whole lot of flax. You can turn the flax into the linen, and then the linen into clothes, and then sell the clothes. And I want to say the clothes generally sold for a couple hundred each. So if, you know, you make a couple dozen hats and a couple dozen shirts, you got some pretty serious cash coming in. There's a decent amount of setup, though. Alright, that's a big win. Resource storage, too, means I'm going to upgrade my storage building and it has more area. That's the other thing I should check. Yeah, okay, I have a whole extra house ready. That's right, I built an extra house with the intent of moving people in. And then they had the event where it's going to be like... the guy and his kid supposedly were going to, stay. But, like, the guy took off, the kid heard it, and then chased after. Basically, I have to make the herbalist harvest fall, summer, and spring, then winter switch to straight potioning. Yeah, because they don't have anything to harvest in the winter. So you kind of spend the spring, summer, and fall in collection, to get your big payout in the winter. Well, when the winter's done. Alright, so I need more people. Alright, small talk. Can you tell me about your skills? You're always a law unto myself. I will cut and dig out whatever stands in my way. Just give me the right tool. Good enough for me. Welcome aboard. Because you can always use more of them. Small talk. What are you good at? It's easy for me to gain people's trust. They know I am hardworking and very reliable. Is there anything that gives you a hard time? Traversing forests and riverbanks looking for resources is frustrating. You know what? I don't even know if you're a person I should be bringing, but okay, welcome aboard. Alright, so management, we can go to you. There's your house. Have a nice day. And we can go to you. There's your house. Have a nice day. Congratulations. And you are very unhappy. Alright, so let's go to our buildings. Actually, let's look at this. Okay, so you don't have an assignment. You're pretty not good at most things, unfortunately. Sucks to be you, I guess. Let's see. So, man, you're terrible. You really are bad. I'll assign you here. You're not going to have much to do. But that's okay. Alright, meanwhile, we've got you. And you're going to, went to peasant college, went to something. Alright. So, you're really good at farming. You can also help mine. I think I'm going to have you help mine for right now. Okay, so we got more people. That's ultimately going to be a problem in the long run, but short run, we want that.
How is life treating
Can I help you with something? Yeah, I do need help. I'm not feeling too well lately. I think I might be coming down to something. Could you please bring me some mushrooms or herbs that I can make my family cure stew? Sure, I'll bring them to you. But after I deal with other things. I'm kind of just grabbing those quests on the run through while I work on other stuff and going from there. Hello, friend. How are you doing? Well, just like the first day we met, you don't look happy. Why do you think so? You don't need to worry about me so much. Are you sure this is the life you want? No, but it's the one I have. And as you know, I have a lot of work ahead of me. I understand. Alright, so we're going to ignore that for right now. I'm going to switch it to the other one. And start working our way up here. Yeah, so something we should do is I'm going to need to unlock the recipe for animal feed. And start getting that going. Can I just... Sometimes you can just go up to these and find goods. Not this one, though. Those will. Got a flour. Got a plank. Got a flour. Okay. It's been a little while since I've been attacked by bandits. I like being attacked by bandits. They give me lots of good things. Usually after I fill them with arrows. Okay. So we're going to quickly work our way up to Sambor. He's going to I believe this is where he asks you for a bunch of food. Oh, I should also check mushroom treatment. So you need 2 St. John's and 2 woolly milk cap. Alright. St. John's, I want to say, is like everywhere. I think these weeds over here are St. John's. So I got those. Red pine. Bullet. Parcel. That's the red dotted mushrooms that aren't what I'm looking for. Bitter. Alright, I gotta keep an eye out because I want to say I get a little bit farther and then we're gonna run into the Wyson. I don't really need Wyson for anything. RSL. Bitter. Pine. Willie Milk Cap. That's one. Is there another one nearby by chance? Does not appear to be so. Those will be not what I'm looking for. So Paracels, what are you? Cool, so with that I'll have all the stuff I need for the remedy he wanted me to make. So I can work our way up here. And then hopefully with that we can get that unlocked. And I believe, like I said, he's gonna ask for a whole bunch of food. That's fine. We'll have to run back and get him whatever food. Flour from a waterlogged barrel, delicious. Yeah. Oh, that's like in some of the games where you can get like rare stuff fishing and you pull up a steak or something out of the water and you're like, I don't think you should eat that. I told you not to bother me. Zomber, I need to know where to find Castrell. See. And you want to know right away. Yes. Because the matter is urgent and cannot wait. Yes. Splendid. Then it seems I have all the leverage. I have an errand for you to go run. Oh, come on. Are you seriously going to exploit me like that? Precisely. What needs to be done? I need you to obtain some items for me, which are beets, onions, cabbage, and carrots. Are you kidding me? You want me to get your groceries just to get as the story gets so interesting? I'm going to be frank with you, boy. I don't care. Give me my food and give me my food and you'll have all your precious information. That's just poor storytelling right there. Nothing you can do about it. Maybe it's supposed to be funny, or clever, or cynical, or whatever. Isn't there any other way? I don't have any choice. I guess the way in which you obtain the vegetables is all the choice you get. That's simply lazy. Stop barking and go fetch, doggy. I hate this. Alright, so we can go and deal with that. Okay, so you're way across everything. Alright, so you're way down here. Okay. So instead, we'll take the side mission there, the mushroom treatment. I guess I probably should cut across here. We'll take a quick peek at these towns for side quests. Got some fur. Nothing else, I guess. That's fine. You good?
Hello, sir.
What are you doing here? Shh, I'm ghost hunting. Good job, you just found one. Where? Right here, I'm the ghost. No, you're not. How can you be so sure? Because you wouldn't be able to pass the onion trail. The onion trail? Take this onion, see? You're not a ghost. Onions are their weakness. Maybe that's a lie spread by ghosts just to give you a false sense of security.
Bye.
I'm gonna be honest, that is not what I was expecting. Alright, 8-year-old, out in the middle of the woods in a particularly dangerous area. You just keep doing your thing, kid. I'm sure this will not end in tragedy. That we won't have to listen about your parents being like, he was just a little boy who was so adventurous. Yeah, he went into the wolf-infested woods. Without any supervision, parental or otherwise. That's okay, he's got his onions to protect him. Alright. Also, we scored a free onion. I also like that the moment I was like, how do you know this isn't just a lie spread by ghosts? It ended the conversation and I couldn't talk to him again. He was like, nope. Well, fabric. Ooh, an iron knife. I like a nice upgrade knives-wise. Okay, can go ahead here and check on their quest, and we're just going to go right across the circuit of all the towns. Grab what we can. There you are. Must be around back.
I believe we haven't met before.
Can I help you with something? Dear sir, can you help me with an errand? What is this about? I pledged to create some pants for some locals, and I ran out of materials. Sure, why not? I can spare the time. Alright, so I'm assuming I do not have what she needs. So, let's see. Old rags. You want me to get 6 leather. Alright, that's like 2 deer. There are no deer particularly nearby. Poker the Hill, we got hawks. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll keep running down the line of cities. Looking for more objectives. We're gonna lose most of the first day. I definitely see the appeal with bumping up the length of a week to like 5 days. Because it does feel like you lose a whole day just running between the towns to grab all the things. Now granted, they aren't super important later on, but still. Okay, there's no anything for us here. And what do you got over here for me? Okay, so we do have deer down there. Like I said, it should only be 2 deer to get this. All right. Okay. So I tagged 2 of them. I don't want to go through like the whole fighting everything here. There you are. Look at that one sorted. Like I said, we can check all these ones, we can turn back around and get stuff turned in. No, that wasn't the same one I hit earlier. How'd you manage to actually remove that arrow? That's fine. Oh, I bet you I broke the arrow when I hit it, so it didn't actually, bleed it, it just injured it. Yeah, because I'm still not seeing them do the whole thing where they panic. Okay, that one didn't pierce. All right. There we go. That one pierced. All right, because then we get this one. That'll be the leathers I need for that side quest. Okay. And we gained a level hunting. Alright, so let's see what we got for our new level in hunting. We can continue gaining XP from that. We can extract extra resources. We can have reduced durability loss. Honestly, almost everything here is really good. I'm going to take the XP bonus. So we lock in the maximum XP for it so we can grind that out in the future. Okay. So let's work our way through the towns. Because what we'll need to do is I'll go back towards the house, probably get those vegetables. We can bring the vegetables back up to Somber. I assume I have them, because I've been growing everything we can. I bought all the different seed types. It's just a matter of not whether I have them harvested yet. Because I remember that was a big one, because you kind of have to go through a whole year of growing stuff for that to get all those. Alright. Not much to mention there. We work our way over here. Anything dangerous? Nope. Alright. And then we can turn south to do Arwen's thing. And after we do Arwen's thing, then I'll be ready to do the circuit again. Because right now, as far as continuing like the main objectives, it's have an heir. And honestly, that requires time. I actually think we... Oh, you know what? I think we actually have to have a dialogue with our wife that I have to talk to her about having a kid, versus we already had the thing where she set up a romantic evening kind of thing. So that's fine. So we could spin by the house, do that. Alright, so nothing to do here. And then this is the location I believe I need to actually go to for Arwen. Because I also, if I go this way, we could follow the road to the south, which I haven't done, to see what animals are down here and where. I'm nowhere near the road. Okay, so the road's still over this way more. Okay. Oh, we got Wyson. You go wide around that. Got a moose. Okay, so I can start looping back over. All right. Okay, so I need to continue to turn more. There's the road. There's also a good chance you could run into bandits down this route. Granted, who knows if I'll even see them. Okay, more links. Yeah, no, getting those extra points in the running can make you get way more distance. Alright. It looks like we've got another quest down here. Looks like 2 extra quests down here. I believe this is one of the places we can mine.
I believe we haven't met before.
Alright, can I help you with something? We need help. Last night there was a terrible storm that destroyed our house. Can you please gather some resources to rebuild? Sure, I'll help you. And by that I mean I will deal with that if I feel like it at a later date.
The sound of crunching leaves reminds me of how much still needs to be done before winter.
Greetings, great hunters. I come in peace. What do you want? Straight to the point. Alright, do you remember Alwyn? Of course. Well, did you appreciate training with him? What are you up to? Look, he's a good hunter, but it hurt him a lot when he lost to me. Why are you telling me this? Why would I care? You're one of the most renowned hunters in this valley. I notice you're always alone on the trail. Isn't that a burden? It can be, but I do enjoy the space I have. I understand your point. Nevertheless, wouldn't you make use of an apprentice? I believe that work in the fields is not Alwyn's destiny. I don't need a wimp that gives up whenever he fails. I see. Just don't kill me for giving you this idea. I am pretty calm, so do not tempt me. Or might take that opportunity after all. And by the way, if that was supposed to be funny, know that I'm not into jokes. Back on topic. Indeed, I have trained the young lad before. I may even have a proposal for him. One he won't be able to refuse. Great. I'm going to go tell him. My offer is one-way path. No turning back. But before that happens, he has to bring me something to prove he is worthy. I want to see that he is ready for what's await him. He will. Thank you for giving him a second chance to share this path with you. I am a lone hunter. I have given Alwyn some hints, but I am not a mentor. I plan to send him on his own path to the south, past the mountain ridge. It's the place in my homeland where I learned all my skills from my kin. Their survival and hunting knowledge is far greater than mine now. Starting a family and settling in this village became my weak spot. That's why Alwyn needs to experience the true untouched wilderness with another master. This means he'll leave the valley for good, a final trial to become independent. Don't forget, he has to convince me first, or the deal is off. Now get lost. I'm gone. And you won't listen to me right now. Okay. So we had a journal here for rebuilding the house. I could do that real quick. Assuming I could find your door in the dark. Alright. Because I can work on that real fast while we wait for it to be late enough for me to, take care of the next thing. So I need 7 stones. And 16 logs, which will actually be kind of hard to carry. Okay, there are the stones. Okay, so we're going to get these logs real fast. That's way earlier than I can have them starting to weigh me down. I don't believe I can do like a partial turn-in or anything like that. Oh. Weird that that spruce is off limits, but those other ones weren't. Might have to look at my inventory and see what I can ditch. One thing I can do is I can eat some more food. Okay. So we got that one. I only need to carry 6 more. Which I think is going to be pushing right up in the edge of what I can carry. I'll take the house rebuilding thing. Which should then give me more material. Sorry, which should then give me more reputation and yada yada. I'll get that done. Yeah, I need to carry 2 more. And that's going to push me just over my limit. I'll have to see how I want to maneuver around this. Alright, so. We're over our limit. I can drop the seedlings. Those are relatively heavy. Alright, so I've got to ditch not a whole lot of weight. Let's check our weight at the max side. We can drop the sticks. And that'll do it. The sticks aren't too hard to come by, and I don't need to drag those. Bandits mean loot? Yep. I have yet to craft a single bow. We did trade for a bow at one point, but all the other bows and crossbows and nonsense I found, the one bow I have now is a quest reward, but every single one I've gotten other than that one has been things we've gotten from, you know, running around and picking them up off the ground, fighting bandits, that kind of thing. Okay, so this should get rid of all those logs. Okay. And here, that should be the materials you wanted.
Wondered what a world without kings would look like.
Thank you so much. We got reputation and no compensation whatsoever. Alright, so then we can go to our journal. And unfortunately, they won't talk to me right now because I believe the fact that they're a vendor. I believe they won't interact with you at night. The other thing we can do, as I mentioned before, I believe this town has a mine.
Maybe my prices are a bit steep, but then again, I have no
Take a peek around in the surrounding area real quick. You know, one of these towns to the south, like, had a mine that went right down south. I might also be thinking of the other map. And going down the road here would lead me to the next town. So it's inconvenient that, this quest being unavailable. I need you to wake up. Can I interact with any of the other shopkeepers or anything like that? Oh, stop whining. Yeah. Okay, well, I guess we're just gonna take a minute murdering some wildlife while we wait. So we got water and all that over here. Get yourselves clean. Drink some water. Actually, I don't think we can get clean off of this. We'll need to go upstream. Okay, because we can get ourselves clean real fast. Use that to kill time while we wait for the place to open. Because then we gotta loop back and see if I've got everything I need for getting the food items ready. Meanwhile, you can check in the management tab. So we have the barn. The barn has no resources for any of these. So apparently we can actually get the wheat and oat grain going. We actually have those available. Everything else they don't have supplies, that's fine. The smithy, on the other hand, they don't have resources for a lot of these things to be built. But that's fine. And then the workshop, I don't actually have anything queued up at all. You need to warm up. Alright, let's get out of the water. You've spotted wolves. Alright. Nice try, Wolf. It's my rabbit. You can't have it. I missed the other rabbit that... Oh, no, there it is. I'll take free rabbit. Alright, so finish off that wolf. And by the time we get back to town, it should be about time for us to be able to go there. So where did that wolf go? Okay. Not my best aim ever. Okay, so is that all the wolves here? Yep, so we've wiped out the wolves in the area. Alright. Pretty convenient the animals in the universe glow. It's, they have, you know, a lot of games have where you can, like for example, Red Dead Redemption, you have, like, the tracking thing where you can follow the things on the ground. That's what that is. So I can go into, like, my inspect mode or whatever. Normally it drains stamina, but, the perk to get that thing to stick is so amazing. It's just so hard to see so many things otherwise. So we got clay up here. That's good to know. Alright, so we should be able to go over here, grab that last quest. We'll run by our house. We will ditch a bunch of the meat. I'll need to keep a couple of leather hides on us. We'll grab the beetroot, the onions, the cabbage, the carrots, assuming I have them all. If I don't have them all, there's no point in grabbing any of them. And start the circuit of dropping everything off. supposed to be awake. Well, the whole plan is you're supposed to be awake now. I have no idea what time it is in game. It's sunny outside. Get up. Ah.
Have you heard about the holes that could climb on roofs?
If I stand over you, breathing awkwardly, does that help? Is that what you want to wake up to? Is just me hovering over your shoulders, staring at you as you sleep? Because you have a quest and you're not letting me do it. What season? Because it's sunny for most of the sleeping in the summer. It's fall. All right.
Ah, you have returned.
Show me your wares. Is there anything? A type of gift, decorated brooch, which is not only pretty, but also useful. Can be given to a man during flirting. Well, I'm gonna take money. And honestly, for the rest of this,
Have a good day.
I'll have it. It's time to start banging pots and pans again? No, exactly. Gotta raid the dish, the cooking pots and everything to make a whole bunch of mess. Hey Rudolph, I need you to wake up so you can start waking your parents up. Hey buddy, you should wake up. You should wake up, buddy. Hey, it worked.
Now I've got a headache. Nice to see a new face.
Can I help you with something? Can you help me resolve a problem? Recently, those animals started to overpopulate. Yeah, we can go murder some animals. It's weird that, like, you're making me do that when literally your wife is a hunter. That's kind of her job. Okay, so we need to kill rabbits and deer. We're going to focus on the rabbits. So we're just going to work our way back over to home, killing rabbits along the way. Then take it from there kind of thing. Okay. Oh, you're gonna have to run way farther than that, rabbit. Okay. Take a quick peek. Is the rabbit grayed out? It is not. I'm not going to go to try and be very careful to make sure we get literally all the rabbits. But I'll take one more pass to look. Okay. All right. So with that, what we'll do is That's the next place on the way home that has potential for rabbits. I'm pretty sure I struck it directly in the head with that too. Like right in the side of the head too. Oh, we got another place with rabbits that showed up. Okay, so there's rabbits right over here. I do see that the deer right here, I kind of don't want to deal with them because the extra hits and carry weight of all the junk on them. Because I'm just trying to do this for the objective to get across here real fast. So we got a rabbit there and there. Need to be careful, we just spotted Wizen. Okay, so the Wizen kind of over that way. Kind of hoping to get eyes on the rabbit. Yeah, there's the Wizen way over there. We could definitely handle a Wizen, but I really don't want to put the time in because it's a pretty significant fight. Alright, there's 5 rabbits. I know there's one more rabbit there, but I'm not going to worry about it. I'm a little worried about actually bumping into the Wizen and having a fight on my hand that I don't really have a use for. And it will be super overburned, so I'll probably not even be able to bring all the goodies with me. Instead, I got another place of rabbits up here. We'll knock the last of them down. And then we rush home, get our vegetables. Ah, you beard. You jerk. Okay, so just 2 more will do it. Yep, that arrow's gone. Okay. So I just need 1 more of those rabbits, and we are good. And that also means I'm bringing yet another giant mountain of meat back to my town. Okay, and we got that sorted. So that means we have the hide and all that stuff. So all we need to do now is get back home, grab our vegetables, and all that good stuff. And then we can just do the lap again. Uh-oh, doggy, 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 doggy. Okay, where was the wolves coming from? Ah, so you're down there. So let's go over here and hook to the right. Unfortunately, I walked right into a wolf area. Alright, another thing I could do, though, is while we have that, so I need to make sure I restock on this stuff when we get there. Oh, it's set to wait. Set based on name. Basically top off her health, and I'll just need to grab more of that along the way. Which is easy, the broadleaf plantains are like everywhere. Case in point. Alright, so now I don't need to worry about it. We just run home, grab our veggies, and we'd have to do the circuit again. Now, the whole time I'm doing this, though, we do have our woodcutters getting me planks, we have the stone persons getting me stone, we have our farmers doing the farming thing. So it's not like I'm just getting zero progress on the village. The village is getting its stuff done. It's just taking care of it without me present. Now, obviously, if I help, it'll go way faster. But I don't wanna. So I'm not gonna. Alright, so drop all your junk off here. So feathers, fur. The hide I need to keep 6, I believe. The plank will drop off. Spruce. The fabric. Okay, we need to keep the rest of those plants with me. Meanwhile, how are you doing over here? Okay, do you not have bags?
I need some firewood. Even
No, you got bags.
sticks
All right.
will do.
Yeah, it looks like all that's taken care of right now. Okay, so we drop off the meat. And what he wants is check our journal. Beetroot, onion, cabbage, and carrots. I have cabbage, carrots. I do not have beetroot, so I cannot give him his quest objective. So we're not going to sweat that. In the meantime, let's grab all these mushrooms. And the berries. And pop on over here. And chuck those in the composter. Make sure we keep the fertilizer flowing. Okay, I need to remember I gotta hold on to 2 of these. Okay, we can drop the flour in here. Okay, so I cannot finish that one yet because I need the beetroot. Which, let's check the, Okay, so I gotta talk to Alwyn. We have everything we need for that one. I've got everything I need for that one. I've got everything I need for that one. So I can't do the main story thing there, but I can do everyone else's stuff. If we check our field management, let's see, what are you complaining about? You were complaining that you don't have wood. So we're out of firewood in the houses. There's no fertilizer. That's fine.
How are you? So long.
Okay, so I need to go toss some wood in there. Because we're running out of firewood and people are gonna have a problem. So quickly cut down 3 trees. convert all to firewood. And that should give them a little bit of time to catch up. Okay. But yeah, because we're going to need to get more firewood happening. Like I said, I'm probably at the point I should get a second one of these set up. I remember in the runs I've done in the past, I've always ended up needing 2 of the places to process firewood and all that. Just because you need the lumber, the planks, the firewood. The sticks you need a little bit.
Seeing you today, I have such a bad memory for faces, and there are so many people who look like people.
Alright. Okay. You take the firewood, chuck it all in there. There's 32 firewood. Drop off all the sticks and all that. And the spruce and all that. And the other thing I should do is we need the objective of having an heir, and that's not going to happen if we don't make that happen. Let's see. I have a favor to ask you. Could you take this money to pay that? We have a debt to pay. Could you take this money thing? Actually, never mind. Okay, so we can send there. Let's see, what's on your mind? You're in the mood for some shenanigans. There's supposed to be a new shipment of dye in one of the villages today. I'm sure they won't notice it missing, but they will notice the green chickens running around. Romance. I think we're ready to have a child. What do you think? Now we're talking, handsome. Meet me at the house after 7 p.m. and I'll rock your world. Okay.
Take care.
That's probably not at all how any of that was spoken back in that time frame. I'm gonna go out on a limb and try and guess in medieval times that wasn't the way they spoke. So we're gonna do the circuit here again. And what time of day is it? Noon. Okay. We're gonna do the circuit real fast. Try and talk to Alwyn. Now I don't need to do the whole circuit. I just need to go to Alwyn, come back, and then cut the other direction. So I can actually kind of hop on through town in the middle of here as well. Took some linguistic liberties. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if they were speaking in olden times, it's one of those fascinating things. If you look at the way things are spoken and written down in the past, even in your own native language, sometimes it can be very hard to understand what's being said. Just, you know, words over time change meaning. That is a normal thing. The way you phrase stuff, the idioms, all those kind of things change over time as well. So they'll say things and you go, I don't understand what that means, and it is because you're missing an idiom that kind of fell into disuse. Or like it depended on a word that just over, you know, decades and centuries, what that word mean has completely changed. So like, even looking at stuff like Shakespeare, there's a whole bunch of stuff you look at and go, I don't understand what that means at all. Colloquiums. Everybody would know. He stood like a dog, but nobody does. Everybody would have known. He stood like a dog, but nobody now does. Gotcha. Missing letters. Yeah. Exactly. And some of them it's because just changes and like things going on. Like imagine with internet culture and all that, a lot of colloquiums changed because we went from the days of messenger pigeon and a person having to like manually carry any type of communication between 2 points to having the global communication network and all that. Again, alright, that's enough. Get ready. For what? Gazella has plans for you, but needs to be sure you are worthy. Did she tell you that? Well, maybe she didn't use these words exactly, but I kept the meaning. And what does she expect me to do? What would I throw it all... Let's see. That I would throw it all away to become the lone hunter like she is? The best one of these lands and beyond. It's possible. Don't you want this? Sure, I wish I could. I loved it. But it's not that simple. Sure it is. You're a grown man. It's time for you to start living the way you want. Are you saying that if I just go to Gazella, she's going to make me her journeyman? I think her plans exceed traditional training. There is an incredible journey looming you in a distance for you. I am sure it reaches beyond the borders of the valley. You almost set me off my feet. That's so exciting. But first things first, you can't return empty-handed. She has to be convinced you are worthy. How are you hunting at Wyzant? And where do I find Wyzant now? It was Gazelle who always tracked the animals when we wanted to hunt together. Don't be afraid, my friend. I know exactly where you can find them. Thank you, but that doesn't change the fact that I don't even have a bow anymore. Alright, I can do something about that. I'll bring you a really great bow, but promise me something. What? That you will stop doubting yourself. Deal. I'll be back soon. You want me to get you a recurve bow. Alright, well that's not going to happen right now. So you got the mushroom treatment was right here. I can turn that in. It's like how I think a British accent was actually just how an aristocrat spoke, and common people, they sounded like American, pre-American time, obviously. I have no idea about the specifics with that. I'm not a linguist. But yeah, and there's definitely, like, different ways people spoke. Here are the gifts of the forest. Thank you. Here's a little reward. But yeah, no, it's definitely, there's also assumptions that certain language things go with certain people and all that. I'm gonna have to trade for this recurve bow, which upsets me, because if I'm being honest, I want the recurve bow. Oh right, we still need to make the sower. That's fine. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm gonna do one thing here real fast. It'll just take me a moment. Just trying to kick the ads down the line as long as I can, because we won't be going too much longer. Okay, if I cut straight to this place, will I be fine? Yeah, there's nothing I'm aware of that's dangerous along the route. Because all that means, oh, I should dunk in the water. Because if you're too gross, when you try and talk to people, they'll be like, go clean yourself up, then we'll talk. Alright. But yeah, it's just one of those things, like, if I'm going along a route where there's nothing dangerous, I can afford to just burn my stamina down to nothing if I have to keep making progress. Whereas if it's someplace where I have to worry about dangerous animals, you know, you don't want to ever let yourself be fully depleted in case you have to fight. Got deer, lynx, all sorts of stuff we don't care about. Okay. Alright, so we got Wyzant. They're pretty far off to the right, though, so I shouldn't have to worry too much. Yeah, that's one of the things I do look forward to, is once we have the ability to keep the flax going, being able to make bows, because then I could have them just keep crafting recurve bows. I will have recurve bows available then, And on top of that, if I have a bunch of extras, we can just sell them. And they should make at least decent money. We're actually still making pretty okay money just running around doing this nonsense. How are we doing on time, by the way? Okay, it's only about 4 in game.
I've been sober since last autumn.
Okay. And here's the leather you wanted. Relax, I've got it all here as promised. Cool, so it gave me 75 bucks. Alright, and then the last one was all the way down there. So the reality is, let's not go that way, let's go towards home. Because if I start running the whole way over there, then we will we'll miss our date. And then we have, the game doth decree that we shall have an heir. So an heir must occur. For no progress shall occur until an heir has happened. Now, this is a game where you can ultimately, I can't remember if you die of old age or how it works, but you can actually have it where you take over as the heir. I don't remember how mechanically that works. I think maybe it's when the heir becomes an adult. You know, for purposes of the game, like what they'd consider an adult, not necessarily actual adult. You're better off running down the shore until we hit the bridge just because of how slow you swim. There's even a trait to make it so you swim faster, but I would much rather have so many other things ahead of that. There's a bridge over here somewhere, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a bridge right up here. That's okay. You're never gonna know when you're gonna get lucky and get a good cart on the side of the road. This would be nice. I have my iron axe I've had since the beginning is pretty close to breaking. It'd be lovely to... There we go. Right on the side of the road. Potion of instant healing. Copper sickle. Clay jug. Clay jug's probably not worth me picking up, but that's fine. Got rabbits. Alright, should be able to cross pretty soon up here. Yeah, because this crossing takes me to the town right by where we live. So all I have to do is just cut across when we get there. Just follow the signs to what's like Danica or whatever. Okay. So then we can go and make things proceed with the wife. We'll have the quest to turn in the next in-game day, or whenever we have the opportunity, down by where the archer's place is. We'll have to figure out the recurve bow, which I'm still not excited about because I want it for myself. Realistically, the short-term answer is probably just buy it and be done with it. The long-term answer would be to get to the point where we're making our flax and focus the flax on bows and all that for now. Abandoned goods, we got seedlings we don't really care about, we got wine. I'm not going to pick up the logs and drag them back. They're heavy. Got cheese. There's a bronze axe. May not be as good as iron, but that will certainly replace my axe. Okay, and I'm glad that we live by the water. Just because by living by the water, I can dunk into the water. Because I believe it's also a thing that when it comes to romancing your spouse, if you're too dirty, your spouse will be like, nah, it's not gonna work. You're gonna go ahead and need to clean yourself up a little. Okay, so we cut straight across. We'll have boar over there, so we go a little bit wide to this side. If I follow the road till... Actually, we can just follow the road the whole way there. Because we have a road that literally cuts through where we live. Okay. Yeah, that's always the one downside. As I mentioned when I first set up in this area yesterday, the big bummer about this spot that I've chosen is, well, the spot's really good to have access to a bunch of different materials and all that kind of stuff. It's got a lot of room to grow, so it's a pretty good spot. It is not super close to the towns, so you do lose a lot of time running between them kind of thing. Yeah, it'll be over here. We turn left. So there's that kind of negative to it. It also doesn't have ore super close. I want to say the mountain's somewhere behind it. There is a cave somewhere in there. I don't remember where, though. Okay. Okay, just past 7 p.m. You said after 7. You don't want to be too late. We gotta take a quick dip in the water to get ourselves clean. And then an error shall occur. I mean, after 9 months. Or whatever it is in-game. I think they fudge some of the numbers on a lot of things. Alright, so more than likely, when we hit the next season, like when we get into winter, I'm probably going to have to also get to chopping the wood myself.
How's life treating you?
Want a little gulp? I can share. You're the best. She gave me juice. Romance. I think we're ready to have a kid. What do you think? There's nothing to think about. Take me, stallion. Yeek. Okay. So, that fast-forwarded time to the morning, that's the one I remember, is that was a whole thing. Alright. So that will advance the thing there. Now, one of the catches you run into in the game, I'm not sure she'll show yet. Yeah, so after a little bit, you know how it marks that her status is pregnant. Once they get a little ways here, they won't be allowed to work on this. Not only while they have their kid, but a little like for a while after, because they'll be raising the kid. It's a little heavy-handed the way it works. It can make it really rough on you, because of the other colonists, they won't ask to have kids, they just will. And you can find that your town will be running perfectly smoothly, and then you'll start having a bunch of kids running around, and then all of a sudden your town just is struggling to function because half of the people can't work anymore. And it's fine that it works that way, but it does feel like pretty heavy. It's like, oh, just suddenly half the population's not allowed to work. That's not really what I was expecting, but okay, I guess. Alright, so we're good with all that for right now. But with that said, chat, it is getting to be pretty much that time. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure to do a proper save of the game. So we will overwrite that one. And with that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for all of you. But if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. That is how this all works. But, you know, don't forget to like and subscribe on the YouTube side. But for everyone over here on Twitch, we're going to go ahead and put up our ending stream screen and seeing who we can find to drop a raid on.